get started right when Yahuwah wants me to, and it just epically fails, you could say. Okay. Shabbat Shalom, my brothers and my sisters in the floodgates. Hope you're all doing well. It's been a interesting past 3 days, I should say. Restless sleep, waking up in the middle of the night, lots and lots of crying. It's just been extremely exacerbating to me because, like, people are dying, you know, and things are happening. And so I was woken up this morning because of, like, at 2 o'clock, and I guess an hour before that, the Israel airport had been bombed, and so I went up, and then I went back to sleep, and I didn't get much sleep, I guess, and it's just been a roller coaster of a morning for me. I say morning, it's 3 p.m. for me right now, and it's just whatever. I don't even know. It's Yahuwah's strange work, right? So I'm going to go ahead and start us off with some praise and worship music, as we always do. As always, you know that Yahuwah is controlling the sound waves at this point, that I don't have any control of what is being played. So whatever he wants over the frequency is what he gets. Or what we get, I should say, because he's the one providing that.
It keeps me humble, makes me appreciate each and every day. You pick me up, you make me feel no pain. And when in doubt, inspire me to get out. Sing with my heart, I'll take a draw to calm down. Don't have to tell you, we don't have to give a reason. We elevate at any time or any season. It keeps me going, never feel like I'm defeated. Gives me that feeling I can always count on. I'll take the best of what's around. It don't matter, wanna inhale, exhale. Yes, outside, keep it up, keep it blazing. Inhale, exhale. Just got some endo at my spot, and it's fire, wanna inhale, exhale. And in the islands, well, stocks keeps me medicated. Cannot alter me philosophy. If we ganja proper basic up with no apology. Crush it in my hand, that's the plan. Now if you follow me, stack it in my van, you understand, we make a salary. Colorado, Cali, cannabis are the commodity. Babylon, them can't get none of this, so do not bother me. Highest from Jamaica meets the highest from the west. Yes, I am impressed. No revolution past the rest yet. Don't have to tell you, we don't have to give a reason. We elevate at any time or any season. East side will they provide it when I need it. Give me that feeling I can always count on. Just got enough for more again, and it's fire, water. Inhale, exhale. Yeah, California, Washington keeps it blazing. Inhale, exhale. Just got some chronic at my spot, and I'm ready, water. Inhale.
Was that not a great song? You know that they had cannabis in the temple. They discovered that this is the way that they were communicating with the Father. Isn't that precious and awesome? The very herb that is legalized in this perfect time for this perfect hour that no other generation could have had, right? Like, literally. How astounding, you know, to be able to say that your generation was the one that legalized marijuana. Because this is the way that Daniel's book gets open, in case you haven't noticed, y'all. 2020 is when they, like, declared, I think, like, nationwide or something. Or, well, not nationwide, because I know there's some states that didn't declare this. But they declared marijuana to be legal, you know, recreational and medically. And then some places they're just medically. But there's a reason why. They don't want people's third eye to be open. You have to know this. Literally. Like, that was a perfect song for the Father to put in. Literally. Because that's how I go and I communicate with him. It was like, we have this moment. So that was super, super special. I love that he did that. Like, thank you, y'all. Like, that's the way that your people are communicating with you. Is through smoking and releasing all the anxiety. Because that's exactly what that does. It releases anxiety. If you have some kind of chemical imbalance that our nation put in your brain or something from all the indoctrination or something that maybe your parent took. You know what I mean? The mutation of our DNA or whatever. Literally, it's disgusting. But it's fascinating that the Father uses these herbal remedies. These are the green herbs of the earth, you guys, are our healing remedies. 432 frequency. Here it is, y'all. I love that. That was really amazing. All the props to the Father, right? We don't need no Christian music. We've got reggae, right? Because Yahuwah said that's his music. His music by signature. According to Bob Marley, and they had Yahuwah's wisdom and knowledge. So who are you following? Are you following dead air music that has no frequency that gives you a feeling of healing? Because I see lots and lots of spaces going where it's just music that has no frequency that can heal you. Like this one. And you'll only find it here, on MySpace, and in the floodgates. That's what we play. We play other secular stuff, you know, from Christian artists that don't mention the idol's name and give glory. We know they give glory, but we don't give glory to who they give glory. We give glory to Yahuwah alone. And we use their songs to put them in place when things for them start to fail and things for us start to prosper. Hence, Jacob's troubles. You've got to do them.
He don't a long time ago. I know someday that you will find it somehow. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Because you're not too old to accomplish goals, and all the answers are within your soul. It's up to you, you gotta figure it out.
Listen to this song, y'all.
Whether
You want love, more money, good fortune, or fame. You want a brand new car, you want the world to change. You better take some action right now. Oh yes, because there's nothing in the world that you can't get. So don't fill your life with confusion and regret. You better take some chances right now. Oh yeah. For you can gain the world, but for the price of your soul. Yes, I know. Well, I know. Yes, I know. For the price of your soul, but I hope you take the road less traveled. And I hope you find the courage to grow.
well, I hope you find the courage to grow.
Yep, see?
Oh yeah, 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 yeah.
Where you at in your life? Who you serving?
So now you're 45 and you realize just what you want to do with your life. Just took some time for you to figure it out.
Ain't no shame.
Yeah. 'Cause every one of us has a purpose here. Sometimes it's hidden underneath your fear. Just take some time for the truth to come out.
Exactly.
Oh yeah.
So whether you want love or money, good fortune or fame,
a brand new car,
you want the world to change. You better take some action right now. Oh yes, because there's nothing in the world that you can't get. So don't fill your life with confusion and regret. You better take some chances right now. Oh yeah. Or you can gain the world for the price of your soul. Yes, I know. Yes, I know. Yes, I know. You can gain the world for the price of your soul. But I hope you take the road less traveled. And I hope you find the courage to grow. I hope you find the courage to grow. Hell yeah. Where's your courage to grow, y'all? Who you growing in? You growing a father. That's it. Him alone. Him alone do you grow. It's the only way you can grow. Everybody wants to claim another name that they can grow in or alongside. And Yahuwah's like, it's me alone, y'all. It's me alone that you gotta put your hope, your faith, your trust in me in this hour. Because I can either take you to destruction or I can take you to salvation with me. Is what he's saying. How are you not hearing that one voice? How are you going to sit there and keep going down an image path when Yahuwah said, I told you that that's the road that leads to destruction? Am I right? Am I right? We have bombs that are dropping all over the nations. When do you think the West is going to get theirs? Do you think it's not going to come? Are you really so blind? Are you really so blind? Edom has yet to be hit, right? Oh, but it is going to, because that's how it rolls. It goes Israel, Edom next. Right? Then who? The West. Are you ready? Are you prepared? Are you ready for the North Nation to rise up against NATO nations? I mean, this is... Dude. This is historical. We are part of history now.
The North Nation, isn't that part of what's rising up? Isn't this the whole remnant?
Yes, it sure is. So we know our roots, and we know that our roots don't belong in Amaruka, the land of the plumed serpent. This is the Babylonians' land. This is the Canaanites' land. That's what we were told. That's what Joshua was told. You know that, right? This is not our, we are but sojourners in this land.
Yeah, did you see that thing that was beyond that? Who extraterrestrial stuff and contract stuff. Did you see what I posted down in the pill?
No, but welcome, Dan. Welcome, Shabbat Shalom.
Yeah, how you doing?
Dude, I woke up.
Down there.
I woke up this morning crying. Okay, I've been up since freaking 2 a.m. Yahuwah had woke me up at 2 a.m. because of freaking the airport being bombed. Literally, like, I guess at 1 o'clock in the morning this happened, and I was awake, but I didn't look at my phone or anything like that, and I looked at 2 o'clock, and I was like, no way. No way. Because, dude, I've been crying. My spirit has been busting in just halves. And, you know, I truly believe that the spokeswoman is literally crying on behalf of Yahuwah. And dude, it sucks because he'll wake me up at any freaking hour of the night, day, and I will just start crying. And my gut will be like I'm having the Braxton Hicks. You don't know what that feels like. But, dude, it is right before a freaking woman goes in labor. And it is the freaking worst ass pain you could ever get. It's like tightening your stomach times 10. Dude, it is brutal, and it will wake you right up out of your sleep, and you will just start crying. It hurts.
You know, I did something about right when all this kind of happened around 3 years ago, and it was so brutal, the experience I went through, that I gave myself, it felt like a torn hernia, and it was painful for probably 6 months. But
Yeah.
the things I posted down there, and especially with the torment you're going through right now, just because I'll look up all these different books, right down from the Heimskringla and Odin, and where Odin actually came from, learning all these different things, and then you have to understand what it says we're going to be at, which is Sodom, which is Egypt. So I posted down there in the pill, the one deity in the pantheon that looks to have a direct line to the above, which would be the house Nun, and that is Happy, Hapi. That is also the Hopi prophecy. And I
Oh
don't know
my
if you ever looked at
gosh.
that.
Really?
Oh yeah, this is another tribe.
I know what Hopi is. I'm in the state, but I'm just saying, I'm familiar with the Hopi tribe and what Stephen Quayle and Tom Horn unpacked, and the fact that Lucifer, the telescope Lucifer, is there. You know, the thing only sees infrared, right? That the Vatican owns. Did you know that?
Yes, they have all their stuff in the Vatican. All their things are in the Vatican. So
And-
we don't worry about that because we know that it's being exposed right now, don't we? Don't we see it being exposed even as we speak?
Well, it's been being exposed, but yeah, more the babies, I would say, here on X are just barely now seeing it for sure. But yeah, it's been in the works. I mean, Tom Horn's dead, and he's been doing this since he was like freaking a buck. You know what I mean? Like Steve Quayle is getting up there. You know what I mean? So, but there's a lot of fresh babies, like 2,000-year-old. You know, not I graduated in 2000, so you know we have babies that are born 2000. You know what I mean? That are in here, and I'm just like, oh my gosh, it's so crazy. You know, because like they have no idea what we've seen in the past and what has been researched. They only know what YouTube has been showing, you know, and like, but this goes way back. Like, I mean, I started my journey in 2013. I don't know about you. When did you start? You're older than I am.
Started 3 years ago.
Oh, okay. Okay. But I mean, see, I've been doing this a long, long time.
2023.
Yeah.
Is when, November 2023, I think it was.
Right on.
I do a lot of research. Like I said, when I started doing these, I mean, I found Emotep. There's a lot of people that have done a lot of bad stuff, and people are going to wake to glory and some to shame, and there will be a lot of things going on.
Right.
That's the way I could put it. But the thing is this. The one thing I understood the best about even the book of Daniel is and even David, they're always someone searching with their heart and with their mind. And if you do, and if you know that you've got the Spirit with you and you're not a bad person, you'll be able to shine a light on it, and people can judge for themselves. That's all anyone can ever want from the Father is, don't hand me a serpent when I ask for a hammer.
Right.
Stuff like that. So
Welcome, the Watcher.
and there's a little bit of a deception, a lot of stuff, but the truth will always bear fruit. That's the truth.
Well, yeah, it does. And I mean, I love that we're going through Jeremiah too, because it talks about the ripe fruit and the unripe fruit. And that is so critical right now. Like, right now, dude. Jeremiah's book, it is like unweaving itself from being woven together. Like, literally, we are, dude, Yahuwah has shown me some crazy stuff in Jeremiah's writings, and I'm seeing it unpack, like, right at this instant, as Israel is. And I'm sorry to say, you know, I have many brothers and sisters that are in Israel, but, you know, we have to remember there is a remnant that rises out of every single nation, thanks to the West creating passports, because now the remnant can be scattered as Yahuwah had fulfilled it to be. So that's pretty incredible in itself. But we see, I mean, Israel is going to get hammered. They're already this is judgment. As you know, this is the 77s of sevens that I have been talking about since last year. You know, I mean, if you look at my posts on Facebook, thanks to Facebook memories, they hold every single one of it. I'm like, yes, you're right. Yeah, that's why you had me post it. Yeah, that last year and that day. And it's crazy because, like, I have posts, Dan, that Facebook. Hold on, just a moment, brother, the watcher. I have made posts on Facebook, and they've not shown them until today. And I'm like, how is that even possible? So then whatever I share today, people are going to see. It's so strange how Yahuwah is just weaving this. I'll make posts, you know, for a specific time when he wants to have them shown to somebody. It's nuts. Go ahead, the watcher. Shalom. Shabbat shalom, by the way.
Shalom. It's funny that you say that, because I made Facebook posts that I've gone back and looked on, and I actually just posted some things into your guys' comment section, and I don't want this to be a point of contention or anything. I'm not sure what side of Judaism you guys are on, or if you're just talking about the Tanakh itself, but I am an Ashkenazi Jew.
Oh, wow.
Okay. A Messianic Ashkenazi Jew, and like I said, I don't want that to be a point of contention.
Welcome. So no point of contention at all, brother. Welcome. Wow.
Okay.
What an honor. I love that.
There is something that I would love you guys to see that I'm working on right now, and it's peer-reviewed medical journal stuff. And I think it has to do with right now, very much so. It's something that I've been struggling with for the last 7 years, actually, because I'm an autistic person, and I truly believe that when you're especially a high-functioning autistic person, it is a quickening.
Most definitely. My son has Asperger's syndrome, so brother, we are already connecting.
Yeah, and you know, I post that without witness or reward. Honestly, it kind of breaks my heart that it's true, at least as true as it can be in a medical sense. And I'm going to go all the way with this, and we're going to win. We're going to win so bad. Like, it's going to be great. And I want you to know that I do this for the people, not for myself.
Praise Yah. That's exactly what I do, and that's exactly what Yahuwah is raising up. He is raising up a priesthood that is scattered from the east to the west. And unfortunately, the east is not spared. Yahuwah tells us this. He tells us, I spare the west because that's where my priesthood is. And when you realize this, you're like, oh my gosh.
That's why we're always winning.
Yes. How many, I mean, how do we, so you do not believe in the idol at all, correct?
I'm sorry, I wasn't privy to that part of the conversation. Can you maybe recap?
So there's two types of Jews that I'm seeing that are raising up.
Yes.
There is the Messianic who claim King David, and then there's those who are claiming Yeshua Jesus or Mahdi.
The way that I see it is the line of Benjamin was given the would give it to the line of David. Now, I still don't necessarily know what you mean by the idol. Are you talking about like going into a church and seeing Jesus hung up on a cross?
Yes,
or,
that's exactly what I'm talking
yeah,
about.
I don't like that type of stuff. Honestly, I think that's like a form of like sacrificial worship. He wasn't a slave. He was a servant of servants.
Well, here's the thing. Habakkuk 2 is what was revealed to me about this. There are 4 carpenters or craftsmen that are mentioned that come for a generation of a period of 400 years. And this is what Genesis 15 tells us, that we have 400 years to meet the Amorite sins. And this is confirmed in Isaiah's writings. So this is...
As of when, exactly? 400 years as of when?
Well, last year we were given a marker by a scientist. I don't know if you saw this. That this lunar eclipse that we had only happened once every 400 years. And the Father showed me this, and I was like, oh my gosh. And so when you're looking at Deuteronomy, when Joshua and Caleb went in, Joshua was of the 5th generation.
Joshua.
Huh?
That's my name, Joshua.
Oh my gosh. Okay, so you know that so 5th generation then, 5th generation now. You get it? So we are literally repeating that. That's what Yahuwah showed me.
Can I share some other numbers with you?
Absolutely, yes. Please, educate me.
Okay, so according to Clement of Alexandria, an early church father before the Council of Nicaea, Jesus was born on either September 11th, 3 BC, or 1117, 3 BC. That was his prediction, or his knowledge of the situation. And I
believe it's September 11th.
Okay. That's fine. There was like a window, I think it was like a 3-month window that a certain thing was supposed to happen. I can't remember what it was called exactly. But my birthday is November 17th, 1987. The Dalai Lama was installed in Tibet November 17th, 1950. And then also COVID started in Japan or in China 11/17/2019.
Yeah.
Now, why is that important? Because that's a synchronicity, if you will.
Wait a minute. What? When? In 2019?
November 17th.
No. I am not gonna lie to you. Oh my god. Oh my gosh, y'all. I'm sweating. Okay. I went into you have to listen to this because this is super important, brother, because it lines up exactly. This is so much confirmation. Okay, so are you in Israel? I have to ask.
No, I live in Oregon.
Okay, so there was something that happened.
I'm in the New Jerusalem.
Okay, yeah, exactly. Okay, so, there was a man in Israel. Okay, I know him personally. Like, I've congregated with him. I took care of his cabin, everything. Okay, his name is Jerry Drosis, but he goes by Melchizedek. Okay, and he literally prophesied, I guess you could say, not prophesied, told a dream to my ex-husband when we were in comfort care. I was in comfort care. He was in another part of the hospital in Cincinnati, Ohio, in the Good Samaritan Hospital in November 17th was the exact date that I spoke to scientists who asked me for my stem cells and my son's stem cells. I got to meet with scientists and pick which two I wanted to experiment on my baby and myself. We had a experiment.
That really is.
Yes, and we had a specimen number 23 in all of the United States, and I had a Spanish scientist and a Indian surgeon work on me. And this was the day that all of that happened. But when my son passed away, the day my son passed away, this dude had told my ex-husband 2 dreams. One dream was about a baby, and the baby had a scar on his back, and as he was looking at this baby, this scar suddenly appeared on his own back, and it was hurting him. Now he didn't ever see my baby. Okay, this was literally all done by the phone. We didn't post any pictures or anything. Okay.
I completely believe you. You don't have to sell me on any of this stuff.
And yeah, so then he was like, okay, so let me tell you my second dream. And he said that I saw Abba. He used Abba as referring to Yahuwah, our Father. And he said that he saw Yahuwah chasing after a yellow school bus, and he yelled after him. He said, Abba, why are you chasing after that yellow school bus? And he said, my children are on that school bus. And I kid you not, okay? So I was never in that room. Remember, I never heard any of that conversation. I was in comfort care. So that night, when I went to bed, after my Zachariah had passed away,
my brother's name.
yeah, it means remembered by Yah, and I didn't know this at the time. I love the name Zachariah, and I spelt it very differently. And I have a video that I have on my X. You'll see it. It says Israel's doomed. I mean, sorry, but that's what it was called. But it's the actual video of where I show you the box of the ashes of Zachariah and his last name and how he's connected. This is okay. I'll get to the point here.
I just want to say I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Yes, you know exactly where I'm going with this. I'm sure you do. And he sorry. Okay.
Hey, you're loved. Just know you're loved.
Thank you.
So is he.
So these doctors, they put a lidocaine patch on my baby and turned him acidic, okay? There's a reason why they did this. It was part of Yahuwah's divine plan, why they did this. So I went to bed that night and I had a dream. I was on a yellow school bus with a bunch of children who were disabled, including my baby boy, Zachariah. I saw him. He had, and I didn't know it was him at first. He had curly brown hair, blue eyes. He looked like he was about 8, maybe 7. Dude, it was crazy. And he had, he kept looking at me, and I kept looking at him, like, why are you looking at me, kid? Type of look, and then I looked at him, and I studied him, and I was looking at his clothes, and I looked down by his foot, and I saw the orange blanket that the nurses had placed over his incubator when he had died. And I was like, oh my God, it's Zachariah. How am I seeing him? And there were all these little children. I realized that this was a bus of disabled children. And
do you believe in the idea of dream walking and parallel dimensions?
I do now. I do. As of 2020, dude, I've never really taken consideration of any of my dreams. I thought that they were just my own illusions, but now Yahuwah is showing me some pretty drastic stuff in this dream that I had. He revealed that my child is the bringer of birth pains. I'm that woman in travail. I'm that woman of Isaiah 66. I'm that woman of Jeremiah 5.
And guess what? You're not the only one. I have done research into my birthday relegated to Bible verses mirrored, like 11:17 and 17:11. And then I did my birth time, and I also did the numerology of my birth, which again is 11/17/1987. So if you take like 11, that's 2. 1 and 7 is 8 or 44, and then 1987 is 25. Well, I kept hearing the name Matthew in my head, and that's my uncle's name. So I went to Matthew 24:42 through 45, and that's the verse that says, "You do not know when the master of the house is coming."
Yeah.
And that blew me away. But also, there's other stories that I would really love to tell you, but please finish yours.
Okay. Well, I mean, to add to yours and add value, I do believe that we do know the hour. We don't. Well, we do, because it's midnight. We know something at midnight's going to happen. It's a twilight hour, And then we know that it's at the last trumpet, and if we're looking at the feast days, the last one would be the Day of Atonement. So at the last trumpet of the Day of Atonement is when Yahuwah is supposed to make his announcement. But then, hold on, but then when I was looking at the Torah portion previously of this one, it had mentioned something about the second Passover, that Yahuwah makes his appearance, like when he brings on Jacob's troubles. And so everyone that's been suffering before destruction then receives the blessings, and those who haven't been suffering, before destruction will then start receiving their destruction. Does that make sense?
Okay. It certainly does.
Okay.
Now, if I could tell you a little bit more about what I was going with the 11:17 thing.
Yeah, please, because I don't understand. I mean, I'm starting to understand it, how Zechariah is part of all. Well, what Yahuwah revealed to me is Zechariah is the Amorite child. My child. So my ex-husband is a descendant of Ricky Skaggs. You probably do know who he is. He's a country western singer in the United States.
I've heard his name before, yeah.
Okay, so I didn't know this, but at the time, my ex-husband's father, that's Ricky Skaggs' brother's nephew, or they're connected. They're all bloodline. And when he had passed, we were going through all of this stuff, and we found 10 Freemason rings, and I was like, oh my God, like I was in Indiana, Evansville, Indiana, and I was the scaredest out of my life that I had ever been. When I saw those rings and I saw the arrowheads that they had stolen from the natives, I was like, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. Yahuwah put me in a position that was the most terrifying of my life, because these people did not treat me right. They were rich beyond measure. They owned several houses, and it was disgusting. They let all their properties go that were just gorgeous, dude. Like, I mean, $320,000 ranches, you wouldn't believe it, okay? But this child it's these freaking Amorites' babies. He's a freaking hybrid. And Yahuwah's like, I can't have this. And this is what he revealed to me. My ex-husband and I, we offered Zechariah up to Yahuwah before we had to watch him take his last breath, okay? We had to watch our baby take his final last breath, and it was the most horrifying, saddest experience I've ever had in my life, and
I can only imagine.
I am traumatized. I am severely traumatized for this. I can't even freaking hold a job. It's that freaking bad, and especially since I don't know if you know this, but I've received the floodgates from Yahuwah to represent the priesthood that he's rising up this hour, as well as over 5,000 people. I have 6.2 thousand people who just came from a post that I made based off a dream that I got from Yahuwah December 18th. I posted about it. It happened December 19th. The next day, all these people messaged me. I still have all their messages, I screenshot everything to hold myself accountable for this. To prove that I'm not a fraud, I'm not a liar. I don't understand any of this, but now I'm starting to, because there's people that are like you who are coming to my path to help me understand what all this is. I'm a watchman. I'm a freaking watchman. And
Yes, you are.
hold on a second. Hold on. Somebody's at my door. Hold on. You need to hear this now.
Hey, Daniel, have you heard me speak before?
This is a Israeli Ashkenazi Jew. He is confirming, Jen, that I am a watchman. Come here.
I've got Mike's in the car.
Okay, well, you have to hear this. This brother knows who I am. Okay, I'm
Right.
telling him the story about Zechariah. You have got to get on board with this. You are too. You received the same anointing.
By the way.
My sister here, she received the same exact anointing. Her daughter did. My daughter did. My son did. My other daughter did. We are all part of this, some kind of anointing that happened where we were told that we are watchmen. And the women, I learned in Jeremiah 31, that means that the women are watchmen in this hour. And the nations had no idea. This was like a secret covert op thing that Yahuwah had planned up to this point.
It's in your DNA.
Yes.
But if you were to study a sequence of your DNA for me, I would be able to sequence it for you to show you that the very scroll that you are. The scrolls are not literal scrolls. The scrolls are people.
What?
Yes, the scrolls are
Dude,
people.
can he watch TV? Where's your...
The scrolls are people, Jen. Dude, you have to listen. It's being recorded. Hold on. I'm so sorry, brother. Hold on just a moment. My friend's dropping off my son. She visited with him, and so it's... Hold on just a moment.
Take your time.
Yes, I have to stick it in my purse. Love you too. Okay. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go. You. Okay, so then what?
So, I will send you, well, if you read the thing that I put in the comment section, it'll show you all of the peer-reviewed medical journals that I got this information from. There's 8 of them that are peer-reviewed and very respected, that were made within the last 30 years or so. Now, with that being said, it is said in the Bible that the Lord writes His commandments and His very essence on your very soul as a signature. And your DNA and your different houses and stuff like that of Israel are the different designations that will make you who you are meant to be. In mine, I'm a watcher.
Okay.
Which that means I'm also, my name is J. Paul LaRosa Perkins. So my name is Joshua Paul Rose Peter. Perkins is Peter's kin in German.
Okay.
So I was able to sequence and within a 94 percentile know that Peter did have a descendancy, and that really does prove the possibility that the papacy has been a fraud ever since he died, because he never gave up the keys in the idea of agape love. That is the priesthood that he started with everybody, and that is the priesthood that will grow once we right that wrong, in my humble opinion.
Okay, so this is a recognition then. So this literally is time for, because my nation has released me from being employed. So from my understanding, that's Yahuwah doing that, because he's not brought employment. He's not, and I'm a fatherless. I'm a fatherless. My son is fatherless. I'm a widow. So I am literally entitled to this position. Yes, so this is why, okay, so we need to come together with this, because we have a whole slew of, a world of Christianity and Son of God believers who are trying to come against us.
I'm
But
trying to get it out there as much as I possibly can, but you know what? Sometimes the message just isn't meant for the time yet. You know,
Exactly.
I don't know.
yeah, like, exactly. But see, if we are summoned together,
And if they don't respond to me in 30 days, that means they forfeit. And I'm going to take them to court in international law, in the U.S. and in Rome, basically everywhere, to restore the patrine inheritance.
and you'll win because Yahuwah is with us. That's exactly.
Not only that, but the evidence is overwhelming.
Well, you do know that this is Isaiah's 5 children's names that, like, literally coming to fruition, right? You do know that.
Yeah.
And you know there's 5 that Beulah's been hidden from us. I'm a firm believer the Vatican has the book of Hepzibah and Beulah, that they're just not telling us, because Isaiah 62 to 64 tells us these 2 children's names. Why? Isaiah said his children's names will stand for signs and symbols to that remnant. And it,
Even bigger than that.
what?
The Watcher bloodline is Mary Magdalene's bloodline.
Oh no.
I don't know if the Da Vinci Code is true. I don't have enough evidence to actually say that Jesus did have a bloodline.
If that's
However,
true,
as
though,
Jesus-
if that's true, that his name is not Jesus. His name was Jesus, and he was of the sons of Enoch, so he had a long neck, and I believe he was the centaur man that we have seen, that the Vatican knows the exact image. They're hiding it. The shroud that they've discovered, they can't reveal to the public. And the thing that they have, I've done, there's German researchers and Irish research scientists that have come together. I've got YouTube videos on this. I don't know if they're still up, but they are literally, they're hiding a centaur in Ireland in some kind of cavern. And I would know this, right? Because my ancestors are speaking to me, because I'm literally part of the McCafferty priesthood that migrated from Ireland with Jeremiah for the Nene priesthood.
I'm from the planet Campbell in Scotland.
So, okay, see, there we go. There we go. See, we are literally brother and sister. Literally.
Yeah.
Dan is too. Dan is too. Yahuwah is bringing... Huh?
When I saw the Tanakh portion, there is a line in the Tanakh, I believe, that talks about spirit jumpers. And my family from Russia was Russian Molokins, which they are basically the equivalent of Messianic Jews in Russia that are like Mennonites here.
Oh my gosh.
They are spirit jumpers.
Okay, so so where this property is, and I can't reveal it because it's literally just this camp, okay? It's here in the United States. I helped build it.
Are they like Irish gypsies?
What's that?
Are they like Irish gypsies, like travelers?
No, where this is located, I don't know, okay? But when I was in Colorado, I will give you the location of the state, but I can't give you the location of where the refuge camp is, okay? But there are, I saw, when I was there, my ex-husband and I, we always loved to go to like Florissant and Divide and, you know, all those areas up there that are like really in high elevation, like Woodland Park and stuff where you're like in the clouds. And we went to like a lot of these monuments, and we saw like in Florissant and also in Divide, there are Russian graves. And I was like, why? How? And dude, you have just spilled the beans and revealed this. I found this out literally when I was there in 2020, literally. We had gone there like in January of no, it wasn't January. It was probably like June 2020. We went there, and oh God, it was eye-opening because I was really like, why am I seeing Russian graves? Why am I seeing that? And we had talking with a retired veteran of the military. What's that?
Our history is hidden from us.
Yes, Russians actually inhabited Colorado. That was their mainland. I believe that's where Mount Pisgah and Ebal were made when they were migrating. I believe that's because there is a Pisgah and an Ebal there, and I'm like, whoa.
It's thought that people from the east were able to sail to the United States area, or at least the Americas, far before Italy ever tried and the Vikings ever tried. So I believe that 100%.
Okay.
I have no problem believing that.
Okay, so the next thing I want to ask you, okay, so the four corners. So Arizona, Utah, Colorado, and New Mexico.
Oh, I can't wait to go on this with you. I really can't wait.
Because Yahuwah is calling that the angels have been sent out. We know this as of 77s of sevens. They've been sent out. So they're literally marking people right now as we speak. Giving them the opportunity to come to the truth. If they don't, they're literally marked for destruction, not salvation. And so
Can I share my story on that?
Yeah, hold on. So from my understanding, and I'm asking for perspective because I need some kind of confirmation on what Yahuwah is showing me. We have to have this. It's super important. And I need it from somebody who is of the same descendant as I am. You know what I mean? And you said you're Ashkenazi.
Yeah.
My family is Ashkenazi as well through the last name Martinez. My father, who passed away, we are the Yaqui tribe of the Aztec and Yuame people, which is actually...
My family comes from Poland.
Okay.
In that regard.
Well,
and they were Campbell as well. I have Campbell on both sides of my family.
They're connected. India is connected to Russia. Like, they really are like brother and sister. It's nuts. And my thought, so what Yahuwah showed me is that my family is the original blenders. We are the McCafferty priesthood of the United States that was started with George Washington.
So my family under the last name Baran. That's my last name. That's what the McCafferty last name, amongst other places, because my grandmother had like I think 12 brothers and sisters. I gotta check on that. She's about to pass. It's very sad. I'm very I'm weeping a lot because this is our generation, dude. This is the McCafferty priesthood from the McCafferty priesthood merging to the Baran family. It was actually called the Baron family, and they changed it to Baran. So the McCafferty priesthood of one of the siblings, my grandmother, she married into the Baran family, which was of France, of the France priesthood. I'm not sure exactly who's under that, but my family is a co-joiner. They're literally the blenders of the United States into the Ashkenazi, into all of that stuff, by the last name Martinez and the last name Baran. If you look, you can look at the history and other. Please do. Please get confirmation, because my
If you can put it in the comment section for me so I can come back for it later, I will look at all of this, I promise.
Well, I'd rather message it to you, just because this is highly sensitive information. I have a family crest that represents all of this. And there is, from the McCafferty priesthood, there is a priest who actually called out this priesthood for pedophilia. And he has a lawsuit, from my understanding, still going against the Vatican for all of this that happened. He moved his priesthood. The McCafferty priesthood is now in Corpus Christi, and he is the head father there. But that is my relative, Father Patty. Okay? Father Francis Patty, and my middle name is Francis, just so you know. So it's based off of, this is literally like lineage. And my grandmother's name is Catherine, okay? So we're from a line of Catherines. Her mother's name was Catherine, and so my grandmother had bad eyes, and so because my grandmother's grandmother would beat her over the head with a potato masher and caused all kinds of dysfunctions because she didn't have great eyes, and so we were kicked out of the priesthood, is my understanding, based off of the last Torah portion that the Father had me do. He revealed this to me, that you couldn't have a dysfunction at all, and my grandmother didn't have great eyes, and so we were cast out. I don't know if that's exactly how it went down, but that's kind of like what I'm seeing, because we were shunned. And that's why my grandmother was married at 14. So, you know, so this was like a prearranged marriage out of the priesthood, out of this priesthood, but into a different priesthood. And that's what I'm asking if you can like research, because I don't even know where to go and look at this information to find my grandfather's side of this priesthood that's from France, because Baron is Berron. It's French. And that's his last name. That's my last name. You know, my maiden name. So this is all super, super important information. You know, that I'm trying to connect with you on, and it's very scary because this is recorded. People need to have this information out because it is time. This has been hidden since 2020. Yahuwah's had me silent for all this time until 77s of sevens have arisen, and that's what's going to hold me credible because of everything that I've posted since 2020 up until this time.
Well, I want to tell you that within the platform that I'm about to have, if I have the ability to confirm what you're saying, I trust but confirm, just like Ronald Reagan said, but if I'm able to confirm that, I will make sure that it comes out.
Definitely. We had it revealed. My grandmother's sister did the background check, and she's like, we're related. We're literally, this is what started off. I found out it was literally related to George Washington. Like my family ancestors were on that ship with George Washington, with all those families that came to America. And it wasn't America. It was called Amaruka. That's what the natives told us that it was called, which means land of the plumed serpent. It wasn't, and that's where, and you know that George Washington had to relinquish his rights when he was in Scotland. He couldn't have two, I guess it's, I don't know if it's Freemason law or whatever, but you can't have two rights. You can't be a master over two in two nations. You have to relinquish, and is that right?
Yes, that's right.
Oh my gosh. See, I don't even know. I've never even researched any of this. It's just the Father, like, giving it to me. And
Well, it's the idea that you can't serve two masters.
okay, that's exactly what I was trying to be shown. And so I don't know, did George Washington, was he literally Yahuwah only, or did he believe in Jesus when he was in Scotland?
Well, there's a legend about George Washington when he was, crossing the Delaware, where he did that he saw an angel, and the angel told him that this American experiment must, not will or could or, good job, go ahead and keep going. No, it says, this is divine intervention right now. You must do this. So the fact that he, whether or not he believed, was that your question? Did he believe in Jesus?
Yeah.
Yes, he very much did. He was a Christian's Christian, and there is the Freemasonry aspect of it, which the Freemasonry has always been at war with each other, and it was infiltrated.
Yeah.
In my humble opinion, anyway. But he's literally the one that put the Bible under the capstone of the Capitol.
Oh my gosh. So he is literally the founding father of lies. Oh my gosh. We are bad. That's why we suffer so much. Are you suffering as a suffering servant? Have you realized you're an Isaiah 53er and it's not this freaking idol, this Amorite Isus character? You know that he's a descendant of the Amorites. He's a deceiver.
Yeah. When I was 7 years old, on January 17th, 1994, I had a surgery in the middle of the night. I was having, I qualified as a demon attack on me, but I had really bad acid reflux disease that was projectile when I was sleeping.
Oh my gosh.
And they had to operate on my stomach and basically close up my valves to where I can't throw up anymore, or else my esophagus would have burned from the inside out.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, definitely a demon, for sure.
When I was under that knife, there was a 7.0 earthquake in California in Northridge.
I remember it! Dude, I was in Temecula, California. 1994? That's when it was?
Yes. If it was anywhere else at any other date, I wouldn't have thought twice about it.
I was in it.
This is where my family lived.
Yeah.
In Northridge, California.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I was in the top floor of the Comfort Inn. The top floor, the third floor of a Comfort Inn in Temecula. We had just moved from Clovis, California. My stepdad was a civil engineer, and he had a promotion, and we had just sold our house in Clovis and moved to Temecula. That day we arrived, that earthquake happened at like 5 o'clock in the morning, I think it was. Is that when it was? Was it like 5? Or 4? Okay. See? Oh my gosh! We are so connected! I'm following you. Because, wow.
Why that is important came much later. I mean, I always thought it was kind of weird that happened.
Yes.
And everybody kind of said, oh, no, it's a coincidence. And for years, I didn't think of it twice, really, except every once in a while, I would think I would see my scar on my stomach, and I would look, and I would remember the earthquake. And now, again, if my family didn't live there, I probably wouldn't have thought twice about it. Now, the interesting thing about that is my grandfather was an animator for Disney in the 30s. He worked for the State Department during World War II doing propaganda films, and also was basically the background artist on pretty much every cartoon that we grew up loving, from Hanna-Barbera and whatnot. And he did the very first Spider-Man animated series. And in that, there is a scene in the 17th episode of season 1 that the clocks say 11:17 and 1:17. Now, I'll come back to why that's important later. Now, in the United States, here in 2019, it was 9/29/2019. No knowledge of what day it was liturgically or Semitically. But I was hanging out at churches because my wife and I at the time were separated, and I really had nowhere to go. I was kind of living out of my car at the time, and I was baptized Catholic May 8th, 1988, and that was the apparition of Michael in liturgics. Now, that date, I found out later, was both Michaelmas, which is kind of like Christmas that you celebrate Michael. It's a feast day. And it was also Rosh Hashanah. It fell on the same days. I said the Michael prayer that day, and I felt a warmth within me that I have never felt again, except when in extreme heat, like where I'm from in Nevada.
Yeah.
And it was definitely something. I couldn't tell what it was. Now, when I went into the church that I was hanging out at first, all these people eventually started coming in talking about some sort of meeting. And I was like, well, maybe I should go because I wasn't invited to this meeting. So I went to another church, and this was like a mega church out there in Washington. And they were having a meeting too. And I'm sitting in my car, and I'm wondering, what meeting is this? And it literally came to me right away. I said, this is a revival meeting. And I went inside, and I sat down in the front row. And this is what happened verbatim, I swear. The first thing that they did was this mega church has two churches that are the size of apartment complexes. The first thing they did was ask for more money. And that really upset me, but I let it go for the time being. And there was this lectern in front that said, please do not stand here. And I was looking at that, I was like, that's kind of weird. I think I know why they wouldn't want someone to stand there. But the pastor from one of the small towns in Washington was the person that was conducting this Rosh Hashanah meeting, and he blew the shofar twice. And when that happened, I was taken over. I stood up at the lectern, and I started speaking a language that I do not know, or I did not know at the time. I said, Kis custodes, ipsis custodes, ego sum. Who watches the watchers? I am. And he said, who are you? And I tried to tell them, because my message to them was we need to stop living within a misunderstanding. That is what I was going to say before I was jumped by 7 people, slammed my head against the wall, and I'm a disabled autistic person, so they had no reason to do that.
Right.
And then threw me out like I was basically Jazzy Jeff in the Fresh Prince, stole my Bible, and I turned around to them, and I said, in sarcasm, but in righteous anger, a plague on your house. And I walked back to my car, which was a Toyota Scion. Now, why that is important is I had no idea it was going to work.
Yeah.
The first case, like I said, was 11/17/2019 in China. The Chinese people see the bat as a divine symbol.
Why?
Now, I'm not sure. I would have to look into that.
Okay.
However, the first case in Washington, which that was the first case in America, had to have been contracted between 117 and 120 because it was 120 when they first found it. The next year in 2021 was when either the Delta or Omicron virus was found, and guess how much deadlier it was per this article? 7 to 171% more deadly. And at that point is when I said, this has to be a joke.
Well, do you know what these represent? So what Yahuwah showed me was corona obviously means crown. This is the crown of thorn virus that Yahuwah sends out over his people. This is the covering that he says enfolds and engulfs all his people. So whoever has taken that vaccine, there's no redemption. There's not. And that's so harsh to say because I have family members that have taken it. They've already tainted their bloodline. This is the genome of the Jenny cis, right? That is tainted. And hold on. Mm-hmm.
I, in a bit of seriality, because this happened, did take the first one, but I did not take the mRNA one that they were touting, because I said I cannot, in good conscience, not do this.
Did you take the Crown of Thorns one?
No.
Okay, because that was the Corona. Because yeah, I know there was one that was before the Crown of Thorns, the Corona, and then what they did, and if you look at this, I think they injected Jesus's DNA into that vaccination. They found, or Gilgamesh is is Gilgamesh Jesus?
I don't believe so. I think that he was a Nephilim.
Okay, so he is an actual long neck creature looking hybrid.
Well, what you have to understand is we all have this DNA within us. You know, all of the races of the planet.
Well, yes, right. We do. It's the Men of Renown DNA that Genesis 6 talks about. But what they did with him is he mutated his image, and this is what Nimrod did too. They all the way down the lines. They mutated their DNA with the zodiac animals, is what Yahuwah says. And when you read in, I believe it's Exodus 20, when he goes in and he says that the entities turned against him, it's the zodiac. They took every single image of the zodiac, and so that's what these viruses are. So it's the first one is the Crown of Thorn, which is that I think of that entity with the Jesus DNA, and then the Omicron, because it was only Japan that could create that because of something that happened in their land. I'm not exactly sure. Yahuwah hasn't revealed this to me yet, and that's why Fukushima happened. There's something deeper there. I don't know exactly what it is. But then this Omicron, when you look at Omicron, it's a scorpion. It's some kind of DNA of a scorpion. It's a blue blood, and so that's what
I'm a Scorpio.
Huh?
I'm a Scorpio.
Oh, see that?
Doesn't surprise me.
Okay, so then that's so the next one, I don't know what this next one is going to be. This pandemic that they're rising up in the United States now. Did you hear about it? They say that there will be rumors of disease and wars. Well, this one is supposed to turn the flesh.
There's been the resurgence of what was it, mumps or something like that in Texas.
Yes, So it's going to be the mumps. It's going to be baldness of women, as we're reading in Jeremiah, and it's going to be like leprous, like open wound sores. That's what the Father showed me. That's what this is.
About the church real quick, and then I'll let you go on as long as you want, if you don't mind.
What's that?
If I could finish the story.
Go ahead. Yeah. No worries.
In 1 Thessalonians 4:16 through 17, it literally says that when the shofar is blown, an archangel who stands between the sea and the land will come down with the voice of God and proclaim a message, and it warns to listen, or that's something that's run throughout all the Bible, that if a divine messenger comes to you and you fail to listen, that a plague will fall over the land, or a calamity will fall upon the people.
Right.
Now, it says after that, the dead in Christ will rise first and meet the Lord in the clouds. Now, where that church is in Federal Way, Washington, is the Valley of the Clouds. And that's the last part of the story that I wanted to tell you.
So what do you think the connection is here? Because I don't follow the New Testament. I've been able to research the inspirers, and they're literally they worship idols. Titus worshipped Apollo, which is Artemis, is the twin sister, like Romulus and Remus. So I know that book is quite a deception. Now, is there truth in it? I don't know. I see things that Yahuwah, but I know also that they've plagiarized the prophet's writings. That's exactly what we're told in Isaiah.
It's a lot of the same story, just retold.
From a Jesus perspective, they literally put their entity in all of that, and it's disgusting.
Well, yeah, and I mean, there is can completely see as, veneration being idol worship. But the way that I pray to the Lord is in His name. And when you take the designations of the angels and what they're used for, like the master of the air is Raphael, and the host of the commander of the host is Michael, etc. And you even go back into the Kabbalah and whatnot, and you find out that Enoch was turned into Metatron and Elijah was turned into Sandalphon. They're given designations, but I don't pray to angels. I pray to the Lord to use that angel in His name.
Yeah.
And words matter.
Okay, they do. And this is, okay, so you remember the dude that I just told you that had the 2 dreams, and my dream confirmed his 2? This man was chosen by the Sanhedrin, by the Knesset, to go to Israel barefooted. They would not allow him to get off the plane with shoes. He had to get off of the plane without shoes. They handed him linen clothing, a linen turban to put on his head. A taxi was waiting for him. They told him that he was to slaughter a lamb. The rabbi there's a video. I have it. I have the personal testimony from this dude Melky when he went there, and I have the recording that was done by Israel 365 when the rabbi said this man is the only man that is allowed to do this slaughtering. I know that man. That's who I'm talking about, that I know personally. He lives here in where I'm at right now, in the same state. I can't give his location, obviously, but he literally did the slaughtering of the lamb of the 70 nations and it was a spotted lamb. I don't know if you saw that. It was a spotted lamb for the blending of Jew and Gentile, just like Laban did with Jacob, and then not Laban, was it? Yeah, Laban did with Jacob, and Esau did with Jacob, right? So it was the same kind of blending. That was what that represented. But see, here's the thing. That dude claims to be Jesus. He's the freaking I know who the freaking Antichrist is. It's not this Mahdi. It's not. It's this dude Melky. He literally claims himself to be Jesus. And he says Yeshua. He's Yeshua in Hebrew. I'm like, you're stupid. And he says that he is also Elijah. So he is the spirit of Elijah. And these rabbis believed it, dude. These rabbis in Israel believed it. They allowed him to go to Israel and walk up and down the streets pronouncing curses over Israel. That's the reason why that they're going through what they're doing. They accepted the Antichrist. They accepted him without even realizing they accepted him. And the only way that they know that is because I'm the one who knows him personally. That's the only way that the Jews are going to know who I am, is I know this man personally. I have his personal testimony on my phone, on YouTube. I've been saying this since 2020. This man has slandered me like you wouldn't believe. He told me, he's like, you're never going to be a Rose of Sharon. My wife is the Rose of Sharon. Because this literally, this man comes from a line of Greek kings. Okay? And he literally, he's the freaking Antichrist. Yahuwah has revealed the freaking Antichrist to me. I know him personally. I can say that, and his website, or his YouTube is Beth Kavod. Please check it out. He still to this day declares it. And he says that he is the order of Melchizedek. He says that he is that person. Okay? Now, this is why what's happening to Israel is happening to Israel. Because of what they have allowed to happen. And I couldn't say anything. I had to be silent until we hit the 77s of sevens.
You know, the orthodoxy within Israel right now, they aren't really, and I don't say this to be anti-Semitic or like I want them to die or anything like that. Absolutely not. I want anybody to die.
Right.
But
none to perish.
They are not true Israelites. Is it Esau or Edom or something like that? Those are the Israelites that have taken over the land of and the orthodoxy.
You'll have to look at this rabbi then and confirm who he is, okay? Because he's on there. It's his video. It's literally filmed from Israel 365. So you have to tell me if that is.
And they are Israeli in the strictest sense, because true Israelites, except for maybe some of the tribes, I would have to look back into it, they were more fair-skinned than the Arabians. And that's the way I understand it anyway.
Okay. Well, you'll see that if you go on my page, you'll see it. I have the video posted for a reason. I knew that this was, and that's what people don't really like. So funny, like people like talk to me as if like I have no position to do what I'm doing, and they have no idea even who I am until now. And
Because they're uninformed, my people are destroyed by a lack of knowledge.
Exactly. And dude, I can't tell you how many. I feel like a broken record doing this, but I mean, as a priesthood, I'm a restorer. I cannot lead this priesthood because I am a female, but I am a restorer. My fiance, and this is all I can tell you, he's my watchman, and he can't come yet until like people like you start getting the word out that the watchman has been shown, the woman has been revealed. I need my brothers and sisters to help me out here because I don't know what I'm doing, and I'm scared to death of doing this. So you have this word now. I was fired from an employer who literally, he told me his son goes to Jewish school. He told me that he was going to research me out and we were going to have this back. And I can't give you the name because if I say anything more than what I can tell you, I will be thrown in jail because of where I worked. Okay? So my life, like I'm scared to get a job. I'm freaking terrified because of where Yahuwah keeps putting me. But he's putting me in these places to hear, I will say, briefings, because I can't reveal what I know until God, I have to be so careful with what I'm going to say here. Until the Father says I can. Let's just put it that way. That's what I'm going to say. Because I speak on his command. I don't speak unless he has told me to. I don't hold spaces unless he has said, get up and do it now. I don't get to live for myself. I don't. If I got to live for myself, my fiance would be here a long ass time ago. But since this is Yahuwah's plan, not my plan, I don't get to say what direction it goes in. I only get to tell you what comes out of my mouth as his spokeswoman, watchman. That Jeremiah 31 and Jeremiah 5, I mean, like you said, we're these people. Like, we are literally these people. And you hear so many people saying, no, those weren't actual people. They're metaphors. I'm like, no, they're not. They're real people. And the Father is literally telling people they are them. And if I know correctly, I know exactly who our modern day Moses is too. I know who Joshua is too. I know these things.
Right.
It's crazy.
Well, of course, I know who Joshua is because that's who I'm named after.
Yes.
I believe this is more of a pun. It's two puns. Joshua, Yeshua, Jesus. Joshua, Yeshua, Jesus. And then Yahweh, Joshua, Jesus. Second Joshua, may the force be with you.
Well, you also have to look at Hosea because his name was Hosea first before it was Joshua.
Well, I know that there is no J or anything like that.
No. But see, when we say that though, I know, but when we say that, I would just stick to Yehoshua because your name is Joshua. Don't do Yeshua because that just literally this messianic community that is going around. And I was part of it. I was part of the Now You See TV crew that has like over 1 million followers now, and I'm just disgusted. But they're literally watchmen. They claim to be watchmen, but they go from a historical aspect of things into the Tanakh, and they try and match it to the New Testament, and they try and create. It's just this horrible story that they do, and so this is what we're up against.
Well, I wouldn't completely deny the New Testament because it was written by.
I deny the story. I deny what I deny of the New Testament, and this is what I make very clear is that I know who inspired it. I know who added their information to it. Titus 2 tells us, slaves obey your masters. I cannot say that that is something I would agree to, but I can tell you that that is true. and we know that because of the Ark of Titus, when you do your research on why he said, slaves, obey your masters. And we know that that was our descendants, the Jewish people. That was the Hebrews that he literally annihilated and took off with their menorah and created the New Testament through Constantinople. Good job there, buddy. You know what I mean? That's what I know of the New Testament. That's what I take as credibility, is the historical facts, but not the story about Jesus.
Rome is the one behind it as well. There's so many theories on all this that I
Well, okay, so no, have you researched the actual word, the Bible? Because I have. It literally.
Yes.
What did you find out? I want to see. I want to see what you found out.
Well, in what regard do you mean? Because when people ask me big questions like that, I don't necessarily want to answer yet because I don't know what they're exactly talking about.
Well, that's why I'm picking your brain, because I want to see what you know first.
Well, have I researched the Bible? I mean, I've done my own independent research. I don't really tend to believe anybody about anything unless I see it for myself.
Okay.
And without the epistles of Peter, I would be completely lost in this life.
I think everybody would. We had to be in the deception to see that it is a deception, okay? And so let me give you my research on this, okay? So you have a better understanding of what I'm asking, okay? I researched the actual word Bible, and I found that it originated from the Mediterranean town of Byblos. And I went and I researched Byblos because these are like stepping stones, like rabbit trails, you know, like guidance to rabbit trails of where to go. And so I went to a very credible site called UNESCO. And under UNESCO, I looked under Byblos. These are like actual boots on the ground people that have been there, done artifact research, all that kind of stuff. These are scientists that can be literally proven credible. And as well as travelers, you know. And Byblos was where a trinity of Dagon, Asherah, and Baal were worshipped. And Yahuwah showed me that that's who these New Testament characters are. That Dagon is literally the father of the New Testament, and Jesus' father, Joseph, was a son of Enoch, and Jesus himself was the son of a carpenter, right? And so this is the characters that we have revealed. And so I took it a little further, and I was like, okay, well, who's this Jesus character? And then I learned that the letter J wasn't created until 1592, and I was like, so then if his name was not Jesus, what was his name before it was Jesus? And I looked it up. We have literal artifacts, like hardcore, like artifacts, like we have the Teldel the Teldel, what is it? Teldel stone or something like that. You know what I'm talking about. We have something like that. We actually have a fragment of this Isus Nephilim character as a giant who cuts down trees, and his name is Isus. So then I looked up the name Isus, which literally translates to Lord of Tyrannus, and he was called the people's god. And I mean, dude, this is Baal. This is Dagon, Asherah, and Baal's descendants. That's who all of these mythological creatures are. So when we're hearing the story,
But also there is intentions behind names though too.
exactly.
Michael, the Lord is salvation, and John is gift from God. Michael is the one like God.
Oh yeah, I mean my son's name is Nathaniel, gift of God. So
Right.
you know, so yeah, we had to be in the deception to come out of it. That's why Yahuwah says, come out of her. We've already been in it. And as soon as we realize that we've been in it, and that's the problem that Christians, Messianics, and Son of God followers alike don't see, is we're in it. We're already in the deception. Now you've got to come out of her. Hence, come out of the whore of Babylon. Come out of her, my people. That's why I stay very clear away from the New Testament, because I've done my research on it.
I can understand that.
Yeah. So your perspective.
I think that Paul is largely a fraud.
Yeah, definitely. Pauline Christianity.
And I think that there was a lot of truth in that movie that where Willem Dafoe played Jesus, and they have that fight about how Paul can make Christianity into whatever he wants to make it into.
Exactly.
And largely discounted Peter, and that's the stone that the builders refused. And I think that the Petrine inheritance is something very real, and that the only thing about Catholicism that I really respect is the prophecy of the popes, and I believe that is absolutely 100% a true thing, because I'm literally standing right here, and if you look at that thing that I put in the comment section, if you can tell me why my face is a 400-year-old painting, I would really love an explanation. But
I just can't get it.
I know that I am the Petrine inheritance. That's all I can say with 100, not 100%, but at least 94% of a certainty, and that Peter had a wife and a mother-in-law, and he did have children, and after he died, they scattered because they thought that they would be killed because he was the one with the keys to the kingdom, and even Catholicism knew that, but they have bastardized the faith ever since because he never willingly gave them up.
See, okay, so my understanding of this, of Paul, is he created Pauline Christianity because of Titus. Titus, if you understand what happened to Titus historically, Titus was about to be overthrown by the Hebrews because he was claiming himself to be the Son of God. Now, the Hebrews knew that that was not true because they knew that King David would be resurrected. That's what the prophecy says according to Ezekiel. And it's not a descendant either, because the descendant had the chance to already do it. That was Solomon, and he screwed up and put us into the situation that we're in right now because of the Pythagoreans priesthood, the brotherhood priesthood. Now, listen, Paul was given the order by Titus, and thank you, I'm glad you brought up that movie because this reveals exactly what happened. Paul was given the order by Titus to go to destroy the Galatians. When he went to encounter the Galatians, he realized that they served an entity named Isus. And this is what happened. This is historical fact. Okay? The Galatians were taken over by Paul through Pauline Christianity. When you do the research on this, Titus needed a new image because he worshipped Apollo and they weren't accepting it. So they took Isus, and then the Roman Republic was created by who? The Flavians of the Piso family, who then created the letter who then created the letter J to disguise this Galatians god Isus to now call him Jesus, or Jesus. That's what happened. That's why Paul's a deceiver. That's why Paul's a deceiver, because of what he did on command of what Titus said. When you look at the orders of Vespasian, which was Titus's father, he called himself God. He said, I am God on earth, and my son Titus is the son of God. And this is what Yahuwah tells us. It's the Baalims, which are the masters, and that's exactly what Titus 2 tells us. Slaves, obey your masters. And he was referring to, you need to obey the Flavians and the Piso family, who were the indoctrinators of Christianity through Constantine. That's exactly what happened.
I have read the book, Caesar's Messiah.
Yes.
I've watched the documentary, and I agree with you 100%. And that's the aspect of the New Testament that I will not even argue with you at all.
Okay.
But again, I don't discount everything that Paul wrote down only because I've had experiences that some of the words that are in Hebrews and or Ephesians have literally happened before my eyes.
Okay. The reason why that is, brother, and here's the thing, Yahuwah said that book is cursed. Why? Because Deuteronomy 21 was compromised with Hebrews 7:12, when they said that we have the authority to change the priesthood. We have the authority to change Yahuwah's laws. No, they did not. And so anything from that book that is a lump in the leavening. Okay, that is the lump being leavened. I cannot go in that book.
My life happened because of that book, in my opinion.
But here's the thing, that is the Enuma Elish. That is the playbook that they have had. And Ezekiel tells you there is nothing new under the sun. They're saying that it's new, but it was here before they were. And that is, if you look at what I've listened to the audio book of the Enuma Elish. It is about a bunch of gods who enslave a race. That race is us. That's what the New Testament is trying to show you. The reason why that book is true is because you're literally walking it out. You're walking out the Amorites' playbook. That's why people are like, oh, but it's so true. You can't discredit. I'm like, I know I can't discredit it because we're literally walking out what they've planned. But that's not the Father's plan. His plan is only in his prophets' writings and is in his Torah. We can't follow what that is saying. That's where we have to set ourselves apart. Because if we don't, we're no better than indoctrinating. We're no better than exposing those who are indoctrinated. We have a plank in our own eye. If we get in that book and we follow Deuteronomy 21, where Yahuwah says, I cursed anything that has to do with a man being hung from a tree. I cursed everything that has to do with that damn book. That's why I can't set foot in that book. And I won't. I will not.
Oh, I don't expect it to. I'm not trying to sell you or anything.
No, I'm trying to save you from being cursed, brother. Because Yahuwah says that book is cursed.
Looking back on it now, that you say that, my relationship with my wife, and what I found out recently is that the type of priesthood that I am within my DNA and whatnot is not supposed to marry a divorced woman. And
wow.
That entire relationship was a curse on me, believe me when I say that.
But Yahuwah is going to take those curses and reverse them to blessings because of your obedience. He says that. Don't let that, that's what he says. That's what I'm saying, because I'm a divorced woman and a widow. So why would he tell me that, but then have my watchman waiting for me as also of the priesthood as well? He's literally, I'll just say this. He is a freaking redhead. He is a ginger, and he is the sexiest thing ever. Okay? But why would he tell me that if that was the case? I'm telling you, Yahuwah has said that those curses that we received, right, for our obedience and continuing to tell people about him, and we can't lax. He says, if you lax, then I will lax on your blessing. I will lax if you're not working for me and you're not proving to me. I was in idolatry. I don't know about you, brother. I was in idolatry. I served the idol. My whole family is literally guilty as crap. Okay? So that makes me guilty. So I am literally saving my own generation of my bloodline, our bloodline, by literally nonstop telling people, nonstop. You are not to stop, is what he says. And if you are faithful to doing that, when destruction comes, any curses that you had brought on you, whether it be divorce, widowed, or whatever, those are all reversed. That is the understanding of Jacob's troubles. Jacob has been wrestling with Yahuwah all this time before destruction. And it's not until after destruction that the wrestling stops. That's the understanding of all of this. So please, do not have it in your spirit that you have married the wrong person, because Yahuwah says that he literally tests us with these things. And so anything that we have done that is not of him, and remember, she can change. If she's not, you know what I mean? She's no
longer with us.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
I really got taken to the cleaners on this one. And it was such a dark relationship in many different ways that it was literally a moment that I was like, something just isn't right here.
Wow.
And my life is very strange. I'm sure it's just as strange as yours. And
yeah. Jerry Springer.
The last 7 years of my life have been very, very hard. But it has also turned into a joke-like experience because I didn't stop. I knew that there was something happening. I just didn't know what it was until I did.
Yep.
And I followed it through, and
it is. You're already part of it. You're in the floodgates. That's why I received the floodgates. It was based off of what Job did with his friend when Yahuwah told him, I want you to do the sacrifice. This is how Job knew that his bloodline was the priesthood. That's what you just realized it. That's it. You said you're waiting for it. You're done. You're done. That's it. You're part of the floodgates. You're done. You're here.
The only thing that I wish is I feel like I was smart enough to figure this out beforehand.
Yeah.
But my family went out of their way to kind of hide it from me.
Oh my gosh, me too.
I think that there's reasons behind that, but I also believe in divine timing. He's never early and he's never late.
Right, right. You see, my mom took me away from my dad, as I told you, he represents Esau, okay? And then my mother represents Jacob. So this is no longer a Genesis 3:15 where they're jostling in the womb. This is a love connection. And I can only reveal that, but there is something with my own flesh that has been fulfilled that nobody would ever have expected to happen. But now that it has happened, now things can actually progress with the priesthood, and we have security on Esau's side and Jacob's side, just so you know now. So this is really super significant with these bloodlines, because they're, like you said, we literally are these families walking this stuff out. And as a blender, my family is the blender of Esau to Jacob. They literally are. That was why George Washington received that vision, right? And it was probably an image. He didn't receive a voice when Yahuwah said that I only give my voice out. See, and he said that they would follow the image based off of their vision of an image, just like Constantine did, just like Marcion of Sinope received. And he was the son of a priest. I don't know if you know that. He's the founding father of Christianity, along with Origen, the Catholic scholar, who made his own Hexapla of the prophet's writings based off of the New Testament that we have canon. So this is all pretty heavy. It's really, really heavy, and not many can take it.
Actually, I have a lot to learn from you when it comes to the Sanhedrin and the Tanakh and stuff like that I would be fascinated to learn, because I haven't done very much research into that as much as it's not that I haven't, it's that there's a lot of places that I haven't known to go, you know?
Yeah, I wouldn't say to trust the Knesset and the Sanhedrin until after Yahuwah destroys the idol that is in Jerusalem. And he's on his way to doing it. I mean, they're burning right now. So, and then they just got, their airport just got bombed. So Yahuwah is literally bringing this.
I believe that we do live in the New Jerusalem, and I do believe that Pope Ahmed V tried to stop the Crusades and move this way because he wanted the death to stop. They were ineffective. But when he came across the Atlantic with the Knights Templar, they literally purified this land with the Kensington Runestone. That was a holy land point.
Yes, you're right. And they moved it to the Knights Templar is in Arizona. It's located in the Tucson, Arizona Hohokam Artifact Library. We had there was actually a history documentary done on this. They found the Knights Templar, Tucson, Arizona, from Mexico when Columbus came doing the Knights Templar. They invaded in Mexico, then they went to Tucson, Arizona. They invaded my family. They indoctrinated them and turned them to Christianity. This sucks that I know all of this. I hate it. It's really just freaking unfortunate. But yeah, that's exactly what happened. And so the original, do you know that the temple's already built? The new temple it's already erected. It's in Tempe, Arizona. It has the exact dimensions. You can look this up. It's on, Yahuwah showed me this. It's the exact dimensions as the one in Israel.
Remember how I said I was chomping at the bit to talk to you about Arizona? I believe that 100%.
Yeah, it's in Tempe, Arizona. It's there. That's already built.
There's more to this stuff. I've received revelation, and I've done the research into it to where I believe that it can be very true big part of the end time.
Yeah, the Hopi are in deep shit. They're in a lot of trouble because of what they've allowed. Yahuwah is not happy with them. He is not happy with them.
Their prophecy in 1987 was where I was going with the November 17th thing. There's cycles of 37 years, and from the date that I gave you that Jesus was born in 3 BC, that was 1900 years, which is 40 Jubilees.
Oh, wow. And you know what? That's interesting because Joshua says something about that we have 40 years as the 5th generation. So anyone before 40 years of age, if they didn't realize the deception before that, they are not going to.
Well, I'm 37.
So, okay, so you've got some time.
When I was told that all of this will be resolved.
Yeah, exactly.
At least with the Catholic Church. Exactly.
And that's why I'm rising, because we are the restorers. We are it. We are. So I think that, okay, so I don't know if you've heard about the Mahdi that's rising up, but he literally made an announcement that all Christians' lives are severely in danger if they don't turn to the one Father. He said that. I literally watched a video this morning where he made that declaration across the nations. He's actually supposed to be selected as the Mahdi, right? Mahdi, I guess. So literally, there is a war, a genocide coming to Christians, and I've been telling them this. I've been telling Messianic brothers this. I've been telling anyone who is a Son of God worshiper, get back to Yahuwah now, because your life is about to be totally flipped upside down. And they're already here in the West. I helped a family of them, and I know for a fact because I overheard conversations when I lived in this apartment complex. I helped this family of these immigrants who are here to cause destruction, right? I helped them with their vehicle, jump their vehicle with my own jumper cables, and Yahuwah melted them. Yahuwah melted my jumper cables all over their vehicle's engine. Okay? So there's a reason why they're here. They're here for destruction, but they're here also for refuge, because they're literally hearing the one voice that's calling them. They don't know the name. They think it's Allah because of Aluah, when we had the, you know what I mean, when Semitic text. Literally, Allah means in Semitic writing, it means the one God, or the eternal God, or the great God. You know what I mean? It's referring to the one. And so that's why I have, I probably should update my profile here to be Esau and Jacob priesthood, because that's what this is. It literally is the Esau and Jacob priesthood. They come together, realizing that their nation has been deceiving them the whole time. And so as descendants, we realize our places as this priesthood scattered to the east and the west. And I had a brother who I haven't heard from him, and I'm scared. He is in Syria. He's only 22 years old, and he told me that there literally are bombs dropping where he is at. And he told me this like probably a month ago, and I'm like, I'm so sorry. And he's like, why is my nation doing this? I was like, because you realize the deception. You literally realize you're Esau rising out of your own nation, coming together with Jacob. And he was like, really? We're brother and sister? And I was like, yeah, we're not supposed to be enemies. He's like, but I thought, and I was like, exactly, your nation has you deceived because they are an Amorite nation, and they don't want us to realize that we're a priesthood. That's why they have the control that they do. That's why they can make the laws that they can. That's why they have these Amorite children as musicians, dancers, actors, that they're literally descendants. We look at Halle Berry's toes. She's got freaking 6 toes,
My grandfather, luckily, I have a joke. I never wanted to be a Kardashian. I wanted to be a Kardashian, which is a Star Trek joke.
That's funny.
But basically, my grandfather, lived long enough for me to have really gotten to know him better than I did. I probably could have been part of that, what do they call it, from child side of train wreck, type of thing.
What is it?
They call it like the child
You're talking about like Cabbage Patch Children?
No, I'm talking about like child stars, like in Hollywood.
Oh.
What you were talking about.
Well, they're making Petri dish babies.
People like Amanda Bynes and Justin Bieber and stuff like that. The Mickey Mouse Club.
The Petri dish babies.
Yeah.
Yep.
Like, I could have been that, but my grandmother on my dad's side changed my father's last name. And my grandfather didn't even know about it. She did it out of spite. But recently I learned that it falls into the whole DNA sequencing that I was telling you about, in which the priesthood that is hidden would change their names until the time is right to reveal themselves.
Really? Oh my gosh. Okay, so
I changed my name right back when my grandfather died. I meant to do it before he died because he kept getting on me about it, that he was afraid that his line was not going to be continued. And I just never got around to it because I couldn't afford it. It's expensive to change your name sometimes.
yeah.
And
Well, my
when he died, I finally got it done in Oregon because they do everything for free out here.
Oh wow. Well, that's good to know. My family.
If you're indigent like me, like I'm a disabled person who's autistic, you can claim mercy on the courts, I guess.
I can't do any of that. My mother didn't put me on my father's, or my father on my birth certificate, and my father's Native American, like full blown.
Okay.
And so I can't claim any kind of benefits because she didn't do that. And like, it just sucks, dude. Like, I can't claim anything of who I am, and I've been suffering my whole life, literally. And my mother, like, took me away. I don't think she purposely did take me away. I think that Yahuwah had it planned, because she married this dude who moved to California. And so I didn't get to know my dad. And here's the thing, this is really interesting too, and it's kind of, well, I'm going to share it anyway. So in Deuteronomy, when it talks about like the sin that would rectify a sin, so it gives an example of if a woman was pregnant and she was injured in the child and she lost the child, that the man who injured the child would be considered a curse, right?
Yeah.
Well, that exact same thing happened to my mom, okay? My mom, so my mom's sister and my mom, they were with, not twin brothers, but they're brothers, okay? And this is from the Martinez side of the family to the Buran family, okay? And this, I'm explaining the blending to you. And, so my mom's sister married my dad's brother, but my mom did not marry my dad because they had a child together, and he pushed her. He was horsing around with my uncle. Okay, so this is crazy. My dad is really my uncle, but my dad, okay, because of the brothers and the sisters, being together and having children. But so my uncle married my aunt, okay, and so my dad and my uncle were playing around, and they were on a flight of stairs, and my mom was standing at the base of the staircase, and he pushed her down the steps, and like they lost the baby. So then my father became a curse, and then my mother again, got pregnant and had me with him. So then I literally became part of the Esau and the Jacob curse that Yahuwah had pronounced over the nations when Esau started creating hybrid creatures and things like that. When Yahuwah had denounced them for that,
Mm-hmm.
So, because Esau is the one that blended into Edom and caused the hybridization with the Vatican and even the royalties, the family, the Windsor family, into them. So, they created the whole reptilian Archon race that they literally have established with the Queen and the King of England. But I mean, that's how deep this stuff goes, and it's scary and it's sad and it's dude, it makes you depressed when you realize all of these things about your own family. You know what I mean? Like, I had everything hidden from me. My mom took me away from all of that.
You know, I can tell you another story maybe another time. I'm just not ready to say it, but I've had something like that happen to me, obviously, from what I've told you. But there is others that have been born that I wasn't necessarily privy to until it was way too late.
What do you mean by that?
Well, I guess I might as well just say this. I was with a girl when I was 18 years old. I had just turned 18. And she had gotten pregnant, and she told me that she had an abortion. And I didn't know until my son was almost 16 years old. So the same thing keeps playing itself out within my family. And I'm also really glad that that happened, because he is not only a good boy, from what I understand, but there was no way that I was going to let him around my family with the fiasco that it was.
Yeah,
There's a lot of dark stuff that happened there, and I basically look at the parable of Moses, and I Moses my kid, man. I sent him down the river.
Yeah, see, that's exactly why my mom took me out what she did, because my aunt was beat. Like, I'm talking my uncle, I mean, I know his sin is gone, and he doesn't ever do that. It's been so long since he laid a hand on her.
And I'm actually not on his birth certificate either, so there's really no record of it except for the fact that he has the scroll with inside him.
Yeah, see, it's only for our lineage being able to tell who we are. And, I mean, our blood, too. I mean, I'm sure...
That's the whole meaning of John eating the scroll, and it became a part of him.
Yeah. Well, I mean, and this is the reason why our nation collects blood from us, is so they can identify who we are. They already know.
Yeah. I believe that. I mean, I've been learning a lot of calculations. Like, I believe in statistics. Like, there's that saying, damn lies and statistics.
Yeah.
And there's a lot going on that I think they know about. I think that...
Yeah.
I think that the word resonates within you. I think that they have the technology to track that.
But and they can't touch us either. You know that, right? Once we realize who we are, they literally have no permission to touch us at all. If they try, they will be killed.
They'll harass you with drones, and they'll harass you with UFOs and stuff like that.
No, they're not allowed. They're not allowed to touch the remnant. They literally don't have it in their spirit to even... If they did have it in their spirit to come after us, Yahuwah says that I will send somebody after them. We are literally protected.
That definitely happened. I mean, there's a lot of strange things that have happened in my life that I can tell you about within the last 7 years, especially, that I wouldn't tell you them as a story. Like, this story is something that I've told over and over and over again. It never changes, and it all happened, and it's all real. Like, it's like with that moment in Star Wars, that first new Star Wars movie where Han looks at them and he's like, "It's all true."
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, and Neo in the Matrix, dude. Like, that's what Yahuwah used for me. The Matrix, and if you've seen the Netflix series, The 100, oh my gosh, dude.
I have. I watched it when it was on network television, but yeah, The 100 is amazing.
Yeah, the City of Lights is the actual freaking Matrix, and Alexa and Clark are the only ones who freaking realize it. The only ones. Everyone else are literally NPCs, and that's what we see. Everyone around. Like, I could go to my neighbor, and they would be a freaking non-playable character because they have no idea of their bloodline, who they've been mixed with, anything. They don't know that they're a priesthood. Nothing. They know nothing.
Yeah.
And when people, and that's what we're doing here. We are bringing awareness to those who are a freaking priest and priestess, get your butt right with Yahuwah, because destruction is on its freaking way. And if you're not part of the floodgates, you're out.
You're in the spillways.
Exactly. So they don't realize, like, people, it's funny, I see people like unfollow me. I'm like, okay, you just set your own freaking salvation to nowhere. That, like, literally.
Well, yeah, I mean, I've struggled a lot with the divine timing of trying to get this message out and basically just bashing my head up against the wall.
You're not alone. You're not alone.
I've been beaten up at churches. Churches have literally called around to other churches because of my zeal.
Good.
In other words.
Oh, wow.
In order to tell them that I might be a Unabomber like terrorist. So
oh my
what
gosh.
Are you trying to do? Get me killed? Like, what is the goal here?
No, it's these Christians and Messianics, they literally are the ones that will perish for their lack of knowledge, because they have chosen to follow Titus.
It's just so poignant that they are treating those that resonate the same way that they treated the person that they killed.
Well, it's not going to happen anymore. Jacob's troubles are ending for those who are suffering servants. And that literally is a thus saith Yahuwah. We literally know this by the prophet's writing. So when you go into the Watcher, when you go into spaces, and I've told Brother Dan this as well as everyone else who follows me, when you go into spaces or I go into spaces, we need to be backing each other, because they literally have their own little army. We literally have the one voice. So their little army.
I was interrogated for 2 hours, but I stuck it out. I was like, no, I'm not giving up this. I'm not giving up.
Good.
Where I stand is who I am is where I stand. Where I stand is where I fall.
Yes. So when you please, when you go into spaces and you notice these Christians and Messianics and son of God worshipers alike gambling up on you, please message me, call me. Say, Raw, I need you, because we need each other. And Dan, same for you. I even tell my brother Shaul, who I am seeing, honestly, he's the modern day Moses. He's literally writing the Torah in Sanskrit. Did you know? Like, you don't know that, but yeah, this brother Shaul, he is literally writing the Torah in Sanskrit, and it's beautiful. And he's an orphan. And he's like, I don't know who I am. I just know what the Father told me to do. I'm like, I know who you are, and you're so precious. It's so funny. He won't talk about the prophet's writings at all. But he was the man who witnessed me receiving the floodgates and the flood of people. He is the man who did. And so he doesn't realize how precious he is. I should invite him. You have to meet him. You have to meet Shaul. I have to invite him right now.
I would love to meet anybody. I can break bread with anybody. I can talk with anybody. I try to be at least informed enough to have a conversation.
I love that. And that's where it is. That Yahuwah is literally bringing his remnant together. This is the understanding. You do know, what is your understanding of Isaiah's children's names? I want to see if you have the same understanding that I do.
My understanding of Isaiah's children's names, honestly, that's something that I'm not going to speak on because I really don't understand it.
Can I give you the breakdown of what the Father gave me?
Yeah, and I'll take what you say and I'll do my own research, because it's not that I don't believe you. I'm just a trust but confirm type of person.
And that's the way you should be. Don't take my word for it. Go research what I've said. Because I guarantee you, anything that I tell you, I've done the research already. So, but yes, please, that's how we sharpen each other. And if you find something that I'm wrong about in my research, please show me, because I am all about iron sharpening iron. I love my proverbs. I love them. Literally, we were given them to love.
Obviously, what's my favorite proverb? I really like the ones that talk about the Lord testing the heart. The fact that David may have been a terrible person at times, but he was a man after the Lord's heart.
Yes.
Proverbs 17, the kiln for silver, the furnace for gold, the Lord who tests the heart. I think that talks about the keys. It's not necessary. That's why the keys are symbolic, and they're silver and gold and paintings and whatnot. But the keys are accessible to anybody with a good
Exactly. And I think, and that, you know, I really believe that our nations have bastardized David. Like you said, he may have done what he did, but he's literally only flesh. And that's what the Father's trying to show us is.
And Peter was a impetuous child. In many ways, I am too. I curse like a sailor, and he was a fisherman, so it makes sense.
I curse like a fisherman too. I was raised by 7 older cousins. Boys. All boys.
At the time, I can say with confidence that there may be somebody as much, but there is nobody out there that loves his fellow man as much as me.
See? And that's precious. I feel the same exact way. It's like, I am doing this for the remnant. This is not for me. I could be playing a video game or watching a movie with my son, but no, I don't neglect my son. But what I'm saying at this point is I could be doing those things and sitting here with my brothers and my sisters trying to help them awaken, because that's where it is, you know. And it's so funny. I get in spaces and people are like, "You're so mean. You have just an evil spirit." I'm like, no, I have a stiff-necked, you need to awaken kind of spirit, because that's what Yahuwah sends out in this hour. It's not a sugarcoat, let me, butter your berries for you. It's not that. It's literally, I'm putting the gavel down before Yahuwah does. If you don't get right back to the Father, you're destroyed. You're done. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. Literally, the minute that a bomb hits the United States, everybody's going to come flocking. Everybody. They're going to be like, oh my gosh, how did you know? Well, I don't know. I've been saying this since 2020. You tell me. You know what I mean?
What I'm working on right now is I put a press release that I did myself, and I need to get that out into the ether so it gets traction, because this conclave is going to happen. But if we can get it there sooner than that, and they take realization that this is real, that I'm legitimate, it could completely upend what they're trying to do, and they're going to have to actually acknowledge that I exist.
That's why I think the Mahdi is rising, because they're going to kind of help us along. Because the Mahdi literally gave a message straight up to Christians and Messianics. Like, there is no joke. And they should be terrified, because they're already here in the West. We know this. And they've been here since 2013.
I think that the QAnon movement has been kind of a boondoggle in the way that people have kind of turned it into a cult.
What's QAnon? What is that movement? I don't know what that is.
It's the far right movement in which there was posts put out that were, a lot of it was disinformation and kind of like theatricality, deception, being, powerful agents type stuff, in which there were clues all along the way that I was able to discern from that were synchronicities within my life, like movie examples, and just kind of explaining what has been happening between the two parties over the last, 200 plus years.
Yeah.
And it wasn't, everybody thinks that like all these people are going to be rounded up and arrested all at once, and they're going to, get all these child molesters and pedophiles off the streets and whatnot, which they are. But if you really think that you're going to see mass perp walks, that would make us look like Soviet America. That's not going to happen. But that's what people are expecting. But there was a purpose underneath it. The Q movement, Q is 17. That's the number of victory. Q is logia, or logos.
Well, from my understanding, okay, there you go. There, you just said it. There, I was waiting for you to give me the word. Okay, so you said logos. Where did the logos come from? The Pythagorean Brotherhood priesthood. Okay, that's what you're seeing rising up. And what is that? That is Karl Marxism. That is Marxism. That is what we're seeing coming to America. That's what their original plan was from the beginning. If you read the Morals of Dogma, what is it? Morals and Dogma. That's what it is, by Albert Pike. If you read that or listen, I listen to the audio because I really have a hard time retaining stuff. I'm ADD, so I have to listen to it. And I listened to that, and it tells you exactly what the plan is. And they say it's a race war, and everybody thinks that it's like about, blacks versus whites. No, it's not. It is about the Christians it's about Son of God worshipers versus those who serve Yahuwah alone. And they know this. That's why they made that playbook. Huh?
More to what I was saying. I think that the people that have architected it knew exactly what you were saying, and they've co-opted it to throw it back in that priesthood's face.
Yes.
And what they were looking for was high-functioning autistic people, or at least one. And guess what? They may have thought that they were going to find the devil, but they found me, and I'm pissed.
Well, see, that's Manly P. Hall. That's Albert Pike. That literally, these are all people who had disabilities, and Nikola Tesla.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you do your research on all these people, and this is where Psalm 78, Psalm 79 comes so powerfully into play, where it says, our nation's fathers deceived us. The nation's fathers. When you start going down that rabbit trail, then things start getting ripped open that you're just like, oh my gosh, why in the world did I even open up that rabbit? Because you don't want to know these things. You don't.
But I also very much think that they were trying to awaken those that are Petrine inheritance and find the true Petrus Romanus, which is that's the same Malachi prophecy. And the reason why I say that is because I read 2 books on it, in which it started as it was like propaganda, in which they were trying to say this person was going to be the false prophet or the last pope that would destroy the church and therefore the world. But then the guy eventually came around to realizing that maybe this person isn't that he's out from outside the confines of the cardinalship, except for the fact that maybe I was a cardinal in Little League Baseball. But, like, this person was probably going to be seen as strange, as a loner, as neurodivergent, etc., and I stand as a living witness to saying that guy was right. And I wish that I could speak to him today, but he died about a year and a half ago before I really got a handle on what this really was. And thought that may have been a good idea because he probably could have helped, because those books were bestsellers. It's Petrus Romanus, The Final Pope is Here, and Exo Vaticana, which talks about Arizona, actually, Mount Graham.
What?
But
that what you put in the purple pill?
I mean, I can show you those if you want. But no, what I put in the purple pill was the press release that proves my DNA, and then I also put pictures of me, a picture of me next to a painting of Peter that's 400 years old, and you can clearly see that is what I would look like in about 25 years.
See, and I believe, and that's the thing, now that you're saying that, like, these, like, we're literally playing out each character from the prophet's writings, and you're saying the New Testament, so I'm like, maybe, there is something, because remember, it does say in Hebrews 7:12 that those of the priesthood did change the priesthood. They're the only ones who are allowed to do it, right? Because they're the only ones who had authority.
Like I said, they went into hiding, and they've been in the background, but they've been too afraid to come out and face the bloodlines like the Rothschilds and the Merovingians and whatnot.
Okay.
And they've interceded with them and married them in terms of peace and whatnot. But I am not willing to do that. I am willing to come out and be a soldier for the truth. Onward, Christian soldiers.
Well, I'm not no Christian, but I mean.
Well, I mean in the spirit of what that means,
Yeah. Like we see with this dude Tom McDonald, and you know that the Micks are all of the priesthood, right? Mick Cafferty, Mick Fee, McDonald. Yeah, they're all priesthoods. I mean, not priesthoods. They are the Levite priesthood. yeah, that's all I wanted to say with that. Go ahead.
Well, and I mean, like I said, I came in and I told you that if I'm a Christian at all, it's only because I was baptized Catholic. I had nothing to do with that. I was a baby.
Right.
I was baptized on Easter of 2019 because I told my friend that I would do it with him.
Yeah.
And aside from that, I've been really not much of anything except a conscious observer.
Yeah, see, when you go into baptism, you take on the spirit of whoredom. That's Hosea 4:12.
Yeah.
And that's what people don't realize. You see all these people, oh, I got baptized. I'm like, you just took on the spirit of whoredom.
I've had my head anointed as well, like they do in the old Jewish traditions, by my grandparents who were technically elders of the Petrine inheritance, and that's when the Holy Spirit really did kick in. Like it's insane how quickly and how hard it goes.
Yeah, I received my anointing from a dude. He actually, well, the anointing that I received was from this dude Rodney, who he actually was. What?
No, I was just like the way you said it was like good old Rodney.
Well, this dude, we were in a Sunday church together, and I had met him and his wife, and he actually runs a refuge camp in Fort Huachuca, which, from my understanding, literally they just received like a massive fire. I didn't know any of this. I was researching this morning. I was like, no way. And so this is their refuge that was, well, and guess what? They're Messianic. They believe in Jesus, that you're Yeshua, right? And so this dude specifically, he brought that guy that I was telling you about that did the slaughtering in Israel, a massive emerald diamond. I saw it. I was like, what the hell? And he gave it to him. He said that he was his priest. And I'm like, ew. Are you kidding me? Malky is not your freaking priest. But he swore up and down that he was. But I received that anointing from that dude and from this Malky dude and from this dude who claimed to be an apostle. His name was Mornay Johnson. You can research him. He lived in Africa. He's like whiter than sour cream. But yeah, he lived in Africa, and he was told that he was an apostle, and he literally went into my Sunday church at the time that I was going. Huh?
I hate when people do that, like they make themselves self-appointed apostles. It really chaps my ass.
It wasn't something that was self-appointed, though. The whole, like, all of Africa knows him as this.
Okay.
So he's very well known.
I thought you said he was wrong, so that made him one or something.
No. He was known, and he's known amongst the Pentecostals. He's really great friends. Well, was really great friends with a Pentecostal pastor, because that's the church that I came out of, was a Pentecostal. And he had gone in to do a sermon, and the pastor was like okay with it. And Rodney and Malky wasn't there. It was just me and Rodney and my friend. And he gets up and he starts talking about how the church is in idolatry with the pagan holidays. And I kid you not, in the middle of his lecture, the pastor interrupts it, kicks him out, and says, "Get out, we never want you to come." I mean, I witnessed this whole thing. My friend did, Rodney did. It was nuts. And so I stopped going to that congregation because of that apostle who said that he was led by the Father to bring people out of the congregations, because that was the whore. And he had like this understanding where he could like dissect in a deeper way than just what you would read as would be considered face value on top of a page. He was like going into the deeper layers of it.
That's my gift too. I can see patterns in ways that people don't.
Yeah.
Like I've been able to reframe some of the epistles, and the epistles of Peter, in my opinion, were not necessarily letters to everyone that wanted to read them. I think that they were letters to his progeny.
Yeah.
You know, and then I also did.
Well, they were a priesthood. That's what Hebrews 7:12 tells us. They were the priesthood, and they decided to go against Yahuwah. And they were not only the priesthood, but I believe these were the Zadokite priesthood, because Yahuwah tells us that they went astray.
So, just to clarify, like I understand your qualms with like the namings of the Savior. I believe that as well, but it's just a really bad habit to call him Jesus because that's what everybody calls him. And I think that my intention behind it is still pure, even if the word isn't. And I understand that that's kind of like spelling or something like that. But you do believe that there was a begotten Son of God that died?
No, I don't. No, because, and the reason why is, I mean, in Jeremiah's writings, when we get into that, we're going to probably get into that afterwards. I'm going to start a different space up, just because I like to keep them separate and recorded. And this, this is the Tanakh portion, so I'm not going to try and mix it. But it tells you, Jehoiakim literally destroyed that prophecy. And this is what Nathan tells King David on his deathbed. He says, dude, if your child destroys this covenant, this peace covenant, it's going to go back to you, dude. And he tells him this on his deathbed, so he couldn't have been talking to him about during his life, because it's on David's deathbed. It's in 2 Samuel, okay? And Solomon was the branch. He was the vine that Yahuwah had created. But because Solomon went and deceived and, worshipped these other gods and allowed the priesthood of the Pythagoreans to be started, he lost the title. And so then the branch becomes the remnant. The remnant becomes the branch at that point. And that's only those who represent Yahuwah at the end, when he sends out his one voice at the time that Daniel's books are open, which was 2020. So
I believe you 100% there. Like I also put a prediction in which I said the world changes in 2020 in the purple pill.
Yeah, it did. Yeah. I was shown Job, that when I was, because what happened with this whole pregnancy thing is, I had the operation. My son had spina bifida. He was diagnosed with spina bifida. And they had told me that there was this rare procedure that could be done, that they have been able to correct spina bifida. And my son's spine was hanging out of his back. Okay? And I went and I had this procedure done. I got out of the hospital. Then I had something called amniotic separation, where the whole amniotic sac separated from the wall, the abdomen wall. And so Zechariah was bouncing around like a ball, literally like Job, where it says that he was like a drunkard, the earth was like a drunkard man. That's what Yahuwah showed me when my water broke. And I believe it was December 10th that it broke, if I'm not mistaken. And it was 3 days after my ex-husband's father passed away. One of literally he was a doctorate. He had a doctorate in Zachariah Sitchin's work through the Anunnaki. He literally worked with those men. I mean, it was bad. In Ohio, okay, where my baby was born, and his father passed away. And something happened. I think there was some kind of curse because he died just like my son did for 30 minutes and was brought back to life just like my son did. But they had already, the lidocaine patch had already fried my son's brain. And that's how they killed my son. They put a lidocaine patch on him. It's crazy because the night before I was in so much pain, because this surgery had caused me to have an open wound inside my stomach that Zechariah was constantly kicking and ripping open. Like it wasn't able to heal. He was constantly ripping open, and I would scream at the top of my lungs in a hospital when this would happen. And so dude, how does a doctor not know if you put a lidocaine patch on a pregnant woman, you're not going to turn a child acidic? I didn't know this, and it was for my lack of knowledge that he perished, right? And literally, my baby turned acidic in the morning, and my baby was being monitored. Okay, my water broke 3 days after my ex-husband's father died. Okay, my water broke, and so my baby was forced to make amniotic fluid with me drinking water, ridiculously amounts of water, right? So he could produce amniotic fluid, and he did, and he was doing an amazing job. And I was monitored every 3 days. I had ultrasound done every 3 days to make sure that he was okay. And then every day, like every 3 hours, I had my vitals checked, and he was put on a heart monitor. So this was a serious surgery that we had done. It was very successful. I had magnesium shot through my bloodstream. My baby's feet were kicking. He was going to walk. Zachariah was going to walk. And it was going to be the most amazing story. But Yahuwah had other plans. And he had that doctor, and I'll never forget it. He was a redhead. He was a freaking ginger. And he came in, and he came with the nurse. And I said, "Are you sure this is not going to hurt my baby?" And I'll never forget the nurse. She said, "The doctor would never put anything on you that would hurt your baby." And that morning, Zachariah turned acidic and died for 30 minutes, just like his father did. And they revived him 30 minutes later. So this is pretty heavy stuff that we're getting into. But no, I am not a believer that a son of a god can die for your sins. I believe that Dagon, that is Dagon's descendant, who says that he can. If you look at the prophecies of Baal that Jeremiah says that they were spreading. Huh?
Like one of the princes of hell, or is it another Dagon?
This is the Dagon. This is the Dagon that Yahuwah destroyed the statue.
Okay.
This is the nemesis.
Okay.
Yes. And this is who I believe the New Testament is based on. Because when you look at the prophecies of Baal that Jeremiah talks about, they were the prophecies of the women. And when you look at the prophecy of the women, this was the oracles of the Sibylline prophecies, which were prophesying of Dagon, the prophecies of Baal. And when you look at the story of Baal, Baal was the son of Dagon and Asherah. Literally. So this literally tells you what the New Testament is based on. It is the Biblos Bible of the Mediterranean town of Byblos. That is the doctrine that was being spread. So that doctrine of the New Testament is the Byblos doctrine of Dagon and his descendants. And if you look at a lot of the apostles' names, there's one of them in there, and I believe it's in 1 Peter. I actually got kicked out of my mom's church when I exposed this, the day that I did. And I looked up, as he was reading it, I for the life of me, I can't remember, but one of the characters in Peter's books, his name literally means dedicated to Artemis. So, yeah, these apostles that they're claiming, their names literally represent the descendants of Dagon and Asherah. And Artemis had a twin sibling, which was Apollo. And so that's who our Statue of Liberty is today. It's Apollo and Artemis. They're one and the same. They represent the male and the female, right? The duality. So, these are some of the many reasons why I don't follow the New Testament, because I've done my research on the roots of the New Testament and the apostles behind them. Yes, they were priesthood, but they were seriously misled. And you know, it's funny, I had a brother in here, Joseph. He's a hardcore Christian, and he was trying to tell me, well, Abijah was of the Zadokite priesthood. And I'm like, I know. And he's like, well, how can you say that this is the wrong priesthood? And I'm like, because Abijah saw a vision. And John the Baptist was Zacharias of Abijah's son. Like Abijah, or Zachariah of, I think it's Jehoiada. Zacharias of Jehoiada. That was of the Abijah priesthood, which was of the dark prophets of Dagon, Asherah, and Baal. And so we see this because who's listed in the New Testament? the priest Abijah. So you see that he was appointed in First Chronicles, and that's what this brother was pointing out to me. He's like, but Abijah was appointed in First Chronicles as the Zadokite priest, and I'm like, exactly my point. And then he's mentioned in the New Testament, so you can see where he deceived Yahuwah. You can see it. You can see where he allowed the descendants of Dagon, Asher, and Baal to be infiltrated into the priesthood. And Joshua 9 tells us that it was done by a woman, and I believe this very well could have been a Mary Magdalene descendant, right, with a woodcutter, and that was the Moabites. That's who Joshua appointed as the woodcutters and the water bearers. And that's how Joshua 9 tells us that it was deceived.
When it comes to Mary Magdalene, you know,
she's a whore of Artemis.
I believe that Peter and Mary Magdalene, it's very, very likely, if not likely, that they may have had a relationship because of the fact that the apostles were very disturbed by the fact that he and her, one, didn't really get along, but yet they would have, you know, audiences with each other alone. So it may have been like a love-hate relationship type of thing. And the thing about Mary Magdalene is that they haven't, maybe they have and they just haven't told us, but they haven't sequenced her DNA, so I can't make a claim to that necessarily, other than what those medical journals say, which the Magdalene Watcher line goes back all the way to the beginning. So that's as much as I know about that. And
yeah, from my understanding, this is connected to Lilith. So.
Well, yeah, but it also means that bloodline is within me, and I don't necessarily see it as a bad thing.
No, and that's the thing. The men of renown were not meant to be bad. They deceived. They literally deceived by Dagon leading them. Dagon I believe, was the cherub. I believe he was the serpent that was in the garden. I believe that his first image as a cattle animal may have actually been a lion. And we have a lot of evidences of this, of the god of, what is it? The lion god. I forget what his name is. But this goes along with the line of Judah, all of this. That cherubim or seraphim, whatever he was, that serpent took all of these things. He was literally the head of all of that stuff, and he took it away from Yahuwah. And he took the DNA, his own DNA. This is how we get the serpent DNA through the Arconians. That he took his own DNA and mixed it. This is what we're talking about, Genesis 6, the men of renown. That's exactly what he did to start.
That's the RH.
Excuse me for just 1 minute.
Yeah.
Just 1 minute about lions, because Dan is a lion's whelp according to Exodus, I believe.
Exactly, that's where I'm getting that from.
He's also a serpent, by the way, but he is used by God, so to...
Yes, he is, and that's what I'm saying.
Anyone has an idea of anything that's going on, it's kind of ridiculous.
That's what I'm saying, is what if, like, Dagon is literally being used by Yahuwah to try and deceive his people? And literally, you hear about, like, I mean, Dagon was this myrmidon, right, as Dan says, and literally they have these descendants. And if you look at what Hollywood is doing, they're literally trying to find Dagon's descendants to eat them to sustain their own life. And this, I think, has something to do with the Leviathan, because it says that if you consume the Leviathan's flesh, it gives long life. And so is Dagon this actually Leviathan creature who mutated his DNA to deceive the nations, disguising himself as every creature of the zodiac, is what I'm seeing.
Yeah,
he's done.
To be honest with you, when you say the word Leviathan, the word Levi comes into mind.
Well, yeah, he was literally a head over. Like, was he really the choir director? Because it literally was the voices that went out that were the deceivers. And Yahuwah said it was his one voice that we were supposed to listen to. These are just things that the Yahuwah has impressed upon me. I've gone this route with Dan, and we've talked about this, getting into the hippocampus, and how Philo of Alexandria was not even human, and neither was Alexander the Great, because he literally is recorded saying that he was not of the human flesh, and that he needed to go to Egypt to seek the seer in the saltwater oasis of Siwa. So when you do your research on all of this, this literally goes back to Dagon being the arch nemesis of Yahuwah then and now, and his descendants too. I know that was a lot, but that's what Yahuwah unpacked to me in my research that he showed me.
I know. When it comes to arch nemesis, I think of the Creator. I don't think he has one.
But I mean, he's made to look like he's against Yahuwah, is what I'm saying. Like, he's made to look like he's, I'm against him, but because Yahuwah says, I'm testing you. That's why I get the indication that he's working for Yahuwah, is he literally knows what he's doing. And this happens and that's why it's able to repeat itself over a period of 400 years for each civilization that happens, is because it's the same story over and over again as the same test given, to see if we would remain faithful to Yahuwah, as he says. Do we go the way of the archangel cherubim, or whatever he was, that was the serpent in the garden, to deceive and test from the beginning, because Adam and Eve failed? Did he, and I do wonder this, if he could take his DNA and mix it with an animal, did he try and take his own DNA and mix it with Eve? And did that actually happen? That, I mean, like Dr. Michael Helser says, there's some really deep research that can be done on all of this that would lead one to that kind of conclusion. We don't know, and I'm not claiming to know. I'm just saying that these are some very real things that scholars have brought to light that we have looked at as just a conspiracy. But are they really? Was this really just the test from the beginning? And we know that sex is super sacred. All these entities were all about fertility. They shared their wives, their children with their wives and their daughters, and they did all this stuff, is what Yahuwah told us.
Yeah, they were definitely into the trying to keep their bloodlines pure. Do you know where the phrase "many tekel Yufarsin" comes from?
No idea.
You know the language.
No, what language?
King Menes.
It's Egyptian?
Yes, King Menes of, I believe, the 6th dynasty.
Oh, wow.
So that's why I posted that thing down there in the bottom about the Happy and Horus, and if you look at the whole pantheon, because as soon as you'll be sent back to Sodom, it helps to know who the people were. So
most definitely.
The Happy thing there is it's interesting because it sounds like the Hopi prophecy, which is very similar to a lot of other prophecies people have put out there. So there's definitely what seems to be a connection there.
That's what I was trying to talk about earlier, actually. But go on. I want to hear your idea of it.
Yeah, when you brought up Ashkenazi, I'm not sure. Is that Polish?
Yeah, it's diaspora from Eastern Europe.
Yeah, they're in good shape because if you look at the sign of the sky, the Gemini symbol, it has 2 stars, main stars, Pollux and Castro. Or Castor.
Siri too.
Castor oil is. And then, look, it's just a sign. It is meant for signs and seasons as well, but it does look like it's prone when you sit on it, and it does look like an arc if you flip it upside down.
Well, so what my understanding is, it was I kind of sought revelation on, and it kind of put together the story for me, is the true white brother will go to the Hopi with the other half of the tablet, which I believe is highly likely in Tibet. And that's where the Dalai Lama comes in. That's why I mentioned him earlier. And that is the East meeting the West. And that tablet is a keystone that will bring that ark either out of the sky or up from the earth.
Okay, I got a question about this, because I came across some videos where these Tibetans that you're talking about that hold this knowledge are not even, they're these men of renown that are holding this secret knowledge, and that they actually want to give it to us who are the remnant so that we can possess it. What are your thoughts on that?
The true white brother going and getting the tablet so we can possess it.
Okay.
Whatever's on that tablet is Enochian or something like that.
Got it. Okay, that's what I thought too. The Akashic records.
Yes.
Got it.
In a way.
Okay.
There may be more than one tablet. It may be like that supernatural where there's like a Leviathan tablet, a demon tablet, an angel tablet, you know? But that's basically the idea that I got from it. It was very similar to that.
Well, we know that. The Emerald Tablets of Thoth. Remember, he tried to...
Yeah.
And what is your understanding of wisdom? Who do you think wisdom is?
Well, I mean, I think that there's a lot of mystery schools that have wisdom. I mean...
Can I tell you what Yahuwah revealed to me?
What's that?
Yahuwah revealed to me, through the wisdom of Solomon, his apocryphal writing, chapters 1 and chapters 9, as well as Proverbs 3 and Proverbs 8, and I believe in Jeremiah it does...
Yeah.
What?
I think the Keys of Solomon are actually a really interesting writing. Even the Lesser Keys of Solomon that was supposedly written by LaVey.
Well, here's one to throw you. I'm going to throw something at you that I encourage you to dissect, because I've dissected and I've already come to this conclusion, and everybody thinks I'm off my rocker about it, but this is what Yahuwah has shown me. Okay, Proverbs 3, Proverbs 8, and as the wisdom of Solomon, I told you chapters 1 and chapters 9, they tell us that wisdom herself is an actual entity. She tells us that she was with Yahuwah in the beginning and the foundations of the earth. She is the fulfiller of Genesis 1:26 and 1:27, where it says, let us make them in our image. She is Yahuwah's wife. She's Yahuwah's wife, because what did Yahuwah say that he made male and female to do? Marry as husband and wife.
I have an opinion for this real quick about wisdom.
Go ahead.
Because it reminds me of something about a tent stake. And Deborah.
Yes.
And Israel, or Sister Reed. And Abraham when he went to, Hagar and to Sarah.
Okay.
And he said, wait, what did he say? He said, remove the tent stake because it is displeasing. Wisdom means put a better tent stake in there.
Yes.
And that is much more proper. And that is respect of the Father. God. That's what I'm saying. When you brought up wisdom, because I did the Norse mythology, and there's a tent stake in someone's head. And if you look at that, that's also part of Roman...
Well, remember,
like
Thoth,
one of the people.
Thoth was all of this mythology as well. Remember, he tried to take wisdom's position from her. He tried to take Yahuwah's wife's position by claiming it of his own. And that's exactly what Sophia did too.
That's why I posted that little picture down there in the blue pill. Have you looked at it yet? Toph is looking over at Happy, or Hopi. He's just looking at him like, what are you talking about? And Hopi's like, something different is going on here, Toph. I mean, I know you know the tinkerings of this and that and how to build pyramids, but there's something bigger and it's up above.
Yeah.
Like I said, when you look at the image, it's interesting because Toph is kind of caught off guard. That's what it looks like.
Yeah.
You have to understand that a lot of this stuff is inverted, though, to kind of confuse people. I think that there's a big possibility that there is a Sheol or a hollow part of our earth, and those pyramids are actually parasitic to what may be the Garden of Eden.
Yeah.
Or at least the realm of Eden.
I'm seeing that connection too. You're not the only one who's come to that conclusion, brother. I'm definitely on that same page. That's why they're revealing all of these things under the pyramid now.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, it's research that they've done, 50 years ago, but it just came out now. And it's also stuff that when you really read into it, it's kind of obvious what they're trying to say, like what all these spires and stuff like that. Like if you believe in like the Tartaria type thing, or
Yes.
even the Space Needle in Seattle and the ley lines, it's very clear that that energy has to be coming from somewhere, and it has to be coming from the source. And what we see as the source and God is Eden, right? I mean, that's the way I see it anyway.
Yes, and Tartaria is where the crucifixions happened, which was in Russia. I don't know if you know that.
Yeah, it's in Siberia.
Yes, so Tyria plays a huge role in Russia, and the crucifying of what Isus had required as far as the victims go. Well, they were trying to, this Amorite race has been trying to wipe out the priesthood, trying to wipe Israel up off the map. And
well,
so
that was the whole point of reinstituting Israel in 47 with the Rothschilds and stuff like that.
Yep.
They basically wanted to end every other bloodline but themselves.
exactly. That's perfectly said.
But it's not going to work because, I kind of see the instituted priesthood of my family anyway.
We're raising.
And, obviously, in alliance with all the other priesthoods once it comes back as like a deep cover 007 type thing.
Yes.
It's a twist at the end of the movie.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
That's what we are. That's exactly what I said earlier. I think in my video, I don't know if it was yesterday or the day before, the last time I did a video, and then today. Yes, this is a covert operation for Yahuwah. It's a hidden, yes. And we're the finishing blow.
The game was afoot, and it was a long game, just like Sherlock Holmes. And I've come to the realization that if you eliminate the impossible, the only thing that's improbable must be the case.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. So you're here. You're here by divine purpose. This space was started at 3:33. I literally held it exactly at that time. Yeah, it was. Huh?
6:21.
6.
Nice.
So yeah, Yahuwah said, and it was funny because I was out.
Hey, it's the longest day of the year. It's the longest day of the year.
Today?
House that smited the winter house in Amos.
Today is the longest day of the year?
Oh, it's 6:21.
Oh,
Summer solstice.
interesting. Okay.
And you were in Jeremiah earlier talking about things like this, and it's like the book of Amos plays into this quite well as well.
Do you realize that's part of the Tanakh portion, I believe? Amos is Kedoshim? Yep, Amos 9. Is that where you were going?
No. I remember you were talking about the summer fruit and the winter fruit.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Summer
I
house.
really believe
Book of
in
Amos.
the numbers.
Yep.
It's 5-4, and that's also 4-5, which 45 is a brand new life.
Okay. I don't know too much about gematria. I'm learning right now. Yahuwah has me on the triple digits. That's what he's given me. He's showing me 222 is intuition, 111 is love, 333 is Yahuwah himself.
Well, I'll share some stuff that's on my timeline with you about the gematria that I've done deep dives into, and it will really blow you away.
Yeah, and 555 I know is watchman. We're watchmen. That's 555.
Yes, absolutely. There's a Jimmy E. World song, 23 and 555, that are beautiful. You should check them out.
Okay, yeah, please share this information with me. Message me it. Don't put it in the purple pill because I can't see the purple pill stuff right now until they'll cut my space off if I go and look. So I will go and look at everything in there. Okay, yeah, that'd be great because then I have it actually at my disposal. You know what I mean? And it's if it gets taken down, at least it's in my messages, and then I'll have it.
When you see that Jimmy World video, you tell me that if you can't go to heaven looking like a cross between Edward Scissorhands and Doc Brown from Back to the Future, then I don't know if I want to go.
I have a question because you brought up earlier 9/11, and I said something about 9/11. I got a phone call.
Okay.
It's weird because I don't know if you've seen on my profile back in some of the things I posted. There's a picture of a red planet as T-555 on it.
What?
Back in 2023, out of nowhere, because it was supposed to be a red wave sweeping in the next election, and it didn't, and I was all bummed out. But it's weird because I put that up there, and the time that I put it up there, I noticed it was at 11/5, which was the next election. And if you go 55 and a half days back from that day is 9/11.
Well, what you're when you do that, like when you do a specific time, that's called chronomancy. That's something that my grandfather knew how to do in the cartoons that he made with like the clocks. It's called a glyph. It's magic with a CK. You know, it's encoding. The computers, like, you have to really realize that sometimes the technology is possessed. You know, the computer itself isn't just within itself, it's within the entire matrix. And when you do that, it encodes itself to kind of manifest the meaning of what you're trying to do. Even if it doesn't do it right away, it's still a seed within the soil that, you know, the good Lord will eventually come to bloom.
Yeah, it's a crumb. It's a seed and a breadcrumb sometimes, and it's certainly a clue.
Yes.
Speaking of which, one of my favorite sets of movies, which actually applies to all this, is the movie Tron. And if you watch Tron Legacy, it talks about clue. And there's an ISO 2022 involved.
That new Tron is going to be great too.
I've not seen Tron yet either, man. I've not seen Dune, Tron. No, and I'm an 80s child, right? I've seen all the other mythological ones, but not the, like, technical cyber ones, like, literally.
Or anything else like that. It's all the same story, just a little different, you know?
Yeah. I think the only...
If I had my guess, guys, I'd tell you it's this. If I had my guess. Battlestar Galactica, we're taking all the good parts of humanity with us.
There you go.
Space, and we're not going to be warring nations, and we're probably going to be chased by our own children for a while.
From what I understand of it, you know, there will be a new heaven and a new earth, and it will be ascended, and we either have to go up into the sky and let the ascension on the earth happen before we come back, or we have to go into the earth while the outside is ascended, or something like that. I'm not sure which one. Like I said, a lot of this stuff is inverted to where you kind of have to look at it both ways, and maybe you'll eventually get one right.
Okay, so from my understanding here, so I've done a little bit of research because I don't understand Yaqui, but the Yaqui people of the Aztecan, like, they're descendants of India, and they talk about the ant people that are they literally gather up I think would be the remnant before destruction comes or something, and they take them underground.
That's part of the Hopi prophecy as well, the ant people, and they're from underground.
Yeah, so and these races, they all work for Yahuwah, except for this reptilian race that doesn't.
Well, they all believe in the law of one, and the law of one is kind of like the idea of a collective consciousness underneath the one true God.
Right, because I believe that the world is going to be nuked. I believe that that's the way they clean it. And that it is going to be, I believe it's going to be like it's going to be like the 100. It's going to be but it's not going to be, you know, they're not going to send their juvenile, you know, law-breaking children. We're going to be like the grounders.
We might be looking at the day after tomorrow.
No, I see, dude, Dan, you've got to see the 100 because this story lines up perfectly because of the grounders that are left underground to survive, remember? Alexa and her...
If you remember the Matrix, someone darkens the sky, and then it becomes like a global either overcooking or what seem more likely to me is a global cooling, which would be a day after tomorrow situation, giant storms and freezing over.
Yes, that's exactly what happens in the 100. If you look at the remember the ending of the 100, Clark literally has that. There's some kind, I don't know if it's a nuclear or some kind of reaction that happens based off of the pressure in the atmosphere, but she has to climb to this tower to seal something off to where the storm clears, and so that the grounders can come out. But she's the only one that can do it because her body is immune to the radiation. She was given she's got the artificial intelligent what is it called? The little chip that goes in her neck. She's got that allows. Well, okay, so remember at Mount Weather.
Yeah, the Wolverine gene.
Well, at Mount Weather, they're trying to take their DNA because they know that they can sustain their life outside in the atmosphere and not die, whereas anybody else would go and try and they would die and burn up.
Well, yeah, because they weren't in space and they didn't have the immunity to it or whatever.
Exactly, like the grounders did, and that's what Alexa gave her.
It could go either way. There could be a ship that takes some into the sky, and then the remnant, like say the priesthoods, go underneath. And I think the priesthood, like when the earth comes back, and say the sky is darkened, it could be like a Kryptonian situation to where the red sunlight gives us powers or something like that. You know, that's like the whole reason why Japan is called, you know, the land of the rising sun, and it's red.
Well, exactly. And Tucson's called, okay, so that would be the land of the rising sun. So then the city of the sun would be Tucson and would be Colorado, Denver, Colorado. Right. The two of them represent the two cities of the sun.
And I think that even though Mormonism is a complete farce, you know, I think that partially it could have been divinely inspired by prophecy in some of the things that are in it.
It was.
And that's why that area is like, I guess, Zion to them anyway.
Yes.
I mean...
Well, that's the order of Melchizedek.
Phoenix part, by the way.
The order of Melchizedek.
Phoenix the city.
Yeah.
It's Phoenix the event. Phoenix the event, not the city.
Oh, it's a city too. No, it's a city too. It's my city. It's Phoenix City in Arizona.
If it comes from the east, is that going to be Dogania, where Spartacus was at? Remember I brought up Crassus and the dragon?
Yes.
I found the ancient city of Dardania, which is up in those hills. It's east of the Aegean. It's in the eastern mountains.
I'm good. Successful? Yeah. Too many interruptions, too. You're going to lose train of thought. You guys still there?
Yeah, we're still here.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to...
No, you're fine.
Guys, I was talking to somebody. Talking to somebody who's in the room with me, and like we talk about this stuff all the time.
Oh, that's awesome. No, that's great. That's great. I love that. I mean, this is iron sharpening iron. Go ahead, Dan. You were talking.
You brought up the Phoenix thing, and we were talking a little bit earlier about some of the events, and it reminded me of, you said the person in the 100 Monkeys or whatever that was able to go out there and do her thing.
Well, no, it's 100, the 100 series on Netflix.
Okay, but the 100. Okay, so when you say Phoenix and walking out there doing her thing, the person that comes to mind is from, what is it?
The Marvel comics?
What's that? Yes. The Phoenix, she could go out there and stand and do
Jean
that stuff.
Grey. Yes.
And what was it? Her name was Jean.
Jean Grey. Yes, exactly. They know. That's why they're making these movies, dude. They know. It's just us that have to figure it out. Like, I believe all those in Hollywood, they know. They know why they're acting that position out. As an actor myself, I'm an actress. I'm a thespian, a certified actress. Through being in high school and stuff, you have to study out your scripts. You have to know what your intention is for playing that part. You have to know the origins of that part. You have to know all of this kind of stuff. And so I believe that the movie producers and the Hollywood directors they're all Jews. They are Jew. We're told they are in power. Those are the ones doing it. They are giving these scripts to these actors to play as puppets, to play out what is happening. Am I right? Like, am I onto this?
Yeah, you're right. It's all allegory, but the problem with them is they may have this esoteric knowledge, but they don't have the keys.
Exactly.
They don't know how to make it happen. So they're trying to wake everybody up. And remember how I said that people are are scrolls.
Yes.
Well, look at Marvel, the scrolls. That it is ULLS instead of OLLS.
Yup.
I have to admit, when you just said that, it came to mind. They know not what they do with the knowledge they have.
Exactly.
Yup.
Unfortunately, these factions are at war with each other, so the rewrites and everything, all the terrible stuff in the movies is usually the way that they try to get you off the scent, you know?
Yes. Exactly like Hunger Games. Exactly like Hunger Games, the 3%. I don't know if you've seen the 3% on Netflix. Oh my gosh. Yes. It's so much like that.
I have to tell some stuff downstairs, okay?
What's that?
I said I'll be right back. I have to carry some stuff downstairs.
Right on. I'm gonna actually do a quick little musical break because I need to go convene with the Father and like get some digestion from this. So we're gonna play probably one or two songs. So yeah, get something to drink, grab some coffee, popcorn, whatever you want to do. It's like movie time.
If you want, I put those songs in your message box. So if you want to put some of those, go ahead.
Okay. All right, let's see.
Yeah, I'm gonna take off here. I'm gonna go grab something to eat too. Good song to play. Don't worry, be happy, because I put the little thing down in the corner.
Oh, well, I mean,
For whatever reason, these things kind of show up in front. It's like you said, the movies and stuff. They're all breadcrumbs, and they all deserve scrutiny. That's why I go into all these different books. Like I said, I did the Heimskringla, and that's where I discovered where the origins of Odin, the Allfather, came from, and his powers. And when you understand the mythology, Loki comes into play, the great deceiver.
yes, he does. And I watched.
So much in this.
Dan, I watched 2 episodes of The Vikings, and just from you saying that, dude, the first 2 episodes reveal so freaking much. But I had a hard time getting into it because it was all love stories, and you know how I'm feeling, all freaking loneliness and crap that's all going on with what I'm going through, and it just, dude, I cried. I can't watch movies. So you can imagine my entertainment is just smashed to pieces. But I can't watch love stories. It's too depressing for me. So
I like my good sob stories sometimes, because every now and then you need a good little shake up in the heart.
I already have a shake-up in my life.
It shakes all the little bugs out of it.
I already have a shake-up in my life, and I don't want any more shake-ups. I'm waiting for Yahuwah to say, okay, well done, thou good and faithful servant. You know what I'm saying? I'm waiting for those words to be said to me. But, okay, I'm going to go ahead and play these Jimmy Eat World 555, this first one. Official video. Compliments of our listener, Brother the Watcher. Can you guys hear that? Can you guys hear that at all?
No, I can't hear it.
Okay.
No, I can't hear it.
All right,
I'll be back here in a few.
I'm gonna open it. I'm gonna open it up on my X then and play it, because that's, I think, what I gotta do. Because I don't.
Okay, no problem.
But yeah, I'm gonna play that
And you know
because.
that band based out of Phoenix?
What's that?
That band is actually based out of Phoenix.
Oh, really? Oh my gosh! Like, there's so much to my own town. Or I mean, I'm not in Phoenix, but I'm in the suburbs of it. And yeah, there's so much I'm unpacking. Dude. Oh, I wanted to tell you too. We have, okay, so by the zoo in Phoenix, we have stones that are set on top of each other. This is my understanding of a priesthood, according to what Joshua did when he went into, I forget what was it. I don't know what land it is that they went into, but Yahuwah told him to stack stones on top of each other. And I noticed that Israel has this, and we have it in Phoenix at the zoo, outside of the zoo, at the Botanical Gardens, in an oasis. Dude, it's at an oasis. So I don't know if there's something to this. And not only that, there's a white pyramid of a Freemason that's guarded by a gate that is in the same location.
I mean, you don't necessarily think that all Freemasons are bad, do you?
No, hold on. On top of that, there is also a cave that has been covered up with rocks and debris that leads directly to Germany. They know this because they had German soldiers come out of this cave so that they could, and they took these German soldiers and they imprisoned them and they blocked off this entrance. This entrance goes straight to Germany. Straight to Germany. So, and this is not like hidden knowledge. This is all public knowledge. You can go and research what happened here in Phoenix at that specific location where all of this is. Those stones, and then they have this giant metal globe as their what do you call it? Like a centerpiece, but it's not a table. It's just a centerpiece in the middle of the square.
Okay.
So please check this stuff out and see what you can find out, because I've done all the research that I know of to look at it. But if you have something deeper, brothers that are involved in this, I don't think that all Freemasons are bad.
Send me the information in my message box. I'll look into all of it for you, and I'll show you the patterns that I see.
Okay. But yeah, no, I don't believe that all Freemasons are bad. I don't even think that they believe the deception. I don't think they have the knowledge. I believe that there is only certain knowledge given to certain Freemasons who can be trusted with that information. And I do believe that it's been a plan, because Isaiah 40 through 47 tells us that the carpenter himself has the blacksmith chisel out his own image and fasten it down so it doesn't topple over. And then he has the goldsmith come in and laden it with gold. So if we're interpreting this correctly, that would mean that the Freemasons know about the carpenter that is the deceiver, and they know that the banks are working in tangent together as the goldsmith who comes in and ladens the idol with gold. So they're all pushing this one narrative as Freemasons, but I do believe that there was an infiltration that's causing that to happen. Or they know what the Father's doing, and they've realized that they are Satan's over Yahuwah's priesthood until the priesthood realizes that they are the Satans that Yahuwah says have been placed over his people. I'm still working on that.
Let me ask you this. Ha-Satan has two meanings depending on who you ask. Do you believe that it is an enemy or is it a prosecutor?
I believe it's an adversary. It's an obstacle as well. And a Hasatan is an actual person of our nations that has been a burden. They've literally been placed as the yoke, according to what Yahuwah tells King Nebuchadnezzar when he tells him that he would be the King of Kings, that would come and cause a destruction over the priesthood when he invaded them and scattered them to the east and the west. That's my understanding.
If that's the case, now just follow me on this. I know that you don't believe in the story of Jesus and whatnot, but the way that I see it with my work sense of humor is in the Garden of Gethsemane, when the Romans are about to take Yeshua, Jesus, etc., Peter himself grabs his sword and goes to strike one of the Romans, and he cuts his ear. But then Jesus tells him to get behind me, Satan. And the way I read it isn't like it's some serious, solemn thing. It's like, not today, Satan. It's more of like a joke. That's why, like, it's literally Satan. Like, it's very cheeky, is what I'm trying to say.
It is very cheeky, and yeah, and the Hasatan in that aspect, would be they would be the adversaries. They would be the Hasatans of being able to trick the masses to follow the entities that they put in place. That's exactly what Titus was. He was the Satan of the 400 years that were given. And I don't know how.
Let's say I take down the Catholic priesthood the way that I decide to, which is through court. That would make me a prosecutor. So that's why I was asking you the question.
So then you would become a Hasatan over those who are not in knowledge knowing their position. You would then become a Hasatan. Exactly. You have to understand, and that's exactly what the celebrities are doing. That's exactly what the singers are doing. They're literally pushing this fertility narrative to wake everyone up, to show them how wrong it is. Now, are they, and I do believe that they are puppets, right? But at the same time, their narrative is duality. They're trying to expose the good and the bad of it because, like I said, they've been given a script to follow.
Oh yeah, and there's always the person who wins writes the history, right? And not only that, but it takes somebody. This is what kind of broke my heart a little bit because I'm a huge Batman fan. Always have been. Like that was my hero. That's the watchman on the wall. That's that.
Of course.
But it takes someone. Even though like I'm not gonna ever be like a homicidal maniac or anything, but I realize that's what a homicidal maniac might say. It takes somebody like the Joker to really see the duality of the situation and see both sides and be that Satan, ha.
Exactly. And a homicidal maniac, what is the definition of a homicidal maniac? Someone who follows out the actions of their own thoughts. That's the definition of a homicidal maniac. Okay? So literally they have twisted the duality of this. Yahuwah says that he speaks to the hearts and the minds of men. So that would make us what? These maniacs. Right? So but the world has made it seem like those who are listening to the voices in their head, if they're following the Torah, because they got to be following instructions. That's the deadline right here. That's the line in the sand if you want to draw one. And they're still listening to the voices in their heads, then that would make them a Hasatan to those who would see them as their enemy. So the Hasatans are really the saviors in a sense that they're exposing the evil, but being the evil to expose it, but they're still working as puppets for the opposition that is against those who have no knowledge of what they're being deceived by. And so that would be the reason why they would die from their lack of knowledge, because they don't know that they are the Hasatans when they turn back to Yahuwah, because these people have taken on the customs and traditions of their nations, which they would be the Hasatans to the priesthood of Yahuwah in the testing.
And in the end, what do the Hasatans usually do even if they lose? They make their adversaries better people.
They do. They become they become frenemies. So now they're Hasatans together. And that's why I keep telling people like people who join my space, I'm like, you're gonna be surprised when you see celebrities start following the freaking floodgates, because they're like, oh my gosh, she knows that we are a Hasatan on her, until she realizes that we are meant to be Hasatans on them, until they realize that they're literally being led by the one creator. So like all these like transgender celebrities like Lady Gaga, I mean, it's all about their intention. If she's following the Torah, as they are wearing the red bracelets, right? They're signaling they follow. Well, they're signaling they follow the one God, but they're also holding their position to be Hasatans, to be dedicated to the Cabal, and that's what that red bracelet represents.
I see. Okay.
So it's like an allegiance, but again, Lady Gaga channels her stuff to the black cube. So and that would be Metatron, which brings us back to what happened on that altar when that dude slaughtered that lamb, the dude that was with him, his name is Eric Stone, and he claims to be Metatron. He literally, literally, the Knesset and the Sanhedrin are not against him saying this. He was there with Malki slaughtering the lamb. He was holding down the lamb while Malki was slaughtering the lamb at, getting the vein so it wouldn't hurt him.
Well, and I mean, I could have, in the aspect of like supernatural, in which Sam and Dean were the vessels for either Lucifer or Michael. I feel that, what happened to me in that church, and then what I explained to you through Thessalonians, is a manifestation of Michael within me, but I don't necessarily, hold my, even though we will be the ones to judge angels, I don't go around saying I'm Michael.
Right. No, you're right, and you're not supposed to do that. All we're supposed to be declaring ourselves as is the suffering servants to the nations.
Yeah.
That's all because that's how you set the record straight, because they're like, wait a minute, the nation's saying that this is Jesus' character, you're saying it's us? That's where civil unrest starts. That's where because people are then like, wait a minute, I am this priesthood because it says it here. I am in the West. Literally facts just start dropping like bombs, and people start waking up realizing, oh my gosh, she's right. Oh my gosh, she is somebody that the Father sent. Oh my gosh, she did witness the Antichrist being revealed. Oh my God,
it's not true.
Yeah, exactly. And you should see how many people call me a liar. You should see how many people call me a liar. I've been kicked out of my mother's church. I have pastors, bishops, evangelists that come against me on a daily. You wouldn't believe it. It's nuts.
The problem is that nobody anymore has the spirit of Midrash.
Exactly.
But I left one more song in there for you. It's by a band called Ecstasy. It's called Peter Pumpkinhead. It's a JFK allegory, but if you really listen to it, it really aligns with the archetype that I'm trying to, become.
Yeah, the narrative you're trying to fulfill for the Father. Because it's his storyline. It's not ours. It's his storyline for us.
Absolutely. I am but one small instrument. All glory to the Heavenly Father.
Exactly. And the word history itself, his story.
Yes. Absolutely.
I love that. So, okay, I'm going to go ahead and play these three. You gave me 3 songs. They come in threes. There we go.
There you go.
All right, so I'm going to go ahead and play these 3 songs, and then we're going to go ahead and dive into the actual Tanakh portion, because I think that this is totally divine, dude. We totally have hit a divine...
I really want to hear it.
Definitely.
I can't wait.
Okay, so we're going to go ahead and play this, and then once these songs are over, we will go ahead and convene back to the Tanakh portion. It will let me do it? Okay. First one. Can you hear it okay?
Wish I knew how long I'm supposed to wait.
Okay.
Holding on, but just barely. There's always a reason to let it change. Is there anyone that listen that it cry? There's always a reason for the pain. I'm doing the things that I told every day.
Dude, I'm gonna dissect this music video too. What the hell? Wow, I'm like Edward Scissorhands mixed with the occult. Yeah, I see it. Yep.
All you thought through all you had to face made you stronger and afraid. Cause I feel that talking to a dead light. There's always a reason to let it change.
Wow. Dude, there was so much going through me listening to that and watching it. I wow.
I think that song are these elites that are trying to wake people up getting weary because they think that maybe we're not understanding.
Exactly.
That's
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, and oh my gosh, yes. Wow. You know, it's interesting. I created a station on Pandora, and Yahuwah told me to make it's literally called Yah's Fire. And he kept on, I told him, I was like, I'm giving you complete authority over the frequencies of this station. Whatever you decide to play, I'm going to filter out, because I believe it's all a test. But he kept on putting rock songs on there. And I thought it was just supposed to be a frequency of 432. Is this a frequency of 432?
I'm not sure. I'd have to look into that.
I can look into it for you.
I'll let you know.
I'll look into it.
They do use the binaural beats and the frequencies in their music, though, for sure.
Yes.
It's definitely like the music of the spheres.
Yes. So I have a brother. He's actually my bead dealer because I make jewelry. And he has a band with his brother, and so they told me they play all rock bands at their openings. And he told me that there are rock songs that are a frequency of 432. So I'm gonna have to pick his brain and just go to his concerts and try and figure this out, because he's invited me several times. What's that?
That band as a whole. I said I think that you would really like that band as a whole. I can't wait for you to play 23.
I think he plays these, is what I'm trying to get at. Is I think he plays.
Okay.
I'm gonna have to go there. He's Jewish. His whole family's Jewish. They run a Jewish bead store where I'm at, and he plays all of these songs. He's the one that told me about the frequency of 432 with his music, and then I was like, wait a minute, reggae has the same frequency too, and it's a healing frequency, is what it is.
Yes, absolutely.
And so my jewelry that I make is also based on frequency. I use, he actually went to the Czech Republic specifically to acquire the Czechoslovakian Bohemian crystal Czech beads, the glass beads. And so he has tons and tons of bins of all of this that he had gathered from the actual Czech Republic. And this is what I make my jewelry with, is all of the stuff that he's gathered every time he went to the Czech. Not only that, him and his brother went all over the world to collect the stones that I use. I'm creating a jewelry line of the ephod breastplate. So right now I have lapis lazuli, I have amethyst, I have jasper, and I have onyx that I'm creating they're anklets, and I do necklaces and bracelets, and I join the two frequencies together so that they produce the highest frequency. And not only what Yahuwah showed me is when I use glass is a reflector. So whatever properties that the mineral or the gem that I'm using has, it's then reflected onto the user without having to, keep it in the sunlight or anything like that. And it's made with fish wire. I'm actually going to change it over to copper wiring so that it has grounding abilities. So then the value of my jewelry, it takes 4 hours to create. But because of the economy that we're in, I can only sell it for I sell $20 an hour is what I charge, but I had to totally devalue the price because of our economy collapsing. So now the precious gem anklets are going for $35, and then I also use the actual Czech beads themselves, the Czech stones, along with the Czech seed beads. And those ones I'm selling for $25. But, it sucks because they're worth at least $70 to $80 each one that I make. But that's what the Father has me doing, and I've been using this Jewish brothers, these brothers store to glorify Yahuwah in it. So he's flourishing everything, like literally everything, because I'm literally making my jewelry to resonate the frequency to communicate with the Father.
That's beautiful.
Yeah, I think so. I haven't had, I've only had like personal sales, like when I go to like, to go and sell my product. But it's weird because like there's not a lot of people that are seeing the value of what I'm doing and why I'm doing it. They don't realize that this is a frequency. Like you don't have to go and smoke marijuana like the priest did in the at the temple. That they literally they found cannabis there. The cannabis is what they found in the altar in their like where they were putting the ashes. And so they don't realize that when you have the frequency of that in correlation with the actual gemstones and the actual frequency of glass as a reflection, you literally can wear this. I am saying you can wear my stuff and Yahuwah will communicate with you. The frequency is too high for it not to happen. And it's a reflection. So it bounces off of other people when you talk to them about the same thing. So if you're wearing my jewelry, that's what's happening. You are going to shine a hell of a lot brighter than anyone else who is making this jewelry because their intention is not the same as mine. Not only that, gems produce what? Wealth. Each gem has a special ability. It brings things to you. It brings money. It brings love. All these things. I'm literally intricating all of these things in one piece of jewelry. Tell me there ain't a freaking value in that. This thing is worth $120 a piece. But because...
You actually make that much?
What?
You actually make that much, may I ask?
No, my bead dealer was telling me because we had been talking about the economy collapsing. We've known this. I've known him for probably about a year now, and we were talking about this very thing. He's like, that when this economy collapses, your jewelry. He's like, I would buy it at 120 a pop if we were not in the recession that we were in right now. But for now, your jewelry's not going to sell as you would want it to. He's like, I personally, if I bought your jewelry, I would sell it in my store for $60. I would sell because that's where we are in the economy. But if we had a better economy, they would go for 120. They would be in my showcase.
What is that over your cost, just out of curiosity?
What's that?
What would $60 be percentage-wise over your cost?
Well, I had to devalue it to 35 for the gemstones.
Oh, okay.
It sucks but I mean, it's more than what I was making at an hourly job, and this is each piece that I make.
I've seen stuff like that, like all those internet stores. Like, I can help you with that if you ever want to do that.
I do.
I used to do that for a living.
I do. I'm not working right now, and honestly, I have one more month's rent off of living on unemployment because I got fired from my job because I told them, I trusted them. They told me that they believed in the Torah, they believe, and then when they tell me they're going to go and investigate what I've said, they go and investigate and then fire me and tell me I can't be trusted. But the information that I revealed to them has to do with what Russia and Ukraine are going through. I can't reveal much more, but I told them before it happened, and that's why they fired me. They said I knew too much.
Right? So obviously they're going to probably not be able to tell as much to a retail market, huh?
Exactly. So every time I go to an employer, if I tell them I want to keep the Shabbat, I'm not allowed.
Interesting. That sucks. I'm really sorry to hear that.
So I mean, and that's what the Father's looking for. He doesn't want us to compromise with our nation, and so I will be rejected for every employer that I try and get hired by, unless they themselves are keeping the Torah. and they have a fear of the Father. Whereas the company I was working for, obviously they feared their nation more than they feared Yahuwah. And it's sad because the dude has this kid in a freaking synagogue learning the Torah, and he himself doesn't even follow it. I asked him straight out. I was like, you run this company? I told the owner, I was face to face with the owner of the company. I will tell you, this company is the number one industry of its industry in the world. So that gives you some kind of information of what kind of position I held with this company. I did their receivables. I saw every single financial document they had, every single person that they do business with. I have all of that in my head still. Okay? So I can be a danger to this company if they choose to go the wrong direction. But I don't believe, I don't know how, I'm going to get my job back. Okay? I know I am. Because when this event happens, that is supposed to happen based off of the dream that I received. And this was the whole reason why I went to the company. It wasn't just because I'm a lunatic and I don't know what I'm talking about. I received a dream. And it had something to do with that white pyramid that I told you that was at that is by the zoo in Phoenix. And it has something to do with this company, and it has something to do with my fiance, because my fiance is related to them, and my fiance is an orphan. And my fiance looks exactly like the dude's you could say cousin / friend, whatever you want to call him, looks exactly like him. Exactly like him. And then when I seen him and I was working with him, I was like, oh my gosh, I'm going to die. Because I don't know what the Father's doing. But so all of this has a big play out. And I have been shown that I will encounter somebody Russian. They will be coming to me based off of the information that I have and that I know. And it will come back, and it's either going to bite them in the ass and they're not going to listen, or it's going to go in the favor of them because of the descendant that I know, that they don't know, but will eventually be face to face with it. And that's how I know that this company will contact me again. And they will apologize. They will. Either way, if it goes good or bad, they will. It's all connected. This is all connected. And it's scary. It's beautiful. It's sad. It's freaky. So I am so glad if you're going to be here to come alongside me and just be that comforting voice that I need in this hour, because I don't have anybody. Don't. Ever. I mean, I have my followers, but that's it.
A lot of the time, I don't really have a platform, and I don't have very many friends, so I'm really just giving myself an earache, So I think that this was Providence, and that you and I are going to be friends for a very long time.
I think so too. I definitely feel that. Yahuwah is definitely bringing me people who have their own businesses to be able to help with the priesthood. It's just a matter of Yahuwah speaking to their hearts and their minds, as he says he controls, to get this priesthood to just bank, dude. And when that happens, I definitely will need you by my side to help me to get this jewelry sold, because this will be the start of what Yahuwah, and it may be that this, I may just be talking about something that Yahuwah is like, yep, you figured it out, now it's going to happen. This might be it.
How you can advertise and whatnot that will give you a better position within what you're doing, because that's literally what I used to do for a living. Before I was in telecommunications, which I knew exactly what it's like to lose my job in a high position. I used to be a telecommunications person that used to be the liaison for big companies like Starbucks and Amazon and Kate Spade and hockey teams and a bunch of different companies that whenever they needed a cell phone, they would come through me. And there was one time, it was really funny, that the CEO of Starbucks lost 3 phones in 1 week that I had to order for him. So, and that guy wanted to be president. So I laugh at that. But I understand where you're coming from, and I understand your passion within what
Well, honestly, this isn't something that I would choose to do. My passion is studying and researching, but this is something that I have to walk out. If I don't walk this out and do it exactly as Yahuwah has said, I will be like Jeremiah, I will be like Isaiah, and I will lose my life. Do you know that Yahuwah gave all of those prophets warnings of not to do things, and they actually did do them?
Yeah, I got warnings that I should have recognized as the voice of God, and I did them anyway too. But at the same time, I don't regret any of them at this point because it gave me knowledge, it gave me a chance to own, and it also, is part of my story, my suffering,
Yes. And your suffering story is so important because it debunks Christianity at its peak, dude. It literally debunks, because what does Christianity claim? It claims that this Jesus character is the suffering servant, a one only servant that is sent, when Jacob is the servant that's sent, but as a remnant of people that suffer and wrestle with Yahuwah just as he wrestled with Jacob.
I really respect the spirit of the gospel in the way that it's about a beautiful sacrifice for the betterment of mankind.
But it violates. No. You can't. Okay, that's what I'm saying.
Let me finish, though.
Okay, go ahead.
Go
ahead.
I do not believe that he is the only begotten Son of God, because even in the gospel itself, he says that we will do greater things than even him. So that completely negates the entire Flavian thing that we were speaking about earlier. But it speaks to the spirit of human ingenuity. That's where I find my inspiration in it. The sacrifice of being a watchman, and that you may go down for everybody's sake, and that you.
Well, you could. You could.
Yeah. It shows what should be, even though it may not be.
But see, here's the thing with Jesus' story. For one, he said that his blood was an atoning sacrifice, which is not true, because that violates Numbers 35.
I totally agree with you on that.
Yeah, it says that human.
The lamb part of it. I don't like that at all.
Well, they defiled the land. Yahuwah says it's human bloodshed that defiled my land. They purposely defiled Yahuwah's land so that Israel couldn't become a nation and wouldn't become a people. And they tried. That's exactly what they tried to do.
So there's the narrative, though, that for 500 years before, this Savior-esque person, the throne of Israel was barren. Is it your assertion that was not true, or that it is still barren?
The nation is barren?
The throne of Israel is barren. Like, God has not reinstituted somebody on the throne.
No, he hasn't. They have the nativity of Tammuz then and now. They can't be. That land is so defiled right now, and that's why it has to become a cup of trembling and burned, because they have to get rid of the idol. Look at the Temple Mount. What it says before you even walk up to the door, it says no idolatry allowed.
Well, may as well say, all ye who enter lose faith, or whatever it says on the walls of hell, right?
Yeah, exactly. And remember, all of those Messianic Jews just recently pushed their way onto the Temple Mount.
Well, the thing about the Temple Mount is the second temple wasn't nearly as big as the other one, and I kind of see, in a cheeky way, the Dome of the Rock. Well, who was the Rock? That's Peter. And it's like, who's gonna tell them that they kind of already built it? But
Yeah.
I also see the other side of it as well. Obviously, intention matters. But are your assertion that they're going to rebuild the entire temple, or are they just going to build a smaller one like they did the second time?
I don't know. All I know is that temple can't be built with an idol there. And that's why Yahuwah is like, hell no.
I agree with you on that.
And so that's where they're in error. That's why I think that the temple that is in Tempe, Arizona, is going to be the original temple.
Well, I had always said that, this was the New Jerusalem, the whole Knights Templar aspect of that, and that it should be built here. Now, every Christian that I talk to, like my uncle and whatnot, he says, no, the temple should be where the Savior walks. And I say to that when the Israelites left the land lost its power. Israel is not a land, it's a people.
Right, exactly. And they have this falsehood of making Israel as a nation. But it is a nation. It's just they've turned it into an idol, what is it? Idolatry, idolistic. There we go. An idolistic.
Yeah, the whole aspect of like one land in the world is the one land is idolatry in itself, in my opinion.
Well, and not only that, they rear themselves up like the Jews there. I mean, I have lots of brothers and sisters that are Jews in Israel, and I've gone head to head with them. They, one of them in particular says, "Oh, you want what we want. You want to be who we are." I'm like, "Nope, I don't. I don't want to be in the land you're in. I don't want to be who you are. I know the deception that you're in. I know the nation that you're in that caused the deception. I would never want to be in that place, ever." And I hate that they do rear themselves up like that. They're not anything special. Yahuwah says they're not special. They didn't do anything great. All they did was preserve my word. That's all they did. They're guilty as crap for what they did to that land.
Well, I mean, you talked about the Marxism and stuff like that.
Yeah.
All of these reporters that will sit there and argue against anti-Semitism or say anti-Semitic things, when you look at their names, they're usually Jewish. So it's all a disinformation campaign.
Yep. Through the Zadokite priesthood of Abijah.
It's a fiasco is the order of a type of priesthood. Sure.
And they did it through the prophet Zechariah's name. That's how they were able to get this deception. Is there were 3 different Zechariahs that came. There was the priesthood of Abijah that had Zechariah of Jehoiada, I believe it was, and then there was Zechariah of son of Iddu, and that was who.
I think that it was that the priesthood decided, you know what? The only way that we can maintain control is through complete chaos.
Well, that's what. Okay, so Jeremiah was writing that letter to Jehoiakim. He had Baruch write the scroll. Yeah. Well, that's exactly what he was trying to tell him. He was trying to tell him Nebuchadnezzar is coming to infiltrate, and he's already done it through the priesthood. You need to put a stop to this. That's exactly what King Jehoiakim was told, and he said no. He was literally working in tangent with them on both sides.
The same way how the Illuminati infiltrated the Freemasons, and George Washington was even saying that he would welcome it in a letter, as well as how they've infiltrated the Catholic priesthood and perverted it from what it was supposed to be when Peter started it.
That's what he said? That's what George Washington said?
There is a letter where he said that he was delighted that he had heard that the Illuminati had infiltrated the walls of Freemasonry in America. I'll have to find it for you, but it is a real thing.
So he is a deceiver.
I don't think so. I think that he's a man that used an ends to a means, and also is somebody like me who tries to see the best out of everything and take the best parts of everything that you see and throw away the rest.
Yeah, but if he's promoting idolatry, I can't see the good in that, though. We're not supposed to. And that's the thing. Did he know? Was he aware of this? Or is this something like knowledge that he just didn't understand and perished from?
I think that there's a lot of misunderstanding, and that was definitely my message in that church that night. We need to stop living within a misunderstanding and bring back Midrash, have conversations about, objective truth.
Is that what that means?
Well, Midrash was the Jewish way of reinterpreting Scripture continually to make sure that it is a living, breathing document for the times that we live in.
Okay. All right. See, I'm trying to learn all this stuff, and I don't speak Hebrew, and I'm not great at learning a second language. I failed Spanish 3 times in a row. So, Spanish too. I had troubles with conjugating. I passed Spanish 1. I'm not illiterate, but when it came to conjugating and understanding that, I did not understand conjugating at all. Just like Spanish.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not very good when it comes to remembering, what words mean in other languages, but I'm pretty good. You can give me Latin and I can read it, in the right incantation and stuff like that. And I remember specific phrases that are important to me, quis custodiet ipsis custodiet ego sum is going to be important to me for the rest of my life now, because that's what I said and I didn't even know it at the time.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
I'm speaking in tongues, and sometimes the tongues just might come out to be like that monkey that will, bang on a typewriter and eventually write Moby Dick,
Yes, and I speak in tongues. I think I speak Yaqui, maybe Aztecan, because that's, I don't know. I mean, it is a tongue that I don't recognize. One word that I recognize, Pakoshka, is included. Yatamashiki is said. They're constantly repeated. I don't know what.
Do you know any Yiddish?
What?
Do you happen to know any Yiddish?
No, I don't. No. I know English, and I'm Spanglish. I
know English.
Yeah, I speak Spanglish.
There you go.
Yeah, my family is all Hispanic on my Martinez side of my family, and they literally laugh at me when I try and speak Spanish because I'm white. My body. I'm olive colored tone. I'm not white.
I'll have to show you some videos of this girl that is a redhead who has a mother who's Spanish or Mexican, but she looks like a fair-skinned Mexican. And she's obviously Scottish or Irish or something like that. But the way that she speaks to her mother and the way that she speaks in Spanish is hilarious, just seeing it come out of her face.
Well, at least she grasped it, though. I mean, dude, I would try. I went my junior high school because we were kicked out of California in 1995, just after the earthquake that happened in Temecula, and I was literally my classmates and my cousins, they're Yaqui, so I don't look anything like them, and but I mean, you can tell it, because I have videos, you can see what I look like. My nose is the giveaway. It's very African, it's wide, it's got the wideness going on, and it's very French. It's got the little dimpled nose. Yeah, so it's dimpled and it's got the wide nostrils. So that's how you can tell that I'm not. When you look at me, I don't look like I've been told I look foreign. I don't look like I'm from the United States. But I mean, that's just here and there, But yeah, this is so deep, what's going on right now. But at least that girl had her language. I was literally trying to. I had gum put in my hair. My hair was down to my butt, and in junior high, and I had Yaqui girls, Yaqui Indians, that while I was trying to study in school would put gum in my hair. I had to cut all of my hair off because they did that to me. So I'm literally an outcast. I'm a black sheep to my own freaking Native American family. And it sucks. Because every time I'm known as the güerita, white girl, weedy girl. Yeah, güerita is the white girl. Means, you know, like, that's what my aunt's called. My uncle calls her his güerita, little white girl. So it's difficult living in a world when your color doesn't match the tone of your voice or the language that you're supposed to speak. You know, you're like, oh, you're like a backwards Barbie doll. So imagine that poor girl being like redhead and trying to speak Spanish and still understanding it but still not pronouncing it correctly. That sucks. Are you do you look Jewish, would you say, or
I look Polish and Italian. I mean, I'm very white. You can definitely tell that I'm Scottish and English, you know. I have no pattern baldness, so I kind of look like an alien in a lot of ways. You know, you can tell that I have Italian in me because I have the unfortunate aspect of a lot of leg and stomach hair and stuff like that. But you can also tell the Polish and Italian stuff in me as well. Like, I think that in my eyes and in my face, I probably look the most Italian.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, the eyes are the window to the soul, so you'd be able to tell through the eyes for sure.
Yeah, I'm just a gringo, but at the same time, I'm saucy.
Yeah, right? Saucy, I love that. So.
Spicy mind.
Exactly. You have to be.
Like, I'm like that guy in V for Vendetta. Like, I could sit there and alliterate to you an entire speech on tyranny. You know, like, that's the type of stuff that I love. You know, like, the restoration through reckoning, you know?
Yes, and it only comes from a suffering servant. I notice that, like, everybody we talk to, they're like, why are you just all doom and gloom? It's like, do you know what a watchman does? Do you have any idea? We're supposed to study everything and anything we can get our hands on, whether it's bad or good. And then when Yahuwah says it's time, he then brings those things to mind to say, hey, remember when I told you to study this? This is why I said to study that. So it's a different kind of mindset that Yahuwah has put out there, and not everybody is going to take to it. It's like we're an acquired taste, is the way that I've been shown. Which kind of sucks. Like when I would go and look for a job, there's only certain people. Like, certain people would look at me and I could automatically feel their vibe. I could automatically feel, yeah, it's not going to be a good fit, or yeah, it's going to be a good fit. It was just something that I could tell. And it sucks because, you know, when you have that kind of intuition, you really don't have too many opportunities opening for you.
Yeah. You know, that's one thing that I've noticed. I mean, I kind of felt that my dreams, I would probably have to, and this is before I knew about, like, the before you're 40 type thing, you know?
Mm-hmm.
I felt that I had probably until I was 27 to, like, really obtain my passions, which I was a musician, and, you know, I'm not necessarily, I used to be really good at it, but it's usually through reading or writing that I am the best at my communication, especially as I've gotten older and my autism has just kind of worn on me, even though I'd had the quickening of the mind, my ability to have my mouth match my mind and remember, like, the words necessarily that I'm trying to say has waned in me. But I can do it on a computer just fine. I think it's just the mouth coordination of also thinking that has just started to leave me. And I've started to realize that it feels like opportunities are slipping away from me as well. But I thank the good Lord that I have the gifts that I use your gifts or take them away.
Yep.
But in the sense of, I tried so hard to use my gifts that I put them down because I finally realized that maybe those gifts, while I was good at them, weren't the true calling within me. You know, and that was a really hard-fought battle. It's like, you know, the equivalent of having to concede a presidential campaign or something. Like, it's a wrestle. It's a dark night of the soul, you know.
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
And I've you know, when this came to me, I was like, I finally get it now. Like, all those years that I listened to my grandparents about Judaism and Christianity and the cross-referencing in the Midrash and the ideas within them, that stuck with me in a way that I didn't even realize that I would be able to remember this many years later, because it wasn't an ability that I ever used in practice, you know?
Yeah. See, I wish I would have been exposed to it, but at the same time, do you see how loud I am now? Can you imagine if I would have been knowing all of the things that I do now about my own bloodline? I would have been like a freaking chatty Cathy. I wouldn't shut up. You know? But I do believe that it's experiences that we go through in life that prepare us for the things that we do need to say at those times. I'm a firm believer of that. And our voices definitely carry a frequency when we use them. Obviously, you know, a spokeswoman.
Yeah. So, you said that you wanted to change the topic of this one, or were you still doing what you were doing and we just kind of went off on a tangent?
No, I maybe my space will have to be tomorrow. I was gonna go read Jeremiah because I'm going through Jeremiah on the floodgates with everybody there and on X. I was gonna do it, but I don't think I'm.
Maybe I'll read it too, so we can have a conversation about it.
Okay. Well, I do have to do the Tanakh portion because I haven't done that yet, and I haven't played any songs yet. So, we did play one. So let me go ahead and get through those songs so we can go ahead and usher in Yahuwah, like inviting him to come and join. I think he's been with us the whole time. It's just doing a proper, I'm trying to run this priesthood or restore this priesthood as best as I can. And as a woman, I'm terrible at leading because it's not my role. But so we've got one song out of the way. So let me go ahead and get these two other songs that you sent me as the songs that we're going to play for Yahuwah to be invited. And if you wouldn't mind, I would also like if you wouldn't mind praying, because I would definitely love a man's prayer over my prayer, just because I don't know how to lead properly and the men are supposed to.
Okay, give me a second to prepare for that.
Yeah.
Would you like me to pray during the music or in between?
After I'm gonna go and do my meeting with Yahuwah. From all of the things that we just covered over these two songs that I'm gonna play, and then we will come back and we'll go ahead and do the prayer, and then go ahead and open up into reading the Tanakh portion.
Okay, so we're gonna do that tonight then.
Yes.
Or were you talking about reading Jeremiah for another time?
Yeah, Jeremiah. Let's do tomorrow because, like I said, I'm not working, and Yahuwah will summon us for what time to do it. He wakes me up, to get my son ready for school, and then typically, I gotta go. I apply for unemployment and then look for, a job or whatever. And then it's probably around like a 9 o'clock is what I'm seeing Yahuwah start my day off. Because remember, I'm working for him. If I'm not working for my nation, I'm working for Yahuwah. He's not allowed me to have a job with my nation, but has woken me up and said, get your butt on a space now. Get yourself live on Facebook and do it now. So when he gives me that, it's usually the most rudest awakening. I have like Braxton Hicks cramps in my stomach, and I'm literally ripped out of my sleep. And I'm in sweats. Yahuwah, that's how I know when it's divine. I'm sweating, and I'm ripped out of my bed in the middle of the night with these false Braxton Hick, like, making me think that I'm pregnant. That's how I know. So if you're not working tomorrow, or you're open.
Oh, I don't work. I'm a disabled autistic person, so I'm very lucky in that sense. I'm blessed that I can really just kind of relax in my pain.
Yeah, definitely. I'm actually thinking about doing that. I don't know what my chances are for that. I have herniations all throughout my back and my neck from accidents. Huh?
If that's true, as long as you have a nerve conduction test that says that you have nerve damage, you'll get it on the first try like I did.
Really? Okay, because I have severe nerve damage. Severe.
Then you should get it just fine, and you'll be back paid to whenever it was that you weren't able to work.
That would be 2005.
So
That's when I had my first accident, and it took me out of school and my job. So, I don't know.
I mean, I don't know how they'll quantify that considering you worked since then.
Yeah.
But also, while you're on disability, you can make up to, I think it's like $1,200 a month or so on top of what they give you governmental-wise.
Okay, I'm going to look into that because I think that's what the Father's showing me is that's the way that I'm going to have to start this priesthood off is by getting that kind of income.
The amazing thing about it for me is that almost nobody gets it on the first try, and somehow I did, and that's how I know that there is a spirit through the system.
Well, and I have enough evidence to show that I have permanent neurological damage from these accidents because I have 2 lawsuits that I was the victim on, that I won both cases.
And I say, as long as you paid your taxes, you are entitled.
Yep, definitely. Okay, I'm gonna do it. Dude, maybe that's what I needed. Maybe that's why you came in this space, is to tell me, because I'm freaking out like what to do. Nobody wants to hire me. And I can't...
From Joshua's Useless House of Knowledge.
Yes, and not only that, I can't sit in a desk for 8 hours. I have spine damage. I am literally constantly on a freaking TENS unit, and my friend's massager that vibrates on like 3 different levels. Sitting in a chair hurts.
One thing that I would say to you is, do not be conservative in how much you describe your pain, because it's always worse than it really is.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And I mean, I have things that happened at work where I was at. I had the ambulance called because I couldn't breathe. I have so much. They denied me. The company that I work for denied me unemployment because I told them straight up, like I told you, I went to the owner and I told them because I had talked to people and they threw me under the bus about Christianity. I was like, you guys, you have to get out of this, and so they held that against me. That's why they denied me my unemployment, because they said that I was saying that war was on the doorsteps, which I was trying to warn them, and that they needed to convert to Torah observant instead of Christianity. That was what they told unemployment to deny my claim for.
Wow.
That's messed up, right?
They just don't want to pay the insurance on it.
No, they don't. And let me tell you, the owner is our age. So that gives you an idea of just the education. He's being run by Freemasons. It's obvious.
Yeah. So I just want to prepare you that I while we've been talking, I wrote a prayer, and I have a specific, style of praying that is confident and not necessarily prostrated. Are you going to be okay with that?
What does that mean?
Like prostration, it's not like it's going to sound like I'm not necessarily begging for like forgiveness or begging for an audience. It's an agreement that I have a standing audience with God. Does that make sense?
Absolutely. Abso-freaking-lutely. I do the same thing.
Okay.
Okay.
I just wanted to make sure that you wouldn't be annoyed or offended by my presumption that, there is an agreement already in place between me and God.
Absolutely. Just as long as you're using his one name and you're not using anything through it, we're good. We're good.
Well, you pronounce it Yahuwah. I've always pronounced it Yahweh. But is that another perversion?
Okay, so from my understanding, Judah, if you're looking at it in Hebrew, is Yahudah. Yahuwah tells us flat out he is in Judah's name. So his name is in Judah's name. He says, my name is in his name. So if his name is in Judah's name, if you take out the D, what do you have? Yahuwah. This matches perfectly.
Yahuwah, right.
Yeah, it matches perfectly with the Tetragrammaton.
And that's why in World War II, when the the warriors from America found the people in Auschwitz in the camps, they asked them who they were, and they said Judah. So that makes sense to me. I understand now.
Yep, that's why. Because there's so many people that are like, "Oh no, I have the name." Like I have brothers. I have people who are claiming to be the actual Zadokite priesthood coming against me. They claim they're all they're from America, or not from, but we've grown up here, but they are of the black descendants. Okay, so I don't know if they're Hebrew Israelites claiming to be the tribe of Gad and Dan, or what. I don't know what their deal is, but they literally have tried to shun me, and they're like, you need to do more research on the priesthood. And I was like, okay. So I did, because I take constructive criticism very well. And so I did, and I found out that the Zadokites were the only ones that were allowed to minister to Yahuwah because they didn't go astray. But then you realize that they did through the priesthood of Abijah. Because that was who Moses or Aaron had appointed through the Zadokite priesthood, was the order of Abijah. And so when I tell people, especially them, they say his name is Yahweh. And I'm like, no, it's not Yahweh, because how would Judah have Yahuwah's name in his name if it's Yahweh? That would be Yahuda or something, it would be Yahuda. And so I don't think it's Yahuda, it's Yahuda. So it would be Yahuwah. And then you have Yahweh, Yahweh. And so I'm like, what? And I received the floodgates from the one name, as confirmation that it is.
I'm going to use the phrase Yah of yesteryear. So I just didn't want to I wanted to make sure that you weren't going to get on me for that.
No, I don't. And that's the thing. I have brothers and sisters that pronounce Yahuwah's name however they pronounce it. But when I tell them, okay, I received the floodgates, I received the flood from Yahuwah's one name, saying it correctly, and having that which he gave me manifest itself out. So when I tell people that, I'm like, I know you have what you've been shown, but I received the floodgates from saying the name the way I say it, and the voice and the flood of people. So that's why I give pushback. I'm like, okay, Yahuwah says that his name is in Judah's name. So I don't want to say you're wrong in what you say. That's why I use that distinction of Judah's name. In Hebrew, it's Yahudah. And if Yahuwah is in his name, then that would make his name Yahuwah. And it would line up with the actual tetragrammaton of the YHWH, as opposed to Yahweh of being, you know what I mean? YHVH. Because there's so many people that say different things, and I get so much chastisement from them. I'm saying it wrong. I'm like, but I received the floodgates. How are you, you know what I mean? I can't argue with that. They can call me a liar all they want. But the proof is in the pudding. You know, like I can't deny I don't know where they came from. I don't, still to this day. So,
Gotcha.
but I mean, you know, whatever Yahuwah lays on your spirit, you know, of how to pronounce his name. I just have to put that out there.
I usually just call him Heavenly Father.
Yeah, and that, dude,
That's just my,
that is exactly how my mother taught me to pray to the Father. Every time I pray, I say, "Dear Heavenly Father, thank you for this," or that is how I begin my prayers. That's what my mother taught me.
and I always end them with, "So it is spoken, and so it shall be. Amen."
And I say Amen in the name of Yahuwah. Amen.
Amen. Okay.
Amen. Yeah, because I think that's the way that it was said, because that's what Yahuwah keeps answering is Amen, not Amen. Weirdly enough, I don't know. Maybe he's showing some grace.
And before I say so spoken and so it shall be, of course I say in your heavenly name, or in the name of the heavenly Lord, or whatever have you. So I just wanted to clarify that for you.
Yeah, no, that's perfect. That's absolutely perfect. So I'm gonna go ahead and get started on these two songs, and I'm gonna go and do what I've got to go do, which is, you know, I go and I smoke and I talk to the Father about what we've talked about, and whatever more He decides to give us. So we'll go ahead and convene after those two songs. Okay. All right, let me go ahead and get these started. Okay, so we're going to do the Jimmy Eat World Recommit song, and then we're going to do the XTC, the Ballad of Peter Pumpkinhead. Well, after we
I don't
hear
think they take
this
our hair.
short
Of course they take
commercial.
Discover. It's stuck in the past, baby.
You're the one who owns
Gotta
13
love
pairs of
YouTube,
parachute
man.
pants.
And these are my 14th.
If you ever
Discover
want
is accepted at 99% of places nationwide.
Oh, okay. All right, we got 3 minutes on this one. I'm going to go do what I got to do. I'll be right back.
Will they tell you what you missed? All you have traded in. And it hits. We are not that different.
don't think they take that here.
Of course they take Discover. It's stuck in the past, baby.
You're the one who owns 13 pairs of parachute pants?
And these are my 14th.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places nationwide.
We were told that we would see America come and go. In a sense, America is dying from within.
Oh, whoops.
Because they forgot the instructions on.
Oh, wow. Have you heard this song? This song. Oh my gosh, this song. Listen to the words, if you can understand it. This is my victory song. This is my song on MySpace. I can't believe it played. Wow. Right after yours.
I'm only hungry, I just find it worthwhile. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Sit a young child here to sin. Ones who curse sign them block. Sits out the truth, don't get the wicked and block. Shouts on your roots, don't get the wicked and block. Rastafari is written out of cultural trend. So many exploiters the practice for them inconvenient. Now sit aside and watch them water the weekend, the movement. Come bring me food to Papa, all the words that I do defend. All the elders who want to see cutting for a garden. I them my yellow listen, I see us the conquering lion. Let me go this and is the only decision. I not hesitate when it comes to his mission. I got to walk with it and walk around my soul to bacon. Now be no point, Babylon masters that manipulation. Versus minds are captivated, that's right inside them. And them want them down the consciousness to make youth them born. They more food at home, depopulated biological weapon. And then the conscious systematic racism. We tell them we can read and get the one is listening. Well, revolution is a more sign of when the sun starts far from the sky, going cry to your God's not so high. Long I'm not with them a Christian, then why do they call become no politician? Do they not recall what Daniel prophesied? Going to the beach, do they not realize they're wrong? But you can't hire a kingdom. It's in the blink of an eye. Spit out the truth and get the wicked and blind. Can't tell your roots and get the wicked and blind. Real natives understand no one you defy. I told me now it's down down the sun die. And we still high. Next what she said, you know makes me high. One piece your blood night till it run dry. Systemic racism told they still deny. One is of the scripture they turn blind eye. Convince your strip of a little white lie. Whoa, whoa, whoa. See the bus on fire. All the while they ain't play both sides. She's over to get the wicked and blind. Shall fire roots and get the wicked and blind.
This is the most powerful song in the world, if you understand exactly what is being said here. It is literally, Bob Marley, Tribal Seeds, literally, dude, this band, I don't know if you're familiar with them, but I encourage you, check out the song that I have as my song that is playing. It's pinned. It's the song that's pinned. That's this song, and it tells you right, like straight out. When I heard this song, I dissect everything. Right, I dissect videos. It doesn't matter. I dissect research videos, music videos, anything. I'll dissect it. That's what the Father had me do, because of my disability, and he literally tells you that the Christians are deceived by the politicians who are deceived by the little white lie. Do they not recognize what Daniel prophesied? I was like, oh my God. That was talking about Nebuchadnezzar being raised up as the King of Kings. And Daniel's vision, or Daniel tells Nebuchadnezzar, dude, you're the king of kings. You are the one who is of that dream that you had. And that's what people don't realize. So this song becomes the most absolute powerful song. It is the most powerhouse filled song if you understand the deeper meaning and why I have it pinned to my space. It is the most powerful song. The most powerful. Because it shows the deception. They literally tell you who created the GMO farms, depopulation, the master manipulators of Babylon, the Babylon system. Everything that he just said in that one song, he literally just blew the door right open.
Yeah, man, it was a beautiful song. What I'm thinking about reggae is if I play too much of it, it all just starts kind of sounding the same. But that was a really good song.
Heck yeah, dude. Yahuwah said that's the frequency. So you got songs, dude, send them my way. I will add them to the X PlayStation that I made on my YouTube channel. It does consist mostly...
so many songs that I think that you would love that are in the vein of what I played for you today, that, man, we're going to get along so well because you actually value my opinion and my ability to curate.
Of course, that's what it's all about. I'm a singer too. I don't play any... I'm like a literal, not even beginner. I'm before a beginner playing the ukulele. Yahuwah gave me a lahana. I have a, what is it called? It's one of the rarest ukuleles out there. And Yahuwah had me play Three Little Birds, and he actually gave me the ability to play that song on the ukulele. I have not played it because I need to get my instrument tuned, but that's the instrument he's chosen for me to play, is the ukulele, which makes sense because it goes perfectly with reggae, and it has the frequency of a 432. I don't know if you know that. The ukulele is specifically tuned for a 432 frequency to play it. And so I sang. I was part of a 100-voice choir. So when Yahuwah took me out of the church, I was devastated because, like, I was chosen for the choir in Tucson. I was chosen for the choir in Phoenix. I'm a choir girl. Like, literally, I sing. And my voice has been lapsed because I have, Yahuwah gave me, I wouldn't say. But it's from smoking too, I'm sure, and from, like, crying nonstop. I have a hernia now because of the fascia from my surgery that I had when I was pregnant with Zachariah. The fascia didn't close up, so I have something called diastasis recti, which I'm trying to correct, and I couldn't get to in time. It blew a hernia right next to my diaphragm. So when I sing, sometimes I crack now, and I want to cry because I'm a high soprano C, literally. I'm almost to a 5, you know. Like, I was on my way.
I'm a soprano as well, or I can actually get into alto, because, for some reason, I'm 37 years old, but I still kind of sound like I'm 12.
Aww. Yeah.
I think it's because, I didn't know this really, but I had a undiscovered testicle as a little boy when I had my surgery.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that gave me hypogonadism, which is a testosterone deficiency.
Oh God, I'm so
So
sorry.
that's why my voice is just kind of in limbo.
Yeah.
Like I sounded like this for like the last 22 years at least. So.
Can I ask you something?
Yeah.
Do you think that you know how Job speaks about the Leviathan? And, like, how in the end times, like, the children of Israel are going to be given its flesh to eat? Do you think that by eating its flesh, it's going to restore all of the dysfunctions? Like, it's going to correct all the dysfunctions that our nation brought upon us with, like, the vax? Because I've been vaccinated since I was born. And I was born in the 80s. you know, but it was my understanding that like the real tainting that they started doing was in 2013. And my son was actually a product of that vaccination because he was born in 2013.
2013 was when they tried to, constitute Ebola, and it didn't work, and the H1N1 didn't work. Like, we got lucky with that one, and it's amazing that it didn't work.
Wow.
So there's definitely a divine timing for what happened. And, you remember how I told you that China sees the bat as a divine symbol, which I'll do some research on that as to why. But I told you that I'm a huge Batman fan. Like, that is my archetype.
Yeah.
If I have been raised by anyone better than my parents, it was Batman, Bruce Wayne. That's why I changed my middle name to Wayne.
Aw, I do love the Batman series. I didn't get to see the one with Heath Ledger or anything, but
what's amazing about that though is, like, you're gonna be so wowed by this. There was a story called Batman R.I.P. in which Batman had to fight like a secret society called the Black Glove, and he had to create an alternate personality in order for him to get through the fight with them because they were trying to overtake his mind, and that was his backup. He did it's like a Tibetan thing where you can create a second personality within inside yourself that is like an alpha over what you normally are. Now, in the end of that story, it was during a thing called Final Crisis, in which the evil incarnate called Darkseid shot him with something called the Omega Sanction, which sent him back to the beginning of time. And he was, every time that there was a solar eclipse, he would jump into different time frames throughout his lineage.
okay.
And in one of the pictures, as he was being found by Dick Grayson, there was a guy named Joshua Wayne, and in that picture, it's very similar to that picture of St. Peter that I sent you earlier, in which he's looking up into the sky. And the way that the lettering in the comic is accented, it says, so where is Joshua? And what is the significance of the casket in his hands? Well, if you see the pattern within those two pictures, it was clearly a showing of a priesthood within the Wayne family, because he's in a very similar kind of robe as to St. Peter. And at that point, when they said in the story, when Bruce Wayne was telling everybody through a recording from the beginning of time that he was losing his memories, he says, whatever you do, make sure you mark it with a bat. And so when that happened, I immediately remembered that, and I'm like, did I get so angry that I released a Batman virus? Like, it was very harrowing for me to be like losing my mind in that sense of, like, I thought that this was just fantasy, you know?
Well, yeah, I mean, it makes sense. I mean, Yahuwah does say that, that spirits do inhabit bodies. So
Yeah.
they always have a need for a host, and the New Testament blows this open when the entities go into the sea. Like, Dagon.
Right.
Like, obviously, they were returning
Seattle.
home.
I was in Seattle, so that makes complete sense.
Interesting, my best friend's from Seattle. Interesting.
And I know that on its face kind of sounds goofy, but, like, that's how God talks to me. Like, I have had so many strange occurrences in which,
It doesn't sound goofy. I have the same thing.
Like, when I hear the voice of God, I usually, one of the things about the gospel that is interesting to me is how Jesus says how the Holy Spirit, or the Spirit of truth, will come, and how it will speak, in which it will only say things that it hears, and it will tell you things that are meant to come. And I think that that's somewhere in the Old Testament as well.
It is, but how did you get the voice? Because when I heard Yahuwah's voice, I was on my mother's couch, and let me tell you something. My mother, apparently, my mother, yes, it would be a priestess, not knowing she was, and she had no idea. It was so funny. My grandmother told.
Does that make her a Judas priestess?
I don't know what that makes her. We were of the McCafferty priesthood, but we were literally.
I'm joking because you don't believe in Christ.
Oh. Oh, you're funny.
Bad joke.
No, it's fun. But my mom swears up and down. She's like, I believe that the mountain that I live by is Mount Zion. And I was like, you what? I mean, my mom says some pretty off the wall things, but she called what Russia's doing like when I was born. I mean, she's been saying it since I was born. She has always known what was going to happen. She's always known, always said it.
There's documentation in which leaders have literally said that there is never any circumstance that they would ever lose Ukraine. They had to lose it there for a little bit because of the fall of the wall and everything, but the plan is always to make sure that they subjugate Ukraine.
Well, Ukraine is the East. They're not going to be spared. That's where freaking Constantine started Christianity. Yahuwah is like, I am not sparing that shit. Hell no. He'll spare a remnant. He'll spare a remnant, but he's not going to spare that nation at all.
Well, and that's the thing about the Lord too. Is I think that I really think that, and this is a theory that I have anyway. Is I think that we have driven him mad.
Oh yeah.
And that's a double meaning that obviously he's very fucking pissed, but also
yes,
he's also like trying to put out so many fires at once that he's like I don't know what you want from me anymore. Like, what do you people fucking want?
Exactly. Yes, and that is the tone. That is Yahuwah's tone. And people are like, no, that's not his tone. I'm like, no, that is his tone, because he's literally using his people's voice to speak as his voice.
Absolutely. And I can tell you stories about that, but go on.
No, you go ahead. I'm listening to you.
Did you see the first Avengers movie?
I think so, maybe. What was it about?
The one on the helicarrier with Loki and the Tesseract.
I don't know. I just started getting into the Marvels. I want to see it. So this is recorded. I go back and I listen to all of it. So I'm going to watch that movie again.
This is going to be very funny for you when you see it. So I won't necessarily give it away. But all I'm going to say is I was at the space needle at one point, and I was obsessed with trying to get under it to see what was there, because I had seen this video on YouTube in which it was kind of like an animation in which this person was trying to seriously say that there was something like a time machine or I think it's a time machine and demon exorcism chamber within it. And I was like, oh, dude, I have to go see if that's true. But they wouldn't let me downstairs because this was during COVID. The elevators were off, of course. But that was also during a massive renovation of the space needle in which they spent like over $1 billion on it, and it really doesn't look very much different than it did. So it makes me wonder if there's some sort of tech that they put in there, and that's why they weren't letting people downstairs. However, they took me to the hospital instead of taking me to jail because I was trespassing, because I wouldn't leave. I was demanding to see what it was. And I was sitting on a balcony talking to the doctor about my state of mind, and I'm like, no, I'm not crazy. Like, I was just really determined. Like, I'm going to sit here and be a normal human being for you because I'm not really crazy. Like, I'm just very determined, and like, you don't understand what it's like to be me, sir. And eventually they let me go within a few hours, but there was this one point in which I heard behind me the sound as if somebody was starting a Pac-Man level. And I looked at him, I'm like, is somebody playing Pac-Man? And he's like, no, that's just probably our machine moment that is exactly like that. And that's where I got that from. And that's where, and right after that happened, there was a nurse maybe 15 feet away from me that had nothing to do with my stay there at all the entire time. And she walked up to a security guard, because I was in the hallway on this journey, not in a room, that was just standing there. He wasn't standing there because of me. And she points at me and looks at him and says, he's the one. He's the one. And the security guy's like, yeah, I know. And then they just go back to what they were doing as if they didn't even realize that they were doing that. And I was all like, what the F was that?
Right.
But I kept it to myself. Like, that type of shit happens all the time, just like the Spirit took over me to speak Latin.
No, you know what?
In my life.
I gotta tell you something. Okay, so the whole time you were telling me something, Yahuwah was popping in, and I'm gonna repeat it again. This is nuts. Okay, talk about going to places where you're gonna get busted, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so there.
It's funny because I literally told them, like, I could tell you that I have a bomb. Would that make it better? But somehow I got out scot-free.
Well, yeah, because you're in there to give a message and get out. That's why.
Yeah.
Like I was.
Yeah, I was just going to go there and get the hell out of there. And somebody finally let me give them my message, so I finally left. But I told them what I thought was down there, and then I left. And they didn't deny it, so go on.
Yeah, I told my message and I got fired, so. But, because there was more to the message than just what I told you. I just can't share it. So there, Yahuwah directed me to this place here in Arizona. It's called the Superstition Mountains. That's the name of the mountain range. There is a reason why it's called Superstition Mountain, and I always wondered why. And Yahuwah led me to a video of these adventurers who went to this place called the Lost Dutchman's Mine. And in the Lost Dutchman's Mine, rumor has it that there is a treasure that anyone who tries to venture to it, they are killed off by I believe it is the Cherokee tribe. No, it's the Apache. Hold on. What?
It sounds like that might be where the Flying Dutchman is.
Yes, that's the lost. Yes. What? Okay. What? Tell me what? Okay, you might be the piece to this puzzle. What? Do you know what is this?
Well, the treasure of the Flying Dutchman, the Flying Dutchman is a ghost ship. So that implies that the ship disappeared somehow, but the treasure was in it. Where did that go?
Oh my God, the Ark of the Covenant. Oh my God, it's true. It's true. It's true then. I know where the Ark of the Covenant is.
I wouldn't necessarily go that far.
Oh, I would. This was pointed to me in 2020. That's not the Ark of the Covenant in Israel. I knew it. I knew it.
There is a part of the Ark of the Covenant possibly in Ethiopia because that's where the black Israelites are, and they have a priesthood there that is charged with guarding over it, and it's something that kills a lot of them. No.
Bob Marley plays a huge part in this. They found something. No. That Ark was transported to Arizona. I know. That's what they found it. They found it. That's exactly why. Oh my God. Okay. So the Lost Dutchman holds a treasure that the Apache reservation will kill off anybody who tries to find it. The Superstition Mountains are called the Superstition Mountains because there was a massacre of 175,000 people that tried to find this treasure that the Apaches were hidden. They've been putting black hand marks on the rocks when they start getting close to what they don't want them to find. And the Lost Dutchman was shot in the head because he went and tried to find what they're hiding. There's only one person that can do this, and I am that person. They will not shoot me. I have in my blood. I am double jointed, brother. And this is the sign. All my fingers can double joint. They will not touch me when I go. We have to go. We have to storm the Lost Dutchman's mine and find out that we have to uncover the Ark of the Covenant. It's there. I am almost freaking certain it's there. This is what Yahuwah has been showing me all these years.
Believe it or not, there is a man that I know that is an Apache elder.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
I can't say that he's going to talk to us about it because he was very cagey when I asked him about their prophecies.
Yeah.
But I was telling him about the Hopi prophecy and whatnot, and the true white brother, and the stone, and everything. And he came back to me and he told me that even though it may seem like I don't have very much of an audience on here, that I shouldn't be necessarily doing it for the audience, and that he told his elders everything that I've said to him because I've backed it up with math.
Okay.
And
I need you to go to him and tell him you found her.
found her.
Yes.
Will he know what that means?
I guess so. I guess so. My Uncle Pete, or not my Uncle Pete, my father's, this is so important, okay? My father's father, so my grandpa, I know nothing about him, but I have to go meet with him before Yahuwah takes him. I know this. He worked in the mines. He was under government surveillance. We have my own mountain. I own a mountain under the last name Martinez. It's called the Martinez Mountain. It's Martinez Canyon. Okay, it's my mountain. According to my bloodline, that is my mountain. There are mines there that are holding treasures that our nation has been hiding from us as the priesthood, that we have to go and storm and take from, as well as on this Superstition Mountain. Now, anyone who ventures to Superstition Mountain, there is a storm that comes out of nowhere, and it will destroy anything and everything in its path. It is only passable by those who hold the mark, which would be those who are the descendants of the priesthood. It's held this position for many, many years. They don't understand it. A lot have said it's a portal. That's why it's called Superstition Mountain. And there's still bloodstains there from the 175,000 that were murdered and massacred there because of the Apache keeping what is so sacred. They're holding the covenant. They're holding the Ark of the Covenant. That's why this makes so much sense. They had my tribe, and they had the Navajo, they had the Cherokee, and they had the Apache go and perform at the White House in front of the Biden administration. And that's why they know we have to do this. We have got, okay, and it's on Yahuwah's timing, of course, and he will bring the floodgates of the flood of the floodgates. That's what this is on X. This is the flood of the floodgates that Yahuwah brings to my space and follows me. And everybody who is already on the floodgates where Yahuwah brought the flood of the people to pronounce the floodgates, they already know this. They've known this since 2020, since I've been a blabbermouth, literally. I've been a chatty Cathy. So they know what they're already walking into. So anyone in the floodgates is untouchable. Anyone in the floodgates. Anyone. And they consist of 6.2 thousand right now, so far.
You're reading about this right now on Wikipedia. The names are standing out to me in a way that I can't even quantify to you. The Spanish governor was named Pedro de Peralta, and that is Peter Rock.
Yes. Peralta was the family of the mines, of the Lost Dutchmans. You are correct.
Peralta is just another way of saying Peter.
No shit. They were the ones who discovered the mine. The Peralta family is the one who discovered the Lost Dutchman's mine, dude. I'm not shitting you. I am dead serious. You are the missing piece.
But it also says that there's no. This is where you have to really discern.
Hold on, brother. Nate, come here. Nate, I need you. Come here, bud. Come here, baby. Come here. This man right here that I'm talking to, he's got Asperger's syndrome like you, baby. And Yahuwah's called him to a position with mommy. We're going to go storm the Lost Dutchman's mine. We're going to get everybody together. Yahuwah's going to bring it's looking like 6.2 thousand that are going to storm the Superstition Mountain. He's like you, so you have a special position. He does too. He's just like you, baby. Okay, I just wanted to point this out.
We're like Batman and Robin.
See, that's so cool. Maybe he's your Robin. That's so cool. He's so much younger than you. My son's only 11, but that would be so cool, dude.
No, that was about the age that Robin started. So
Oh my god! And dude, he's just like freaking out. He's like, "What's going on?" Yeah.
I was just trying to give him some pep.
No, he loves playing the piano. He has learned not a lesson in his life, and my boy can play Super Mario Brother Anthem. I mean, it's crazy. He's so good at it. And I mean, he usually is the one that opens up for me, but he's been a stubborn streak, dude. I'll tell you that. So I've been playing music, from the playlist that Yahuwah had me create. But he normally opens up with his piano music, and it's just phenomenal. Everything that he does is just, I'm just blown away. At 11, dude. And he creates video games. My little boy, if you look at my Facebook, or on my YouTube now too, because he's uploading them. The other night, he created a video game with his friend, and he showed everybody how to do it. And he's got like 100 views already in one night. I'm like, how the hell do you do that? I mean, it's crazy. He's so talented. Like, what little kid do you know can do that at 11, make video games? I mean, Elon Musk created his first video game. I don't know what age, but he sold it for $500, I researched.
Yeah, I mean, I was building computers then, but I wasn't necessarily able to code video games, so that's good on him.
He's a coder. He asked me, he goes, Mom, can we get a membership at the library? I was like, sure. He's like, okay. I was like, what kind of books do you want to get? He's like, oh, coding. And I was like, what? I was like, you want books on coding? What, coding what? And he's like, video games. I was like, you know how to code? He's like, yeah, they taught us, I guess his school that he's in an autistic program, and they offer STEM to the autistic children. And so he learned how to code in one of those classes. And ever since then, Yahuwah's just been, I bought him Super Mario Maker for the Switch because he loves like creating things, like creating worlds, and he gets adults to play his video games, and they comment on his games, and they ask him like how old he is, and it's so crazy like what Yahuwah's doing with him. And I don't want to give him like too much of the electronic time, but this he's creating, like he's totally like growing his brain in a way that's not manipulating it, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
And so, I don't know, I took Minecraft away because I thought there was something evil about it, but...
I mean, yeah, that game is it's highly addictive in a way that is parasitic to the mind.
Yeah, that's why I bought him the I'm a fan of the Super Mario Brothers. Like, I literally got to play when my mom's ex-husband was a civil engineer. So, what's that?
The reason I say that is it's a pattern-based game in which it glorifies destruction. So, like, it's no wonder to me why all these younger kids that grew up making it are so willing to go and loot stores and stuff like that, Yeah,
and I wondered, like, I seen that happen. What I don't know if you ever played video games when you were younger, but my favorite game, and I know this is probably horrible to say, was I love strategy games, so I played Diablo. I loved playing the game.
My was obviously Super Mario Bros. 3 and Super Mario World in the 90s.
Yes.
And in the late 90s, it was Final Fantasy 7 and 8.
Oh my gosh, shut up. I love 7. Dude, that is the freaking oddball of them all. I love it. Adia and
7 and 8 go hand in hand.
I didn't play 8. Okay, maybe I should. I need to get I have a PlayStation 2 Slim that I have to get repaired, and I've been meaning I want to play 7 again because it has Quetzalcoatl in it, and there's do you realize how much Shiva and Quetzalcoatl are mentioned in that?
Quetzalcoatl is in 8 too.
Okay. See, I haven't played 8. I wanted to.
Back then, we used to be able to bootleg Japanese demos and stuff like that, and they wouldn't play on a PlayStation normally, but we were able to figure out how to make it. So, like, we were playing Final Fantasy VIII when it came out in Japan, and we didn't know what they were saying, but it was so beautiful for like the graphics in between 7 and 8. Like, 8 still holds up. Like, there would be no real reason to remake it if they wanted to, like they're doing 7 right now, other than the fact that it would make them a ton of money. It was, oh man, it's still, like, the opening scene of that game is still one of the most beautiful pieces of animation that you'll ever see.
Part 7?
Check that out on, no, on 8.
Oh, I fell in love with 7. I loved the storyline of Rhinoa and what happens with Adia and how they interfere, and that storyline caught me. Like, I haven't seen the 7, but I heard that it's more advanced than I haven't seen the 8. I've heard it's more advanced than the 7 though.
Well, I'm gonna send you the opening cutscene from it.
Okay,
And,
yeah, definitely.
It still holds up. Like that, if the graphics were that good then, my question is, why weren't they doing it more?
I think it has to do with frequency, honestly. Like you said, the intention of what these video games were had changed. Because, like, when I played the game Diablo, the intention was to travel down to the dungeon to destroy the devil, not...
Oh my god, they're remaking it. They're remaking it, I believe that.
The original... What?
They're reading Final Fantasy VIII, just like they're doing Final Fantasy VII. I'm so happy.
Oh, okay.
I didn't know that.
No, I didn't know that either. Thank you for sharing that. But it's gonna... What system is it gonna be on?
Probably PlayStation 5.
Okay, so that is what Yahuwah has been showing me to get, is either a PlayStation... What? Yeah, it was... Which one plays PlayStation 2 games?
What do you mean?
Which new PlayStation plays the PlayStation 2 games? There's only one system that does.
I think the PlayStation 5 is backwards compatible.
Okay, so that one is the one that plays the PlayStation 2 games?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure PlayStation 3 plays PlayStation 2 games too, but don't quote me on that.
No, PlayStation 2 Slim is the only one that played the reversible PlayStation 2 games. Because I have a PlayStation 2 Silver Slim.
I know that a lot of the PlayStation games now, though, I don't know if the PlayStation 2 Slim has this ability. Is it like a newer version of the PlayStation 2, or is it...
No. The one that I have, this is my baby. I've had this one since my mother bought it for me when I was 15. This is my play. I've carried it down generation to my daughter, and then my ex-husband had the nerve to punch it and bust the lens out of his anger and narcissism that he had possessed. So I need to get this fixed. At all cost, I'm keeping the original body. I've had that since I was 15, dude. There's no freaking way I'm parting with it.
Sorry, I didn't hear very much of what you were saying because I was getting that link for you, and when I go on YouTube on my phone, it cuts you off. I'm sorry about that.
Oh, no, I was just saying, I have an original PlayStation 2 from when I was 15. So I need to get it repaired so that I can play those backwards compatibles. That's all I was saying.
I'm sorry. Say that one more time. I'm so sorry.
That's okay. No, I was saying I have a PlayStation 2 that is a Slim.
Okay, well, if you get Final Fantasy VIII, it should be able to play on your PlayStation 2.
Okay. Well, and I've had, yeah, it should, because I've had this since I was 15. This PlayStation 2 that I have, the Slim,
Yeah.
it's that old. So the only
Because
thing,
it wasn't from the PlayStation 3 that they were starting to be kind of assholes about whether or not that they were going to allow backwards compatibility, because that takes money out of the pockets if they allow that. And they didn't allow it on the 4, but I heard that on the 5, the newest one, they're allowing it again.
okay,
And that's because it allows for resale or something like that.
that's good. That means we're going to be able to play all the old school games. I mean, do you know that the PlayStation 2, uh-huh, the PlayStation 2 game that I'm talking about, Diablo, the reason why I liked it is because it was, every time you went into the
I
dungeon,
used to play a game that.
well, the reason why I liked playing it is because the dungeon changed every single time. So you weren't repeating the same thing, and when you opened up the treasure chests, they were different too.
Right. Well, yeah, and I used to actually play a game that was a lot like that called Gauntlet Legends.
Yep, and Champions of Narath. Did you play Champions of Narath?
No, I don't believe I did, but I remember I always used to go to the arcade in the bowling alley when my parents were bowling to play Gauntlet Legends, and then it finally came out on N64, and that was the first time I was able to beat it, because obviously arcades are scams.
Right? Oh gosh, I know, man. My mom would do laundry, and I'd sit there for like hours. She'd be like, here's a handful of quarters. You know this isn't gonna happen.
You know where I got that from, though, is Wayne's World.
I love Wayne's World, dude. I freaking love those movies.
Well, that's his name, though. It's Wayne Campbell. And those are my names now.
Okay, yep. Did you ever watch the Army of Darkness?
Yeah, the Evil Dead.
Yes, with Bruce Campbell.
Yeah, have you ever seen Burn Notice?
Yes, I love the series, dude. I want to binge it.
Sam Ash is a fucking beast.
Yes, I love Burn Notice. That was like of all of those types of movies or shows on TV, that was my favorite. I love Burn Notice.
Well, I can't believe that they showed me that I could steal bikes by turning an air can upside down and freezing the lock. Like, I was like, that's the one thing that I remember the most from out of that show.
You know what's funny too is they allow him to use the same sayings that he did in Army of Darkness. Like he literally says like hail the king, baby, or you know, it's I'm like, oh my gosh, I can't. Born in the barn.
Bruce Campbell isn't a character actor. He's Bruce Campbell being Bruce Campbell.
Exactly.
They pay to see Bruce Campbell.
Yep, exactly. I love him. He's such a good actor.
And you see the pattern there? His name is Bruce. So I just said Wayne Campbell, Bruce Campbell.
Dude, that's so funny. My mom's first husband, the civil engineer that I keep telling you about, his name is Bruce.
That's cool. My pen name used to be Bruce Eric, and it was a combination of Bruce Wayne and Eric Draven.
Oh, wow. That's crazy.
Yeah.
What a combination. How funny.
Yep. I'm an oddball.
No, me too. We oddballs stick together, man. We're literally a priesthood. That's what Yahuwah was showing. These disabilities are all coming together to represent one meaning. Don't mess with Yahuwah's...
Speaking of that,
Huh?
That's actually the theme of the prayer that I wrote, was allied priesthoods.
Oh, see, that's where it is. Yahuwah's... And people are like, why are you saying you're a priesthood? I'm like, because the Father keeps telling me to say it. Stop asking me. It's like, that's it. That's where it is.
I put in some humor a little bit to it, which you'll understand.
So you've been getting the floodgate message too, and that's what Job, that the Father's been showing me Job as the floodgates.
Well, that's what I mean by being in the midst of the spillways.
Oh, okay.
Like, it's a flood. Like, I'll have to show you this song by a band called Ghost called The Spillways. It talks about basically the quickening.
Okay, yeah, definitely share this with me. I love this. This is like, I'm always looking for places to look for things, and I go usually to, like, I have YouTube. The one that I have, it's been since 2013, and so the followers that I have are since 2013 as, like, original watchmen that Yahuwah put in place for me to share with people the information that I have. Well, some of them. I just added some dude named Stefan Burns, who literally Yahuwah is totally using. Totally. Do you know who Stefan Burns is?
No, I've never heard that name before.
Okay, he's on my space. I've been sharing his videos, and he always talks about the third eye. I'm like, okay, you've wrestled with the Father at the pineal. Okay, I'm like, Yahuwah's using you. That's how I know who Yahuwah is using, is he's wrestling with them at the third eye, in the mind. So that dude's probably going through some major crap, and he's like, oh my gosh, how do I deal with this? By having his YouTube channel, being self-employed. He's a geologist, or not a geologist. Is he a geologist? I think he said, yeah, he's a geologist.
That's funny, considering my name, but go ahead.
No, go ahead. I was finished.
Well, a geologist obviously peters the rock. So when I hear that, like, it's like when I think about Randy on, which the guy on South Park named Randy looks a lot like my old best friend Randy.
Uh-huh.
And he was a geologist in that show too. So it's very funny because, like, God, it shows like that sometimes that I hear the voice of God. You know, like right now, anything that has the word stone or rock or pebble or mountain or etc., I immediately put my ears up because usually, even if the person doesn't know it, what they're saying is relevant to me.
Yeah. I get you. I'm on that level as well. There's like little nuggets. People, like, I think that Yahuwah brings those that have nuggets to us because we're missing pieces, and he's trying to. And I love doing puzzles. Like I can sit there for hours and just get lost in a puzzle, and Yahuwah knows that.
Would you like me to pray?
Oh yeah. Well, we have to do those 3 songs. We have to do one more song. I think it was.
Oh yeah, we did. Yeah, the Ballad of Peter Pumpkinhead.
Yeah, we got to do that one. I'm just trying to keep an order.
I just want to preface this that it's very funny that I'm a bald person, the guy in that band is a bald person, and so is the guy in the Smashing Pumpkin.
I love Smashing Pumpkins. Did you?
Well, that's what I think. That's what I think God is saying in Peter Pumpkinhead, because Smashing Pumpkins, other than a band called Brand New, is my favorite band.
Oh wow, that's crazy. Yeah, we're definitely connected by something, dude. I feel it.
I think it's probably in the DNA. I hope that you consider it in your DNA. And
Yeah.
allow you to sequence it.
I do. I mean, that's what Yahuwah is bringing to the floodgates. Is only those who will connect with the one spirit, obviously, but also the brothers and sisters will be like best friends. They'll literally be fighting back to back with one another.
Yeah.
That's what Yahuwah is doing, and the only way we can trust each other is by connecting on this level where we are, and I believe it is those who do have disabilities. I'm a firm believer because of the dream that I received of my little Zachariah with the spina bifida. That's where Yahuwah sold me on.
That's a proven pattern within the Bible that usually God takes on the underdog that's who he takes under his wing.
Yeah, he hides them under the shadows.
Yeah.
Under the shadows of what the nations are doing. That's what that means.
Well, let's hear some ecstasy.
All right, let's do this. XTC. Maybe, hopefully we don't get another commercial. Nope, we got one.
Micah would run
Micah.
for 3 hours and never stop. And then they
Micah.
would play 30 minutes.
That was interesting. Okay.
Yeah, it is.
I think this is 432 frequency. Oh my gosh, this video is like showing so much. What the heck? Oh my gosh. Between two criminals and they show the freaking eye. Oh my gosh. That's nuts. Oh my gosh, she's talking about what... my gosh. Okay. Off the top of my head, did Peter hear Yahuwah speak, or did Peter receive the voice?
Yes, I mean, he was the, and I know that you don't necessarily believe this, but he was the divinely instituted priest of the high church, and he, from then on, had basically a hotline to God, and, you know, when he was crucified, he never gave the key willingly to anybody else, and they hung him upside down. So it just like every other priesthood in Judaism, it's a bloodline. So
okay, but did he say that he had to shed his own blood?
Yes, he did say that he would be leaving his tent, and this is something that the Lord told him.
Okay, but he didn't say that he would be hung from a tree.
No, he didn't say that he would be crucified.
Okay, see, that's the difference. This Jesus character said that it was his blood that would rectify many, just right, with his blood, which is completely the opposite of Isaiah 53, because that dude justifies many with his knowledge, not blood. Okay?
Yeah.
So, that's why I asked about the voice, because
But that's where I think I come in to the story, in the fact that I probably have a useless house of knowledge.
of course, yeah, you seem to have a lot of information on Peter.
Well, not only Peter, but, like, I can tell you, like, I don't remember Bible verses exactly, but, like, I know where to look, and I know the general gist of the stories.
So was Peter also a fisherman, or no?
Well, yes, he was a fisherman, and he wanted to become a fisher of men.
And he couldn't.
Correct.
Okay, there's a reason. So he couldn't become Dagon. He couldn't become part of the Dagon, the part of the New Testament. He couldn't become of that. No. Listen. Listen to what I'm saying, because this would match up perfectly with the research that Yahuwah showed me. Okay, because so he couldn't be part of that priesthood because of his bloodline being so pure. He died that of the cursed that they said was not a curse, because he followed the curse. Okay, so because remember, he converted, and so wow, that's really deep. He couldn't be part of Dagon's he couldn't be the fishers of men, because if you look at the research on this, the fishers of men are what Jeremiah speaks about, are the link to the dark prophets. The dark prophets are the fishers of men, according to
Explain dark prophets.
what?
Explain dark prophets.
Prophecies of Baal, as Jeremiah tells us. They were teaching, and that's what Jesus was claiming he was. But as he was claiming he was the son of the Father. But what Father? Because Bible comes from the Mediterranean town of Byblos, where the Trinity of the Father was of that father was Dagon, Asherah, and Baal. So Yahuwah has Yahuwah, wisdom, and his children as Jacob. So then Dagon would have his trinity of him and Asherah and their descendants of the fishers of men. And that would make sense why Peter was not allowed to be part of that. It's the same reason why my little boy was not allowed to live and be part of my life, because I am of a royal priesthood, and he was going to be part of a priesthood, but also of those fishers of men, of the men of renown, through the Amorite child that my ex-husband's bloodline is of. Get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So Peter, I'm probably gonna have to look at Peter a little bit deeper, because if he received a voice, he wasn't going by an image, and so that makes it super, super significantly different. Because Yahuwah said, I gave my voice only. I didn't give an image. And I don't know if you've researched this, but Isaiah gives the exact craft of the craftsman who is the deceiver. It's the carpenter. And then Jeremiah, in his apocryphal writing, is the most explicit with it. He says that the image is in the image of a scarecrow, and in their gardens there is a deception along with their groves. That's why he says, do not trust their gardens and their groves. Like Bohemian Grove and the Garden of Gethsemane, they go together.
Gotcha.
So that's why I say that the carpenter is a deceiver, and that makes sense given what we know about Peter. I'm overlooking him. And what's interesting is there's this dude, he is a runner of a priesthood, he claims, and he is calling himself Apostle Peter. His name is Peter Michael Martinez. I know him personally from being, hold on, he claims to be Sephardic, just like you, okay, but he is Messianic, and he has 99 acres of land in Scottsdale that he is turning into a refuge camp. It was explained to me, not only will I get Melky's cabin in Colorado, but I will get Mr. Peter's land if he doesn't turn back to the Father. That was the warning that I gave in 2020 in a Facebook video that I went live on, and I have turned it into a YouTube video that I haven't uploaded yet. But it is a very specific warning to Mr. Apostle Peter if he doesn't return back. Because I do believe, as you are saying, these characters are literally walking out the same characters in the book. It's not a metaphor. This is literal.
Here's the problem that I have with
Well, hold on. And he claims to be the actual Apostle Peter.
Well, that's just insane.
No, and listen to this too. He lived in Israel on the top of a penthouse that was paid by the Sanhedrin and the Knesset. So this is very, very interesting stuff that's being said here about Peter.
I think I'm getting what you're saying about it, and the message is received.
So I know Peter. He's had the warning. If he doesn't return back to Yahuwah alone, dude, I know Peter, Mindy's going to lose Peter. He's going to be crucified. Because they're going to enact, they're going to reveal this, and I think it's going to be an AI-generated Jesus character, or I could be wrong. They could be literally, you know how in the 100, how they were using the DNA of the bone marrow of those who could sustain life outside of Mount Weather. You know, the bone marrow is in the life, right? The life is in the blood. That's what I'm thinking. I am thinking that this Gilgamesh character, I don't believe was human, dude. I think that this might actually be the Jesus character, and the reason why they went in there in 2003 and raided Afghanistan and got that artifact. I just a feeling in my spirit that this is Nimrod all over again.
The basis for Noah, and Noah was known to be in the Enochian epic that he was not a human. He was more like the shining ones, which were angels.
I saw that, but I did see where he has horns. You're talking about the Vatican, where they have the statue of him with horns.
Noah with horns? I don't know anything about that.
Oh my gosh, yes, they. It might be. Wait, was it Noah or Moses? No, I think it was Noah. I'm pretty sure it was Noah. But yeah, they have something at the Vatican where they say that Noah.
That's obviously a perversion.
Huh?
That's obviously a perversion, and what they're perverting there is the idea of what watchers were. There were fallen angels and there were watchers, not just watchers. That they pervert the watchers as fallen angels.
Well, we have to be careful because Rephaim means giants, not Nephilim. Rephaim. The Rephaim.
Okay.
So that, because I mean, my brother Shaul, when we have these discussions, because he's like totally doesn't believe it, so he literally tries to defuse it, and he's like, Rephaim were the descendants of the Nephilim. The Nephilim, can you imagine a human woman trying to have sex with a giant? He'd rip her apart. There's no room for a baby.
Well, I think that the Amazons, they were like, at least 10 feet tall at some point.
And that's a plausible, yes, that's a plausible that he would totally be along with.
Yeah. Well, I always thought that perhaps maybe the lost two tribes of Israel were the Atlanteans and the Amazons, but that's just because I'm such a comic book fan, and we haven't found either one of them yet.
No, you're right, and they're linked to the tribe of Gad and Dan. That's already been associated. We know that Gad has been located in Africa.
Yeah.
So yeah, that makes sense. And they did go the way of Siri. They literally went to the star Siri, and that's where Dagon is supposed to be associated with.
Well, that's funny that you say that, because the Petran inheritance, you remember Men in Black, the galaxy is around Orion's belt.
Yes,
right?
yes.
Well, the Petran inheritance is Orion and Sirius, seriously.
Exactly, and one represents a bear, and one represents, what does Siri, okay, Siri must represent, what image is Siri?
I don't know, give me a second.
Okay. So that would make sense.
F-I-R-I?
Huh?
It's just F-I-R-I?
From my understanding, yeah, it's just Siri, yeah. The planet Siri. Because the Dogon tribe also are connected in the Benin Republic, specifically, off the coast.
Okay.
And I have, so my watchman, fiance, he where he is at, they have encountered the Memiwata, which are the descendants of Dagon. They are of the Nene priesthood that Jeremiah had encountered when he went to Hawaii, according to...
I'm told that it's a dolphin.
Huh?
I'm being told that it's a dolphin.
I too, yes, that he mixed DNA with the dolphin. Yes. And that, yes, I do. Yes, I'm being shown the same exact thing. That's where they get the fin from.
Aquaman swims very fast, just like a dolphin.
Well, and then if you look also at the Avatar, there's...
Yeah, I hate that movie so much, but yeah, I get it. The Way of Water?
Yeah, it's the adrenochrome that they were able to match much like a human. And that's why. Yes, there's so much that these movies reveal to us, it's not even funny.
It's funny that we say that, because it says the alternative animal candidates, one of them is an owl.
Oh my gosh, and what was Lilith in the image of?
The owl.
Yep. She had ostrich-like feet, just like an owl.
Well, and that's the whole Bohemian Grove thing, and the owl god Moloch and whatnot.
And her, no, it's no, it's not, it's Lilith. And she goes by the name Care. When they go to Bohemian Grove, it's called Care.
The Cremated nation of care, yeah.
Yep. I knew it. And she's who comes out of the water. She is like a hydra being. She comes out of that lake where the red forest is. So that's why they block everybody from going from. Okay, so that's it.
Well,
They're
yeah, they're in the bridge. Like, they're telling you exactly what it is.
Yep, they are. I knew it. It's Lilith. It's Asherah. It's the Queen of Heaven. That's who it is.
It's one of those very few moments that it's not what it looked like. It's actually what it is.
Yep. And I kept when I watched the video. I don't know if you watched the leaked video of the dude that broke in, but they kept on saying, and we pronounce our love to care. Like, they kept on saying care. And I looked it up and I was like, care is related to the Nene priesthood. Why?
Well, the thing about it, though, is they burned the effigy of what they say is like a dwarf, but it's really a child.
They burn, a virgin. They burn a virgin child.
Yeah.
They have to. And then they have sex with one another, and they have sex with the children that they infiltrate in there. And Alex Jones blew that one open.
Well, yeah, but the thing about Alex Jones is he's only giving part of the story. Like, I don't like people that are like that build their platforms on the platform of money. Like, he's only giving you half of the story, but he's probably smart enough to know the entire thing.
Honestly, I think that they got him. I think that he's been MK Ultra'd. I do. I see something in his eye. Like, I used to follow him all the time. Alex Jones, I always watched his videos. I was always commenting, that kind of stuff. And then when I seen it in his eyes, like I told you, the window, the eyes are the window to the soul. And so when I seen,
really took it out of him, and he may have had to make a deal.
Yes, I think he did sell his soul. Absolutely. I think he did have the genuine interest of alerting the people and being authentic, but then he gave in to the industry.
What's so sad about that, though, is the whole Sandy Hook thing is definitely suspect, and he just couldn't calm himself down enough to explain it in a way that they could understand.
Well, if you ever seen the documentary I Pet Goat, that has a lot to do with Sandy Hook too. Look at the little girl that eats the forbidden apple. And look whose foot it rolls by. And in the beginning of I Pet Goat, you see Bush as the one, shame on you, shame on me, shame on them, right? So he's telling you straight up who was the ones that were the culprit in Sandy Hook. That little girl says so much, especially when the apple rolls by Obama's foot.
Well, the thing about the Sandy Hook is it was a very strange situation in which we grew up, you and I, watching the footage from Columbine and all these other school shootings. And they've shown bloody kids, and they've shown people falling out of windows and running and stuff like that. But did we see any stretchers or any ambulances or any body bags or anything like that when it came to the news coverage of Sandy Hook? No, we did not. And that is the type of stuff that the news networks live for. So why was that? And why was it that supposedly the school was closed for an entire year before that? And why also was there a drill being run in the town that was the exact situation in which they said that they were going to be there for? And on top of that, why did the coroner say that he hoped that this whole situation didn't eventually come down on the town? And lastly, why was every single house in Sandy Hook paid for on a Christmas Day the year before that happened? All of them were just paid off. Why? Why did that happen? If it answered those questions, I would be grateful.
Because the children didn't die. They're still alive.
Yeah, they were in the Thanksgiving halftime show the Super Bowl halftime show a few weeks later.
Yep, exactly. Exactly, and it's only our generation that would know this. The third and the fourth and the fifth. That's it. Because we were the ones that witnessed that. We witnessed all of those sacrifices that they said that they made.
Right, we know what it looks like, and there's certain deaths that did not look like it. It's just like the assassination attempt. Well, yeah, if I was going to assassinate a president, that's exactly how I would make it look. Just make it look like everybody's fucking it up. So that way you can't really tell. You know? Like,
Yep. No, you're right. That's so true.
but I don't know. I could go on and on about that. Like, I don't really want to get out of a conspiracy, but I would like to say my prayer.
Yeah, go ahead. We definitely got to get into the Tanakh portion.
Okay, give me a second to pull it up here.
Okay.
Alright, it is kind of long, but I'll try and make it quick, okay?
Go ahead.
Hearken, holy air of heaven, Yahuwah, yearning yielding of yesterdays and tomorrows, you who will both wander in the wilderness and whittle worlds from word to word, who watch the waters and welcome the wandering, we, your waiting watchers, woe and man, and willing witnesses, waken our world to walk in your way. Summon the sovereign spirit of sanctity, seal the scroll, send the tears, strengthen the steadfast, stir the silent, and settle the soul storms of strongholds in the secret. In mighty mercy, magnify our mission, in fiery faithfulness, forge our fellowship, in righteous reckoning, raise your remnant, in sovereign splendor, seal our service. O Yahuwah, Yah of yesteryear and yet to come, your yearning yields youth from the ashes. Your yes unyokes the yoke of yesterday. Yoke us now to your everlasting rest. And for the nations may kneel, know, and kindle your kingdom. In the name of the Heavenly Father, forever and all ages, as it is written, as it shall be. Amen.
Amen. Yes. You just sealed the priesthood, brother. You just sealed the priesthood. Wow. And it took a man to do it. It took a man to do it, because I couldn't.
Well, I said well and man, so you're in now.
Wow. I don't think people realize the thunder. The thunder that you just brought.
I'm a son of thunder.
Oh, dude. See, and that... Ugh. The thunder god is that Quetzalcoatl Jesus character. That's why we're so drawn to that Final Fantasy game. You know that?
Yeah, I mean, I know that, and the Final Fantasy VII game, there's the life stream and stuff like that, which is basically the god stream of the planet that's inside the planet, and that's why I think that there's a very good chance that underneath us is where Eden is, as opposed to it being somewhere on Earth.
Well,
and that
yeah, and what was the garden called? Balaam?
Yeah.
Exactly.
And the Mako reactors that created the power for everybody were parasitic to the life stream. So I think that was very much an obvious allegory for whatever is underneath us is far more important than they would make us think in the fact that it's hell on earth.
Right. So do you think that we are going to go... we're not going to go under, right? Like the Yaqui people did? Or...
I think that if the Ant people come back and they want to take the remnant with them, we may go underneath while the earth is cleansed and everybody else may go up.
And that makes sense, because I know that... that makes sense why the... Okay. Because they're... I can't reveal anything. But, okay, that makes sense why things have happened the way they are. Okay.
And if you want to take it back to that 100 show, I think, again, that is inverted. The people that are still on Earth will be able to survive, and the people that are up for a matter of time will not be able to survive on Earth.
Well, the grounders were specifically, I think, representation of the priesthood, and those who were in Mount Weather were those who were never supposed to be. but they're trying to
Right,
be.
but you said that you had said that they can't survive on the outside. I think that's an inversion of what the truth is.
I don't know, because those were wicked, evil people. Remember, they tried to weather it out just as much as the grounders did. And the grounders were the ones who had nobility. They were the ones that could see the deception that Mount Weather was performing. Because they would take their people and they turned them into zombies.
I completely agree with you, and that also brings up like what they're doing in Colorado with the airport and stuff like that. I would definitely think that they would do something like that there in regards to being underground and whatnot.
Well, look at the mural that they have on the Colorado airport. What is it of? It looks like Gestapo rounding up a bunch of children and masking them.
You can watch the show Paradise, where a billionaire literally hollows out a mountain in order to, like your friend had said, it was going to be like the day after tomorrow. It's a very similar situation in which Antarctica basically, in like a quick fashion, completely unfreezes and takes over the earth water-wise and creates a calamity like that. But these people live in a mountain in Colorado, but it is called Paradise.
Okay, that makes sense, because when I lived in Colorado, I was staying in a place, well, I want to go stay there, so I can't say it, but it was where gold was first found, and it wasn't California. Colorado is where gold was first found. They have a mine shaft that goes 100 feet deep, and it has, like, there's a monument there. It's called Cripple Creek, Colorado. And in this mine, I didn't get to go down in it. Okay, I will say that. But when I was staying in this campground, there was a retired military child of a government official, okay, who, he wasn't a child, he was the child of, okay, but he was a veteran, and he had said that the campground that is there is right where that mountain is. Like, literally, I found the air shaft to the entrance to the mountain. I found it. And I'm sure that the owner of the campground knows it. Maybe. I mean, he's a World of Warcraft junkie, so it's possible he doesn't. And he holds concerts and road shows, like, literally directly over top of it. And there's a reason why this dude is on this campground. It's because it's like he's guarding it, I guess you could say. But yeah, we found the shaft. It's like a breathing mountain. And when you go up to it, you feel air shooting out from it, like cold ass air shooting out from this rock. So I know exactly what you're talking about. I know where Paradise Mountain is. It's underneath the campground.
Yeah, so that's the mountain, and
it's beautiful.
I don't know if that is a. Hang on, my accent is giving me trouble on my phone. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, it's just a way to stop. Yeah, I definitely think that there might be something going on there because there's a show about it now, or they're about to start something there.
Interesting. And what's crazier too is at the time that I was living there were fires all around it except for where we were. It didn't get touched one bit. And it's still...
Yeah, because it's completely insulated now with fans to where flames wouldn't get in there.
And not only that, they also have an artisan spring that can't be shut off. So anyone who goes there, and this is like any tourists that go to Cripple Creek, Colorado, you can drink of the spring that doesn't ever stop flowing. It will never stop flowing. They don't know how to shut it off. And everybody go, like, you should see it. When I lived there, people would come, because a lot of people lived up there with just their RVs or their fifth wheels, and we had a fifth wheel, and we were taking care of my friend's property up there, actually that guy Melky, and we would go to, it's the purest water. It's so, like, I never drank anything so freaking pure in my life. And people would go and fill up their, like, their huge water tanks for their vegetation of watering their garden, or they would, like, you know, those massive, like, gardening tanks that I'm talking about? They're white, and these dudes would, like, fill up their spring with that water, like, fill up their whole vegetation garden to go and water all of their stuff. And so we would use that for our tank for our RV, or for our fifth wheel that we had. And we would also fill up all of our reusable water bottles that we had, so that we would never have to worry about getting water. And so this is a known place. You go there, you can actually drink the purest of the purest waters. It's an artisan spring. And so I think that this is that mountain. This is that mountain that we're talking about. And it's gorgeous. It's absolutely freaking gorgeous. It is the most prettiest spring area in Cripple Creek. I fell in love with it. A lot of people are like, oh, it's not that pretty, but I've been to, you know, hiking, and this place is absolutely stunning. So if you have a chance to go, I encourage you. There is nothing like Colorado Springs. And they have the Garden of the Gods there. I don't know if you've been there. You go up there.
No, I've never been to Colorado.
Okay, they have strange storms, and they warn you. There's warning signs all over the place of Wookiees. And Wookiees are, well, they're Bigfoot. They're Bigfoot men. And they even have a smoke shop called the Wookiee. And I didn't know this, and I was literally, like, out in the forest creating this refuge camp in my fifth wheel with my ex-husband. And it was terrifying. Because I was listening to the YouTube channel Now You See TV, and they were literally talking about big feet, and you know, and I'm like sitting there in my vehicle at night, and I'm like, oh God, I'm in Colorado. The Garden of the Gods is literally like an hour away. It was like the freakiest thing ever. But yeah, when you're driving, and it's in Manitou Springs, if you ever go to Colorado, and it's called the Garden of the Gods, and the road is, dude, it is the narrowest thing ever. I don't know. How do people not fall off of that mountain? I have no idea, because they have college students that go up there, like, drunk off their keisters, just hanging out at the top, because it's just all these rocks with, like, a garden. And they call it the Garden of the Gods. And I think there's something super spiritual about it. I think maybe this is where those Wookiees, like, portal is or something, because there's something there. They wouldn't have these signs. And it's not a joke either. Like, you would think that they were just joking with these signs, but no. I've talked to the locals there. I've talked to, and, like, all the houses that are around them are, like, barricaded with, like fences, they're barricaded in, and they're these luxury, like, I mean, mansion looking houses that are surrounding the Garden of the Gods in Colorado. It's insane the way when you go there and you see this, because there's something there. There is. Colorado has roots, man. Roots.
Yeah.
I don't know that they're good roots, but they're roots.
I mean, I think that just like the people, like Sherpas in India, you have to be that type of person. You have to have that special gene to live a mile high. So there's definitely something to that.
Yes, I want to live, man. If I get the chance to go to India ever, I want to live in those high altitude mountains because when I lived in Colorado, I was literally at 11,000 feet, and it was the hardest air to breathe in. I literally had to like sit in the car with the windows up and breathe, and then roll down the windows a little tiny bit because it was that impacting on my lungs. But I will tell you this, the location where that is said to be where Jacob's ladder is. If that makes sense. I don't know why it would be there. I don't know. And then there's a place also in Arizona called Felicity, where there's a literal staircase, a metal staircase that leads nowhere. And they say that that is the center of the earth. It's the four corners of the earth, actually. It meets the middle. And that's why I told you that Arizona, Utah, Colorado, and New Mexico are the four corners of the earth. They are. Or the center of the earth, something like that. Because they're chosen, I believe that that's where I'm seeing Leviathan possibly ripping around and protecting. Leviathan comes to rip through Wyoming, the grounds of Wyoming, from my understanding. This is what I've heard. I can't confirm it. I just can say this is what I've heard from a source. And that they're trying to hide a dragon. They're trying to hide Leviathan. They're trying to hide Dagon. They're trying to hide this serpent that is going to be slaughtered, and I guess we're going to eat his body to sustain longevity. And this is going to put us back up at 900 years of age, because remember it says that living to 100 would be considered a curse. Would be like living as like a baby, like you only, you know what I mean, like a few days old, living to 100. That's what the Father's showing me. I know that so much. I know it is. but that's where it is. So, do you want to go ahead and get into the reading of this?
Absolutely. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to seem like I wasn't listening. I was absolutely listening. I just didn't necessarily know what to say to that.
I know. I got that impression because, and I get that every time I go in spaces and I go and talk, that there's literally like a pin that can drop and you can hear it. It's that quiet after I'm done speaking. So, you know, I get it all the time. People are just like, duh. But I mean, that's the way the Father gives it to me, though. And he's like, you can't take notes either. You just got to hold it up in your head. And then when I say go and let it all out. And I'm like, okay, here I go.
Before you do that, can you tell me again what I mean, you said your priesthood in Europe, but what is the root of it?
The priesthood of the McCafferty priesthood? From my understanding, the root is it's Levite, obviously. But this is the understanding of Isaiah's 5 children's names, and it has to start with the blender of Esau and Jacob. That's the only way it can start, because it totally it destroys Genesis 3:15, where Jacob and Esau are jostling in the womb. It's a blender. Okay, so Esau is India, right? India, it's the Islamic nation, okay? And so a blending has to take place between a descendant of Esau and a descendant of Jacob in order to rectify the jostling in the womb of Genesis 15. I'm sorry, of Genesis 3:15. And it's already playing out. I can't give any more information because what I know, a lot of it will become obvious of who this individual is, and I'm not allowed to say a single word. And it has a lot to do with X. It has so much to do with X. I can't even... I'm forbidden to say anything because this will be my Jeremiah or my Isaiah moment, and I will never reveal it until Yahuwah tells me it's time. Okay, but that is all I can give you as far as the origin you had asked about of this priesthood goes. That's all I can give you. I can't give you anything more.
I think I have enough to go on. And one more time, what was the one in England or Ireland?
The McCafferty priesthood.
Okay.
That was, and that's no. The McCafferty priesthood was started by George Washington here.
I understand.
But the priesthood, my family's from Ireland. My family is. So my family came on with George Washington because it was his descendants that came on the ship with him. And the Barone family, it's Berrone, later changed to Beron. But this is the Barone priesthood, I guess through France somehow. I don't understand it all. Yahuwah hasn't pieced it together. Maybe you can help me piece it together. I don't know, but
I'm gonna have to get more details, but
I don't have more details. I only have what I've given you.
Let's see.
Unless there's another member of my family that knows something that I don't, but my mother didn't even know that we were part of a priesthood. I had to go to my grandmother and ask her, are we part of a priesthood? I know that's an off-the-wall bogus question. And she looks at me, well, she's blind, but she, turned my direction. And she was like, yes, we are. And my mom, dropped her jaw, and nobody in my family knew. I don't... And my grandfather, I'm sure, knows, because he's, obviously married to my grandmother, but no, they've never told the children. They never said anything. So I'm literally... What?
I can give you some information right now.
I didn't hear you, what?
I said I can give you some information right now. That's how good I am.
Okay.
It's either Cohen, Levitical, or Ephraimite.
Well, we are Levite. The McCafferty priesthood is through the order of Melchizedek.
But it also says it could be Ephraimite remnant.
Okay, well maybe that could be true because it's Judah, and we would be, and King David was given the ephod, so he was the order of Melchizedek.
So the way that I'll know for sure is whether or not that your DNA shows Levantine, Sephardic, Levitical, or Cohen markers. That's how I'll be able to figure it out.
It shows both. My DNA is George Washington and Esau because of my father through the Sephardic is through Esau. I don't know if you know that. There was a blending that happened there.
I'm getting if you have Jewish DNA, it's likely you're an Ephraim priestly caste.
Okay. I have no idea. I mean, how would you know that? I don't even know.
Because I have all the medical journals that I logged my DNA through.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. So all I have to do is type in a name into my machine and get background on where they're from, and it can basically reach into your root.
Oh my gosh, yes, tell me. Wow. Okay, what do you need to know?
Well, I would rather have your DNA before I tell you something that isn't true.
How do you get my DNA?
Well, you have to go through like 23andMe or something like that.
I don't know. With these whole third-party companies and stuff, I know they already know who we are. It's just...
I mean, your DNA is probably already on the registry somehow, because you've gone to the doctor and stuff like that, you know?
Exactly. That's what I say. When they take blood from us, they do it to find out who we are.
But I'm not going to expect or tell you that you need to do this. It's completely your choice. Just know that I'm always here if you want help with it. But otherwise, if you just want me to tell you what it might be, I can send you what I have on it, and the possible hidden story within it.
Well, just by the last names, you should be able to tell.
You are a watcher, and you are a guardian of innocent souls and promises.
I am?
Yes, you are.
Okay, so it was confirmed to me in 2013 that I was a watchman. And I didn't know what the heck to do with it. I was just told to study everything I know.
Well, it's funny though, because watcher is watch her.
Oh, wow. So they're men?
Well, there's watchmen and I guess watchers.
Okay.
It's a more politically correct saying, so watchers can be women. That's the Mary Magdalene line, the line of women.
Well, Jeremiah 31 says that they're the watchmen of Ezekiel.
Well, yeah, and that's a completely different thing.
So you're saying that there's, because this is what I've been shown, is that the men, once being with a watchwoman, like a watchman woman, then they get that, like once they receive the seed, they pass it on. That's what a soul tie is. When you and that's why sex is so sacred, and so fornication, or whatever you want to call it, is forbidden in the New Testament. It's a soul tie that you're creating.
The difference between the two is a watcher is somebody who observes versus a watchman being somebody who will warn.
Right, so then a watchman can be passed on to their spouse through the soul tie.
Say again? I'm sorry.
When you have sex with someone, you're giving a soul tie. When you ejaculate the seed, you are giving a soul tie. So you're connecting yourself spiritually and your soul to that person. Okay?
Right.
So
the biggest difference between the two as well is watchers were originally angelic and fell either by a degree of being voluntary because they had to watch over the people, or they were rebellious and fell. But those are fallen angels versus watchers.
okay, that's what I wanted to know. Okay.
A watchman, though, if you were told that you were a watchman, you may have just heard it wrong or interpreted it wrong, because a watchman is a human prophet tasked to faithfully warn and protect the people.
Yes. Okay. And that dude, there's so many Messianic brothers that are claiming to be watchmen, and I'm like, how are you a watchman when Jeremiah tells you that they're female? And then they either block me, kick me out of their space, or sit there and mock me ridiculously. And I'm like, but you don't understand what the prophets just said. I mean, that's kind of how you can know their fruit too. These Christians and Messianics that come in, and they're like, oh, I'm a watchman. I'm like, really? When did you have a vagina?
Well, the thing about it is, watchman is someone who stays faithful no matter what, and will stay at their post even under threat, to where a watcher is somebody who has the ability to see when the bigger picture of holding secrets is more important than dying.
Okay, so then that makes sense. So you're a protector. The watchers are protectors.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, so that's what Yahuwah showed me. So he showed me like kind of like a pyramid diagram of what this looks like, kind of like in a vision, you could say, because I drew it out, and it showed like me, and then it showed men in front of me, and then it showed women on the side of me and behind me. So that would tell me that the watchers are those men that I saw in front of me. And then the women come alongside the watchmen, the spokeswoman who is the watchman, to warn that Jeremiah and Ezekiel both talk about. And then the watchmen, the other watchmen that rise up are the watchmen's sisters? Is that...
hang on, you kind of went really quick there. Say that one more time. I'm just getting a little tired, that's all.
Okay.
My mind's not moving quickly.
So the watchers are the men that I would have seen in front of me.
Yes, I suppose so.
And then on the side of me were women, and in the back of me were also women.
Okay.
So those would be the watchmen's sisters, right? Those would be my sisters who are rising up, that Yahuwah is rising up as watchmen's sisters, right?
Correct.
Okay, good. Okay, so I understand the pyramid he gave me. Okay, cool. All right.
That's how I kind of understand it.
Yeah, okay.
It certainly makes sense to me. I would have to hear it again when I'm a little more cautious.
Oh, you're okay.
I'm not falling asleep or anything, but my mind is definitely slowing down in my ability to kind of comprehend everything you're saying.
I'm so sorry.
It's okay. It's not your fault. It's mine, because I'm the one who's been in a really intense conversation for the last, I don't know, how long has it been now? 6 hours?
Yes, since 3:33. And we still haven't gotten into the Tanakh portion. Oh my goodness. But you know this is divine. Like, Yahuwah is literally leading this entire thing.
You don't talk to somebody for 6 hours and it not be divine.
Exactly.
I would hope that in this, my judgment is pure.
Absolutely. All right, so should we probably get into this then?
Yeah, let's go ahead and get into it, and I'll listen to you, and I will only speak back up when you ask me to, okay?
Okay.
So that way I can just kind of work my mind a little bit.
Sure. Okay, so this is going to be the Tanakh portion of Kedoshim, which is going to consist of Leviticus 19 through, I believe it's 20? Let me pull that up again. I go by, in case you're wondering where I get the Tanakh portions from, I get it from ffoz.org, Torah portions, and this is a messianic. They believe in Yeshua, Jesus, whatever. It's the Shabbat related. So, but this one is going to be Kedoshim that consists of Leviticus 19 through 20, and of the Nevi'im's writings, it's going to be Amos 9. So it's not going to be too long, but there's so much here that might make it longer. Just because Yahuwah's got his spokeswoman speaking. So let's get this going. All right.
Okay.
We've got Yahuwah in the room with us. Your prayer brought him in. The music was like an ushering in to clear the way for him to come and join us. All right. So Leviticus 19, verse 1. And Yahuwah spoke unto Moses, saying, Speak unto all the congregation of the children of Israel, and say unto them, Ye shall be holy. For I, Yahuwah your God, am holy. And that's exactly what this Tanakh portion means. Kedoshim means holy. Verse 3, Ye shall fear every man his mother and his father, and ye shall keep my Sabbaths. I am Yahuwah your God. Turn ye not unto the idols, nor make to yourselves molten gods. I am Yahuwah your God. If you don't know what the idol is, you guys, look at what Jeremiah says. Jeremiah tells you it is in the image of a scarecrowed man. If you have common sense, you will know that this is the Jesus character of the New Testament. You will know that. I mean, what else it would be showing you? You know, then you have Isaiah, who tells you the exact craft of this craftsman who is deceiving Yahuwah, and it is a carpenter. Anyone who wants to say that that is not what is being said here, you'd have to deny what Jeremiah has said in his apocryphal letter that the Vatican removed, that we now have access to seeing. You can access this if you want the actual book on this. You can access this through the Sefer. Stephen Pidgeon is one of my Messianic brothers, and he created the Sefer. If you are not familiar with this, it holds all of the Torah. It has the prophets' writings as well as the apocryphal writings. So thankful for Stephen Pidgeon for doing that. You know, I do have brothers that are Messianic. No shame. I love them just as I love the ones who aren't. I was once them, so I'm no different. It's just that I've come out as a ripened fig, trying to wake those so that they can awaken too, and they're not, you know, the very bad figs that Jeremiah says will have to be destroyed. So super important that you realize the idol, the image of the idol, so you can come out of the idolatry. Because you can't come out of idolatry if you don't know what the idol's image is. That's very clear. And it's just common sense. You don't really have to fly to the moon to get that knowledge. You don't have to go to a scientist and phone him at 2 o'clock in the morning to pick his brain. I mean, this is common sense. This is discernment. And it doesn't take a rocket science to figure it out. It takes owning your deception to figure it out. If you can be humble with a contrite spirit and realize that you have been indoctrinated and you have been following the idol, well, then you've just saved yourself, as Yahuwah says. Verse 5, And when ye offer a sacrifice of peace offerings unto Yahuwah, ye shall offer it, that ye may be accepted. It shall be eaten the same day ye offer it, and on the morrow, and if aught remain unto the third day, it shall be burnt with fire. And if it be eaten at all on the third day, it is a vile thing, it shall not be accepted. But every one that eateth it shall bear his iniquity. What is iniquity? Sin. What is sin? Sin is the transgression of Yahuwah's Torah. Every bit of it. The ordinance, the precepts, the decrees, the statutes. You break even one of them, you have broken this covenant. That's what Yahuwah tells us. And that soul shall be cut off from his people. Not only that, not only have you broken it, you'll be cut off. So Yahuwah is not playing around when he's talking to his people, especially in this congregation of children of Israel. That's what this is. This brother right here who's in this room is a watcher. He is here to confirm this room is a congregation of the priesthood, that Yahuwah is rising up in this hour. That's what this is. That's why we are reading Kedoshim. That's why the Messianics read Kedoshim. We are all being connected. It is this very scripture we are meant to read at this very hour as we see prophecy unfolding under Jeremiah's writing specifically, I have to say. He's literally calling the shots on all of this. Look at Israel burning right now. I mean, it's happening. And then it says, verse 6, it shall be eaten the same day, right? And then what happens? If it remains the next day, it'll be what? Burnt with fire. This idol has to be destroyed in that land. And the only way to have it done is for it to be burnt with fire. And this all ties in what we just read into the idolatry, the image of the idol that is there in Israel. Verse 7, if it be eaten at all on the third day, it's a vile thing, right? And you shall not accept it. Same thing. And what does Jesus claim on the third day? You see this? You see the correlation here?
Say again, what did he proclaim on the third day?
That he rose, right? He rose from the dead.
Yes, I do see this. I do see that.
Exactly. I love it how Yahuwah unpacks this. The way he gives it to me, it's like a deeper way to understand it rather than what the words are actually saying.
Well, one thing that you should do sometime is try reading Bible verses from the different books in a row. Like, for instance, read 5 in a row in each book.
Okay.
And it'll tell a story. It'll tell a story. Like, not necessarily all of them will line up, but the ones that do, it'll tell a very distinct story.
I've seen similar patterns. I think Isaiah 40 through 47 has something. That's a storyline in itself inside of Isaiah's book.
It's definitely a coded work, and I don't mean like ELS or anything like that, like that Bible code bullshit. But
right.
I mean that like you really have to discern the patterns and the word choices and sometimes what the priests on the stage are telling you. If you feel it in your heart, like, there's something more there, then answer that call and try to find out what it means to you.
I agree. And then everywhere where it says hark means listen up. And there's something there. I think that's a lot of places where the riddle and the mystery are placed is under hark.
Remember, I said hark to our Lord.
Yeah, exactly. I love this confirmation. I've needed this like you wouldn't believe because I don't have anybody to confirm anything with. There's nobody doing what I'm doing.
I will be the first to say that I am the one thing I hate about myself the most is I'm not always right. So
don't hate that. It just makes you humble.
Obviously, if I am wrong and you can prove me wrong, so anybody who's reading this can, within a shadow of a doubt, prove me wrong. I will be the first person to say, you know what? You really turned me around on that.
Exactly.
But there are also spiritual meanings. It's the living Word of God, and that means it means something different to everybody. It doesn't read the same way to everybody. It is meant to be interpreted in the spirit of Midrash, meaning everybody gets a go.
They get a go, but they arrive at the same vision, and that vision is the one voice. That's what Joel tells us.
I do believe that, but that one voice sometimes could be speaking in double terms.
If you're following double books, if you're following one book, then no. Because what you are listening to.
You're missing what I'm saying, though.
Okay.
What could be being said could be a double entendre, meaning it means something, but then in the sense of a higher meaning to it, it also means something. But they are together as one. Does that make sense?
Like a double-edged sword.
Yes.
Got it, yeah. I got what you're saying. Like a double meaning.
Yeah, it's a double meaning, but obviously the words are the words, but you're not going to define them any differently.
Right. Well, I mean, just like...
I'm not saying that, just go completely off the reservation with it and say, no, that probably just meant exactly the opposite of what it meant.
Well, no, because when you understand that our English language is based off of the phonetics of the Phoenician Babylonian language, no, you realize that the English language is a spell. Everything we say is a spell. It was never the language that the Father gave us to use. It was the Canaanites' language.
You very much need to pay attention to punctuation as well, because there are some Bibles where they use punctuation in places that is not used in others, and it changes the complete meaning of the sentence.
It does, but it doesn't change the storyline, and that's what's beautiful about it. The storyline never changes.
I'm just saying, be vigilant about how you're reading. Make sure that you put the emphasis on the right syllable.
Oh, well, yeah, no, the website that I follow, it's my brother Shaul's website, and he has the Hebrew right next to the English. So I was following the Sefer, and he was like, don't, because the Sefer does just what you're saying. It changes things, but it's based off of another edition, too. It's not based off of the Hebrew like they claim it is. I think it's based off maybe the Septuagint or something. I don't know. But the wording is not the same as the Hebrew. And I've dissected a lot of it, pointing that out to that brother. But yeah, I'll give you it's Mechon. It's MECON, or MECHON, and then hyphen Mamre, which is MAMRE.org. So that's the website that I use. My brother Shaul created this website. It's just until he can get his Sanskrit one up, because he's writing the Torah, like I told you. He's creating his own Torah.
Right.
But, I definitely have... I listen to the NIV because I like how dramatic it makes it. It, literally... makes it totally dramatic, over the top, worse than it is, or more holy than it is, I like that.
Well, and then obviously the King James is just pure poetry, so...
Well, I mean, and if you speak poetry, which actresses do, look at Lucan. I think Lucan was the best poet to blow open the New Testament lies. He speaks about... specifically the god Isus. If you Google it, Lucan is the one who did that. He's the one who reveals who Isus is. And he is a bard. He is a Greek bard. Poet. So he sings and writes poetry. And is a thief. Bards were thieves. So they stole stuff. Yeah. I only know what a bard is because I used to play Dungeons and Dragons, and that was my character.
Well, I know what a bard is from, Animal House, but yeah, I completely understand.
I was very good at it, too. I was very good at being a bard. I was able to enchant and charm, and I got lots of magical items. Oh, yeah, I was very good at being a bard when I played. It's Yahuwah's targeting those who are the childlike faith involved in the Dungeons and Dragons and the World of Warcraft and Gauntlet Legend. You know what I mean? He's literally channeling his energy towards those who have that childlike imagination, that can just take their imagination that he gives them and make it into something so much more dramatic. I mean, I love that the Father gives us that, he trusts us to be able to do those things for him. He just plants the seed and it's all right, go ahead and water it.
Well, I think that, there is definitely an aspect of him that enjoys the show in what we do. He is very much interested in, it's not that he always setting up the situations that we fall into. But he's watching and he goes, oh man, that's a real sticky situation. Let's see how they're going to get out of this one.
Yes, exactly. That's exactly what he's doing. And he is the king of sarcasm. I mean,
Absolutely.
the whole Tanakh is Yahuwah like, are you idiots? Why would you do that? Would you do this if I said this? Are you that stupid? You're just stiff-necked and idiots.
And honestly, like, when I get really upset at people, that's exactly how I sound.
Same.
I'm like, what are we fucking doing here, boys?
Exactly, dude. Yes.
What are we doing, boys?
Exactly. It's almost like you're like a father scolding the children, but like trying, like they just keep making the same mistake over and over again. You're like, are you serious? Are you serious? Are you serious? And then you're pointing out like
The other night, I was on Twitter, and somebody got mad at me for something. I'll have to go back into my timeline here and see what it was. And anyway, you talk. Let me find this real quick, and I'll tell you what it was. I think I just remember telling people that they were idiots for some reason, and then I gave them the real meaning of something. And it was after this guy had completely already started following me or whatnot, and all these people were being really mean to me all of a sudden, and I'm like, well, you guys you're not cognitively figuring this out when it's so easy if you just have a little bit of a sense of humor.
right.
You know? And that's the one thing that I hate about honestly going to church is it's usually always just so solemn and sad and isn't that it's like the church lady, if she wasn't so snarky, it's like it would be like, isn't that so special, man?
But see, that's the thing. With them being snarky like that, we have sarcasm to counter that when we're actually correct and we can prove them wrong.
All right.
So it works in our favor with them being snooty and snarky. And it's like...
Well, the ones that get usually the wrong they are.
Well, exactly. And so when I ask, the first thing I do when I go into a space is I let people know I am there for awareness and to, alert people and warn them of, their indoctrination. And the first thing they do is they ask, oh, well, what do you believe? And I, straight up, I'm like, I'm Tanakh only. I don't believe in the idol or anything like that. So you kind of have to vet who you're speaking with to find out what they know. And so when I did this, usually the first thing I'm like, do you know what the word New Testament means? And the first thing they go, no, nobody's ever asked me that. I was like, I've done my research on this, and I mean, it's not hard. Obviously, new means that something never was before. Test, it's a test of this new thing that they're saying is new and wasn't. And the word ament, literally according to the Oxford Dictionary, it means a person with a severe learning impairment. So if you put it all together, it means it means new test for a people with a severe learning impairment.
Well, it sounds like autism to me.
No, we don't have a learning impairment. They say we do, but we don't.
That's what I mean. I don't feel bad what they seem to.
Exactly. So when you explain this to them, and maybe that'll help you in your conversation when you talk to Christians, because it's literally worked as a direct ammo, is when you can debunk the own name of the book they follow and show them that it huh?
What do you mean by that?
Well, I just told you that the word ament of the New means people who follow it have a severe learning impairment. Get what I'm saying?
I get it.
See how bad that turns it around?
Yeah.
So then people are like, wait a minute. And then they go and they actually look up the Oxford Dictionary, right, where English came from. And then it didn't come from. The word English came from them, but English as a language is Babylonian. It is Babel. It is the language of the Babylonians. Then they kind of have a more humble spirit because you've just brought something that they've never known. And then they have to question, okay, am I really being impaired severely in my learning? You know what I mean? It's like a play on words that you expose to people of what they're under. And it helps them understand the matrix a whole lot better from a religious aspect, that Yahuwah didn't say that we have religion, but those who redid the Torah made their own legions out of the word religion. So when I say it like that, they're like, what?
Okay, so I found what it was. With the Q drop, the QAnon thing that we were talking about earlier, there is they always put 5-5, like a Bible verse, in a lot of stuff, and that's the problem with the movement, is they take all these slogans and like they just throw them up on every single post to where it makes it mean nothing at all.
Yeah.
And I was like, yeah, you guys are idiots sometimes. 5-5 is Revelation 5-5. Like, and then they're like, well, we've been following this for so long, and like, we know better and shit. And I'm like, just go read the Bible verse. It's pretty fucking obvious what it's trying to do.
Yeah, exactly.
But, what are you going to do? Some days you just can't get rid of the bomb.
No, I mean, it's sad. It's really sad. Because, like, these are who we're trying to awaken. And they're so stiff-necked that we can't. And Yahuwah tells us, he says that he will, I think he has already sent out the strong delusion, and I hate to say it, but our brothers that are Son of God worshipers are under that delusion because they don't realize that they are the suffering servant. And they're giving credit to another entity to have that position.
The problem that I have with it so much is they think that I just read something, so I must know what it means, and I have a childlike wonder about me that I am very happy to say, because I don't be like, so what does that mean? What was your intention by that before I go out and say that, the United States government is going to arrest a bunch of people all at once?
Yeah.
The things that they infer into these things, and then how that plays the game of telephone drives me so nuts, when usually it's Occam's razor. The easiest solution is probably the right one. They're trying to find people. They're trying to find, it literally says autist, do your thing, in a lot of the posts, and you're trying to say that it was meant for you, Mr. Neurotypical? What are you talking about?
Yeah. Again, it's like a recognition of our own identity being stolen.
Yeah.
And as soon as we come to this conclusion, you can bet, as soon as everybody comes to this, there's going to be civil unrest.
Well, and just as soon as you try to, the minute you try to give a different point of view, just right now, ever since, I'm going to say 2016-ish, 2014-ish, everybody is so angry at each other to where it's so knee-jerk that, you can barely even ask a question before they get upset with you, let alone make a declarative statement.
Are we talking about race-wise, or are we talking about just in general?
I'm talking about everything. You can't accidentally call somebody who looks like the cross between Herman Munster and his wife a man anymore,
True that.
What are you talking about?
Yep, and like,
What are you doing, boys?
and you don't even know if the man is a woman and they're holding their bellies like they're pregnant.
Or the fact that, you know, the women are just so fat that they look pregnant. Like, sorry.
Yeah, that's true.
I don't know.
Exactly. No, I mean, and
It's not like I have rock-hard abs over here by any stretch of the imagination. But, like, you know, I don't think anybody would be pregnant.
right? Yeah. I know, and we're the only generation that would see that. Like, they literally didn't legalize, you know, this transgender LGBTQ stuff until, what, a couple years ago? Obama? You know what I mean? Like, it's only our generation. It's only our generation.
Well, the one thing that I applaud about these people that are actually facilitating it is just all the research that they have to compile in order to make this narrative make sense. And just, there's a lot of moving parts to it. That you have to have a lot of knowledge as it is of not only pop culture, but how pop culture influences regular culture and the lines in between. Like, some of these, like we say, the movies, Godfather 3, that is an obvious reference to the fact that the Vatican is a corrupt institution that launders money.
Oh, wow. I've never seen that.
Well, you should really watch that movie, because that's the entire reason why he gets pulled back in. And the other aspect of it is Snow White. My grandfather worked on Snow White, and that's how I knew that it must have been meant for me. But that's just a theory, I guess.
Wow. That's
It
incredible.
sounds like this was such a long game that they're playing that I think they knew who they were looking for, and I don't know how. I have theories how, but it's such a slippery slope to go down that rabbit hole because nobody's ever going to actually admit to it, you know?
Not anymore. There's I don't know if you saw the Netflix series that they now put on Disney, I think. Once Upon a Time. Who does it start with? Snow White.
Right.
So, no, I mean, it's being blown open. It is. It's just you gotta be able to discern what you're being blown open to. That's the hard part.
That's not the only reference that they keep using within it. They keep talking about a keystone. And what was I telling you about before when it came to the Hopi Reservation and what's in Tibet? It's a keystone. And so I took that, and also a keystone would be Peter, because he has the keys and he is the stone.
Okay,
So
that would...
I'm looking at that.
Uh-huh.
So I'm looking at that, and I'm like, they're looking for the lost line. It's clear, like it's so clear. But the lost line probably isn't really even paying attention because they don't want to be woken up. They don't even know who they are.
Okay, what does this have to do with the Hiram Abiff key?
Hiram Abiff key?
Yes. There
Can
is
you spell that?
Hiram, Hiram.
Hiram.
Abiff, I believe, is Abiff, maybe? I came across a video called the Hiram Abiff Key, and Yahuwah keeps on flashing that in my head. Yeah.
Give me a second. Hiram Abiff is a central character in Masonic lore.
Okay.
The key here refers to the Word of God, the hidden sacred knowledge, the secret resurrection, mastery of one's own soul, and the lost word.
That's why Yahuwah's putting in my freaking head. Okay. That's why.
The name of God or an understanding of divine creation.
Okay. That's what I thought. Okay. I came across a video. I watched a video back in the day Probably like 2015-16, and it was called Hiram Abiff's Keystone. And when you had said that, I was like, what? Keystone? Key? Hiram Abiff's key?
Well, listen, yeah, exactly. You see what I mean? It's the same thing, but that's what I meant by double entendre.
Yes.
It means something musically, and it means something like there's a keystone or a representation behind it. It unlocks something too, you know?
Yes, and you said instrument. Now, when you look at Led Zeppelin's song, The Stairway to Heaven, the Pied Piper is playing a flute. Now, in this Hiram Abiff story, there has something to do with a flute.
Well, the Pied Piper leads rats through the street to the Symphony of Destruction.
Okay. And then what about the woman that is guiding or guarding the Stairway of Heaven? Because I'm trying to understand the song to match this with Hiram Abiff.
To the west, and she's climbing the stairway to heaven.
Yes, there it is.
That means the western United States.
Okay, that's the connection I needed to make. Okay, good. I needed these confirmations because these are the connections that Yahuwah has shown me, but I needed confirmation. I really did, because
What you have to understand is if it's inverted, really what that means is going up would be a stairway to hell.
the duality of good and evil.
Yeah.
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 So in essence, is hell even a real term, or is it the duality of understanding the good and the evil?
I mean, I think it's definitely a duality of understanding. It's understanding what evil can do to turn you upside down.
Yes, the as above, so below. Exactly.
Like, you really need to keep your stick on the ice. You
Yeah.
know?
Mm-hmm.
And you know, but there's also, you know, there's a song by Brand New. Keep your head in the air and your feet on the ground.
I haven't heard that song. What is that?
It's called, what is this? It's on the Deja. That's my other favorite band. Like I said, I'll drop it in your comments.
Okay, yeah, definitely. Okay, so these songs.
It's off an album called Deja and Tengu.
Well, there you go, Deja. Because remember, they didn't have the J. It was like Y. Deja. Deja. Deja.
What was that song called? Why can't I think of it? Oh yeah, The Quiet Things That No One Ever Knows.
Interesting. The quiet.
Yeah, I'll play it if it allows me to.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh yeah, it's gonna allow me to.
Okay.
Can you hear it?
No, I can't hear it.
Okay, well, I guess it's not that really. I can play it on my laptop if I really need to, but I'll just send it to you so that you can hear it.
Yeah, you can send it to me and then I can play it. Because I can.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we can do that. Give me just a second.
Okay.
I didn't think that I didn't want to interrupt your reading, that's all.
No, you're fine. Remember, this is a divine appointment. So we'll get to it when the Father says. You know, it's all His timing. Remember, I'm not leading. He is.
Gotcha. Well, I think that in about 15 minutes I'm going to get off, and I really wanted to go to the bathroom, and I should probably drink some water or something.
Yeah, you know, and maybe that's what I need to do too, is because I need to go and definitely get some water, because when you smoke, it dehydrates you.
Yeah, I did, so I completely understand.
Gotcha. So maybe we'll play another song. I'll play one of the ones that I have on the playlist, and then we can convene after that. But yeah, I definitely, this portion is not very long at all. So maybe that's why Yahuwah has us talking, you know, and educating everyone. Because that's what he has us doing. That's what this is. It's a divine appointment for others to be met, because it's recorded across the platform of Facebook as well as X. So it's kind of like a podcast, I guess you can say I run.
Okay.
So let me go. We'll go ahead and play some music then, and then.
That is a podcast that we run. That's what you said. You said it's something I could say.
Yeah, definitely. So we'll go ahead and play some music to go ahead and do like a little short interlude.
Okay.
And then we can go ahead and convene reading if you would like.
Yeah, and I definitely want to come back and finish it. Like, don't get me wrong. I'm just a little tired. We've been at this for a long time now.
No, you're totally fine. I mean, I have to continue with the space either way, because I'm live across other platforms. So they're waiting. I have orphans and widows that are. What's that?
I said, if you just give me a few hours to kind of decompress, I'll probably definitely be back.
Oh, yeah, well, I mean, yeah, I'm going to finish wrapping up the reading, just so.
Okay, so it's completed. I completely understand.
Yeah. But I do want to take a little tiny break just so I can have some water too, because we've been talking a lot and I haven't had, so I'm going to play one song and then I'm going to go ahead and
I just want to say thank you and thank the Heavenly Father for this, because I've been on these other spaces and I feel like if I talk for more than a minute or two, that I'm going to get in trouble because they want the space back, because there's a lot of people that want to speak. And the problem with me is I have too much detail in my head and, want to not only warn, but also, educate, that it takes time to properly do that. And,
Yeah.
And it's not to say that those people don't know that, but I find that when I'm sitting through these spaces, they're missing poignant details that would make the argument so much better.
And they're not listening to understand. They're listening to reply. That's a totally different spirit. And that's the thing that the Father's pointing out, is there's a spirit of whoredom that is going around, and there's a spirit of contrite humbleness. And that would be wisdom. That would be understand, because when you have wisdom, you understand that you are to listen instead of reply. It's to understand. And that's what we're seeing is the opposite of. People are not understanding that that's, in order to have an effective conversation, you have to be able to understand where the person's coming from. Otherwise, it's like me telling you, oh, so Susie went to the store, you remember? You don't have any foundation of Susie going anywhere. You don't even know who Susie is.
Well, there's that, and there's the aspect of within me. Like, a lot of the times people are just sitting there yelling at me. I'm like, one, why are you yelling at me? And two, like, I don't really even understand what you're saying right now. Like, you're just throwing out a bunch of baseless accusations with no evidence, like just what you said, and you don't even know what's going on this side of the table. Like, why would you sit there and try and throw down those lessons like that in the sense that, like, you think you know what's happening? Like, it's just so ignorant.
This is what I think X is I think it is a classroom setting. It's a whole bunch of adults as children, like thinking, who are put into a classroom, and they're literally arguing amongst themselves until the shepherd comes as the teacher to teach the way. And there's only a select amount of students that are going to listen.
But what do we do with boys? Like, I went to a Bible study the other night, and I was like, are these people really motherfucking each other in a Bible study? Like, what the hell is going on here? This is the worst Bible study ever.
We're just little children.
Well, they have no self-awareness of, like, where they are
Exactly. That's a strong delusion. This is that strong delusion that you're seeing.
Yeah.
It's weird.
Yeah,
It's very weird. And amongst the elect, it's even weirder.
it's weirder when I'm doing it and then I get in trouble for it. Like, for some reason in my life, I have not been able to get away with things that other people can get away with.
Same. You suffer the consequence like right there at that moment, and you're like, but how come you got to get away with it and you don't have to suffer for it till 7 years later? Dude, I hate that.
Literally in a technical foul of basketball, you don't see what started it, you only see what finished it.
Exactly.
Well, it's still just like, what are we doing, boys?
Oh man, that's great. This is great stuff, man. Okay.
Anyway, I go ahead and play the music, please.
What's that?
I said, go ahead and play that music, please.
Okay. All right. We're gonna get started on this. I don't know what's gonna play. Yahuwah takes control of the sound waves, so.
Okay. Well, the Doobie Brothers say listen to the music all the time. Doesn't matter what music.
Yeah. This is a good one.
When I am a wasteland,
Love Like This. There you go.
you are the water.
It's called Love Like This by Lauren Daigle.
When I am the winter, you are the fire that burns. When I am a long night, you are the sunrise. When I
us to deserve love like this? What have we done? Absolutely nothing. We've been in absolute idolatry, rebellion. It's only by Yahuwah's grace and our bloodline that Yahuwah has mercy and compassion. When you wake up and you realize your own identity is his identity that he had designated for you through Jacob as the suffering servant, wouldn't you ever have guessed that? No. And it's not until a generation rises up as the 5th generation who leads all the generations, just like Joshua and Caleb did. And so this is what we see, a repeat of Genesis 15 all the way through Malachi. I love that. Yahuwah has this perfect timing for songs. Perfect timing. All right, so we're going to go ahead and get into this reading. Hopefully we can get through it. Okay, so we left off in verse 8 where it said, "It shall bear his iniquity, because he hath profaned the holy thing of Yahuwah, and that soul shall be cut off from his people. And when ye reap the harvest of your land, thou shalt not wholly reap the corner of thy field, neither shalt thou gather the gleaning of thy harvest. And thou shalt not glean thy vineyard, neither shalt thou gather the fallen fruit of thy vineyard. Thou shalt leave them for the poor and for the stranger. I am Yahuwah your God. Ye shall not steal, darn cursor, neither shall ye deal falsely, nor lie one to another. And ye shall not swear by my name falsely, so that thou profane the name of thy God. I am Yahuwah." See how important Yahuwah's name is? Like, you have to get his name right in the sense that you are not taking on another entity's name. If you're saying Yahuwah, Yahweh, because Miss Hilde, dear sweet sister, I know that's what you say. There's nothing wrong with that. You are referencing the one Father, and he knows that. And he will show you it's Yahuwah. We just have to understand that Yahuwah says that his name is in Judah, Yahudah, according to Hebrew, right? And so Yahuwah is speaking to his remnant in that language specifically. That's why he chose the Jews to have Yahuwah's language, his laws, and, his Torah. They were the one to preserve it. And remember, Russia too. Russia has the Leningrad Codex, which is the original Torah manuscript. So Russia's just trying to step up and claim what's theirs. Very, very important. Do you want to say something, brother?
I'm listening to you, and I completely understand. Like, you want to get his name right so you're not opening a portal up for something else to mock. Like, I always say demons mock,
They do. And yes, from my understanding, the Sumerians did have an entity that they did name Yahweh. And when I say that, it really cringes people, because if you go and you
what I understand about it is it was a double God inflection. In Sumerian God named Yah, a Mesopotamian God named Way. So Yahweh is actually two gods. So you're actually getting two for the price of one, and possibly doing what you're saying.
Oh my gosh, you're right. And they say Yahweh. Oh my God, I'm so glad. I need my sister Matilde. I know this is gonna be so hard for her to hear. She does the same thing that I do, but she does it in Spanish. And
like, you know how people say, if you say "Oh my God," like that's taking the Lord's name in vain. So,
it's not his name though.
What I would go about the way of and I would say, "Oh, my various gods," so that way nobody can really say anything because they don't know which god I'm talking about.
Oh, but see, that's the thing. Shaul, my brother Shaul, he loves to get on scholars about this. Because he's a 20-year scholar in Hebrew. Okay, so he can back his shit up like you wouldn't believe. It's lovely watching him debunk so many scholars. I love it. I met him. We had our first encounter.
Well, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, it's okay. I was just saying we had our first encounter with some other brothers that wanted to hold a space, and they wanted to debate Christian pastors, and I was like, well, I know so many. And so I pulled in the way there's a Servant of Yahweh, which is run by Teddy P, I think his name is. And he came into the space. It's all recorded. It's like a 2.5-hour video on Zoom. And we had pastors from all over the Messianic congregation come together against Shaul. And it was, dude, he was fire. And I was the host. So I was the one, like, given the 10 minutes, given the 5. Well, what do you think of it? And I would pose questions, which was really cool. So you can see it. It's on my YouTube channel. But it's my very first video of when I started this journey outside of Christianity that I had posted. And it's fire when you listen to it, because Shaul's questions, like, he loves sarcasm. You could tell he's very good at sarcasm. And so he just starts right up as that. So he'll get booted out of spaces immediately. And I'm just like, dude, you gotta wait. Because there's an etiquette to this. There really is, and I do accounting for a living. So I have to have that demeanor of taking authority of the conversation, like I ask businesses for their money, right? So you have to have a specific kind of etiquette to be able to reach people, especially stiff-necked ones. And Shaul doesn't have an accounts receivable etiquette. He's got more of the sales rep etiquette, if you get me. It's very bold. But he comes across his voice. Don't be deceived. Shaul's voice is very soft. You would not think that man could drop some things like he does, and you're just like, what? He definitely underestimated me, or I underestimated him, when I first came across him, because I've never met him in person. We've only seen each other on Zoom and Messenger and on X and things like that, you know what I mean? But
Yeah.
these are my brothers that I'm connecting with from another mother's, you know what I mean? Like we're doing. And it's so cool watching your vibrant brains just put these stiff necks to shame. Like, seriously, you have no idea how blessed I am to have come across you, and the way that you handle yourself in my space is exactly how we need to roll together. With these, though, against those, not against, but in a sense, I guess it is against, because we're not agreeing with what they say, and we can only bring correction in that tone, in that manner. And it's professional, but at the same time, it's like, are you an idiot for even thinking to say something like that? It's like, Yahuwah put me in a job just recently that I was let go from. I was working for a temp agency to help them out, and they wanted me to be hired for this billing position. It fit my, what I do, but the company wanted to hire me for the receivables position, which was half-assed backwards, because it was a logistics company, which is the opposite of receivables. They do this completely different functions, and so of course this job flopped on me. And every question that I would ask this person that was training me, I told her, I feel like every question that I ask you is a stupid one. And so that's where we are, is we're kind of meant to put those in opposition of Yahuwah alone in that position to make them feel stupid, but really confound the wise, as the prophets say that we would do.
I see.
Isn't that cool?
Yeah, I mean, that's 5 by 5 right there.
Yeah, baby. All right, let me get into this reading still. But you see how Yahuwah makes everything go on a tangent? But it's for his glory. It's because he has things that he wants to say, like inserts. But they're like deeper meaning to the insert, you know? Like we're getting, the way that Apostle Marnay Johnson said, he said it's called the Rima word. The Rima, which means the underlying meaning. Like the deeper meaning.
Gotcha.
So then I give that Rima inside of what we read as text on top. It's like the cherry on the top of the icing, so to speak. All right, verse 13. Thou shalt oppress thy neighbor. Oh, I'm sorry. Thou shalt not oppress thy neighbor. Jeez. Nor rob him. The wages of a hired servant shall not abide with thee all night until the morning. Thou shalt not curse the deaf, nor put a stumbling block before the blind. But thou shalt fear thy God, for I am Yahuwah. Ye shall do no unrighteousness in judgment. Thou shalt not respect the person of the poor, nor favor the person of the mighty. But in righteousness shalt thou judge thy neighbor. Thou shalt not go up and down a talebearer among thy people, neither shalt thou stand idly by the blood of thy neighbor. I am Yahuwah. Thou shalt not hate thy brother in thy heart. Thou shalt surely rebuke thy neighbor, and not bear sin because of him. Thou shalt not take vengeance, nor bear any grudge against the children of thy people, but thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself. I am Yahuwah. So when I come into these spaces, you guys, and on Facebook when I'm talking to my guests, I'm not coming at you as bearing a grudge against you or vengeance or hatred. I'm coming at you in love. And as Yahuwah comes at us in love, in sarcasm, as we read, he is a super sarcastic God. When you research his character and you learn it through his prophets' writings and his own Torah, he is the most sarcastic, the king of sarcasm. And nobody can deny that unless you don't know his spirit. You don't know and understand what the name Yahuwah means, because his name represents his character and his function, just like Isaiah's 5 children's names do. Very, very important. Names are super important. Ye shall keep my statutes. Thou shalt not let thy cattle gender with a diverse kind. Thou shalt not sow thy field with 2 kinds of seed. Neither shall there come upon thee a garment of 2 kinds of stuff mingled together. Oh my gosh. Guilty, guilty, guilty. Can we get a check mark going? Do we really need to have a survey? I mean, oh my gosh. We're guilty of every single one of those. I'm sure the cows that we have look much different than the cows that are in Israel. I'm literally, you guys, let's look at, compare. I had an argument with a brother the other day about chicken. We were talking about how chicken in the West is not kosher because of how it is being taken care of. Whereas you look at chicken being taken care of in Israel, it is a totally different method. They are not allowed to eat anything other than nuts and berries and seeds, from my understanding. And that came from a brother, Yasiel, yep, I'm going to give you some credit, brother, of the Panama priesthood that we are co-joining with as well. So Yahuwah is connecting this priesthood all over the nation through me. Yes, and I'm not bragging. I'm just telling you that this is pretty special considering everything that the Father has put me through to get to where I am. So it's a bittersweet situation because I lost my Zachariah, who holds the story of all of the Amorite children. Okay? So you tell me, would you want to be in my position? Hell no, you wouldn't. You wouldn't want magnesium shot through your bloodstream. I guarantee it. Okay? But I did it to keep my Amorite child baby alive. That's why I did it. All right? This is important, though. 2 kinds of seed. What? Sorry?
Oh, no, I was just saying, yeah, I'm with you.
Yeah. I mean, it gets even wronger. You get into 2 kinds of seed. Sowing 2 kinds of seed. This isn't just planting a seed. This is ejaculation of a seed. Yes? Meaning you're not to sow your seed with those who are not of the same seed as you. Just like the elite do. Right? But we don't listen. We're guilty. And we do this with, yes, plants. There are plants out there that Yahuwah's like, I don't even know where they got that name from. Right? Because they don't like cyanide. Are you kidding me? I don't believe that a cyanide plant was from Yahuwah. I believe that these were mixed together to create that. Can't prove it because I have no idea where that even came from, that thought in my head. So here we go. I have no idea. I'm going to have to go back and re-listen to this. Neither shall there come upon thee a garment, okay? So you look at people's garments, okay? I'm wearing, and it was pointed out by the pastor who kicked me out of his church. He said, and Yahuwah had me in there to hear this because it was not a good thing that I wanted to hear. He's like, your garments don't even match a priesthood. And I was like, oh, snap. I was wearing polyester. But, I mean, I was wearing every freaking print fabric you could think of that would violate Yahuwah even speaking to me. And so now, when I minister to you guys, I am making sure that my garments are cotton and they don't have wool in them, or if they're wool, I'm only wearing wool. I'm literally investigating these fabrics because of this very thing that the Father shows us in what? His living instructions. Not a man who can die on a cross that goes against Deuteronomy 21 living, but a living instructions as you're supposed to follow them in order to live by them. Living instructions? Yeah, that kind of living instructions, that's what we're supposed to be following. So you take this to the public like we are right now, this is going to put out Nike, Adidas, because why? They don't use 100% linen. They don't use 100% cotton. They don't use 100% wool. And they cross-contaminate wool with linen. I mean, they totally cancel out the frequency that you can communicate with the Father on. As it says, they want to wipe out Israel as a nation as well as the people to get you as far away from Yahuwah as your little minds can possibly get. But the living instructions put you right back under the foundation of the Father to show you what our nation did and what we're not to do. How many businesses do you know that are secular and mom and pop businesses that are having their businesses die? When Yahuwah says, guess what? I'm about to take that death and reverse it around to bring it life. Because I'm going to raise you up who are using my fabrics that I have given you to the 100% of the capacity that they can be used. And watch these other nations crumble. When I let my watchman out to let you know that these companies are doing that to you, my scattered remnant brothers and sisters. Yes, so every time you go into your closet and you pull out a garment, I suggest you look at the tag and find out what it is made of. Then throw it out if it is not of these fabrics: wool, cotton, and linen. That's how you get back to things from chaos to order. You get rid of the chaos that they put you in and realize who the Hazatans are. That they're not these little demons that run around with a pitchfork who poke you and say, here, have some leprosy. Here, have some sores. No. Dude, I'm telling you, I have heard some stories from Christians and I'm like, okay, I need a drink. Because the stories these pastors are telling our people is just insane. In my mom's church, I'm just like, okay, can I go outside and scream for a minute? She's like, no. Because it's so bad. What's that? Yes.
Very superstitious people can definitely invoke if you think something is possible, then therefore it makes it possible for you. You know?
Yes. Like, did you ever see the Roger Hammerstein's Cinderella, the song that's being sung in that? She says it's possible for a plain yellow pumpkin to become a golden carriage. So, yeah, I was just using that to follow your demeanor.
Yeah, I'm totally with you on that. And I think that, you have to relegate yourself to realizing that God is in control of everything. So, going back to they got themselves in an interesting situation. Let's see how they get out of this one.
Exactly.
There are times that he's nothing things around. And saying, all right, you said it was possible. Let's see how you're going to deal with it. It's a test. It's a test.
Yep. I love it. And I do think that Disney really portrayed this the best for the childlike thinking that we're to have. But as always, you see their adult nastiness that they brought into it to try and pervert it and bring in their fertility gods through all of the characters. I mean, even Mickey Mouse I know it is supposed to be childlike in that sense, but it turned nephilic. It turned hybrid. They literally started making mole men. And this is what the Torah tells us that they did. They made mole men and they made ostrich men. Did you know that? There's like an army of them? Mole men.
Yeah, I've heard that theory before, and I've even seen creepy pictures of them. But, and that's actually, Hans Moleman in The Simpsons. That's an obvious affirmation of that. So, yeah, I believe it.
Okay, all right. I just wanted to make sure that you're seeing it as I am, and you are, and this is just... People I would tell this to normally would be like, okay, I'm leaving your space, you're crazy.
Well, if anything, I believe in the possibility that it could have happened, but it's also one of those things, trust but verify.
Well, we have evidence that shows this. We do have evidence of these hybrid creatures being created, and from my understanding, we just made a successful hybrid creature.
Well, no, I mean, the fact that we're hybrid creatures ourselves should say to you that, of course, it's possible.
Well, and the Sumerians tell you what they did. But no, it wasn't that easy. If you listen to what Inanna tells you when she's describing what they had to do, it took like years, like centuries before they could master the right DNA to merge humans with. And I do believe it is that dolphin you were talking about. And then somehow, like the Little Mermaid, they altered the DNA to where when she came out of the water, she did naturally shapeshift to have the legs of a human woman. Just like you hear about the chupacabra, you hear about all of these shapeshifters that are coming from a human to this actual ferocious creature type thing. You know what I'm saying?
Uh-huh.
So, and I think that has to do with a lot with the djinn that India speaks about as well. They play a big part in the Middle East right now.
Yeah, the jinn are basically genies.
Yeah, exactly. They're genie, and Disney portrays that through Aladdin and what and how he acts and how he has the dominion.
There's a funny thing about that, though. I was reading about how to take up the keys of heaven last night, and
The keys of Levin?
No, the keys of heaven.
Oh, heaven. Okay.
Yeah, and the last thing that you do is you cross your arms just like me, and then bow your head. So there's obviously a power in that. And what I've noticed in a lot of these movies is blue characters, especially blue skin characters, are often heroic, like Dr. Manhattan or like the Genie of Aladdin. No, he wasn't a bad guy. Like I said, that's another inversion, making you think that something is good by name, but really.
Do you know where they got that from? Do you know where they got the blue skin from?
Where's that?
They got it from the zodiac of the crab, and the one specifically that they used and they mentioned the zodiac came from was the blue-blooded crab.
Well, why I'm saying that though is often these characters in these movies that have blue skin are portrayed as godlike, so they have a godlike power to them.
Right, that's exactly like blue-blooded creatures. Like octopus have blue blood, crabs have blue blood. That's what I'm saying. All of the sea entities where their spirits went. Remember, their spirits went according to the New Testament. They're having us walk that out. These entities went into the ocean. They were thrown over. Remember, they in the pigs. They went over the cliff into the ocean. So they inhabited all of the creatures that had blue blood, and so that's why people eat crab. That's why they eat lobster. That's why they eat shrimp. These creatures all have blue blood. All of them. Octopus have blue blood. These are all of the scavengers of the earth. Just like when these entities fall from the heavens, these falling stars, right, or fallen entities, like when they fall from the heavens, they're literally looking for a host. That, like, we just had one of the biggest meteor showers in the world happen all over the world. I don't know if you know that. Literally, like the day before yesterday. So when I saw that, I was like, so how many spirits have just inhabited bodies? Do you get what I'm saying?
And that is affirmed by supernatural, and that meteor showers are literally angels falling from heaven.
Yes. And so now they just talked about this pandemic that they're going to have. And what are they going to do? This is the inserts of the actual, remember, they use the actual animal to unclean the vaccinate, right? They unclean it. They make it so it's unkosher. And so people who are going to take this are those that the meteorite spirits fell into when they landed. So whatever host, and their people, whatever host they decided to take on, because and it happened through baptism. So you see all of these pastors that are doing all these baptisms at record speeds, like trying to save their people. All of those people who receive the whoredom spirit, they're going to receive those fallen stars spirits. And then they're going to take the vaccine, which is going to then turn them into a zombie apocalypse type, where they're eating people's flesh. Like you said, the Simpsons predicted this. What?
I have a caveat, though.
Go ahead.
Take up the keys of heaven. Do the research on how to do that, and therefore bind him. Bind him against you.
We're already binded by the sign. We're already binded by keeping the Sabbath and keeping the Torah. Remember, Yahuwah says that our foreheads are already marked by what we're doing. Right? The pineal.
I understand that, but just like the sung into, or sung or spoken into existence, you have to affirm that you are binded.
With Yahuwah's name.
Yes, absolutely.
Yahuwah, that's why his name is so important, because it is the only one that has the power to ward these things off. If you're not using the Father's name, well, guess what? These entities know their master's name.
You have to understand that this entire universe is built up upon belief.
Yep.
And belief is the true chivalrous.
It's the childlike faith, like the never-ending story. But like when they say in the never-ending story, you've seen the never-ending story, right?
Yes.
Okay, do you remember when they're at the end of the movie and they're looking at Fantasia as just a grain of salt, right? And she's like, he's like, how can we make Fantasia, or no, she says, Fantasia can arrive in you. And he says, well, how can that happen? And she said, it's already in you. You just have to speak it. And so he did his first wish, and then Fantasia started growing again. And it's exactly the same thing. That's why I say that Walt Disney really, I'm wondering if he got a voice and not an image, and then his vision was perverted. That's what I'm thinking. I really am, because I don't see anything in his childhood, anything that would indicate that he would be out to harm the masses, but that the masses would be willing to infiltrate that which he saw is good for children, if that makes sense. I could be very wrong. He could have been wicked from the very beginning. I haven't done my research yet on him to dig that far. I've touched it. I've not dug into it because I know that there's a greater deception when you go deeper into those things. And Solomon says it's not wise to do those things because they can put you into trouble with those who don't want you to know certain things if you dig too deep. And so I don't. I literally just dig. I dig enough to say, yep, there it is. That I'm out. Gone. Because I'm not trying to draw attention to myself. I'm literally trying to just be under Yahuwah's shadow and move with him as he's with us, as Emmanuel's name says. He's with us as we're moving through the shadows under his wings. You know what I mean? That's beautiful, I think.
Absolutely. Like, you hit the ground out. That's out.
Yeah. Okay, we'll go ahead and keep reading. But yeah, you see all these beautiful little tangents that the Father's like, nope, go down this one. And then my spaces end up being like 16 hours long. I'm like, oh, well, it was divided. Okay. Okay, so verse 20, and whosoever lieth carnally with a woman, that is a bondmaid, designated for a man, and not at all redeemed, nor was freedom given her. There shall be inquisition. They shall not be put to death because she was not free. And he shall bring his forfeit unto Yahuwah, unto the door of the tent of meeting, even a ram for a guilt offering. And the priest shall make atonement for him with the ram of the guilt offering before Yahuwah for his sin, which he hath sinned. And he shall be forgiven for his sin which he hath sinned. And when ye shall come into the land, and shall have planted all manner of trees for food, then ye shall count the fruit thereof as forbidden. 3 years shall it be as forbidden unto you. It shall not be eaten. And in the 4th year all the fruit thereof shall be holy, for giving praise unto Yahuwah. Yet we're definitely guilty of not doing that. When do we ever let the land rest? Verse 25. But in the 5th year ye may eat of the fruit thereof, that it may yield unto you more richly the increase thereof. I am Yahuwah your God. Ye shall not eat with the blood, neither shall you practice divination nor soothsaying. You see how he says those together? Together they do something? Yep. Because it's these entities that took on the zodiacs. They love blood. It's their thing. And the only way that this can happen, for that to happen, is if they invoke the name, right? A soothsaying divination. You're saying something that soothes their spirit and offering something that brings them to be present, to hold out and carry out what it is you're asking them to do. And yes, it's all by design. Yahuwah says, yes, go ahead and do what they ask you to do. I'm just testing them and they're failing. It's that simple that the Father's breaking it down to you. Verse 27. You shall not round the corners of your heads, neither shalt thou mar the corners of thy beard. When I read this, I used to play this video game called Morrowind. And you could pick your character, and they had like these different characters, and one of the characters had like this bowl-shaped cut, and I'm like, who the hell would wear their hair like this? And I realized that it was for a ritual. So these video games being made, they're trying to infiltrate something. They're trying to get you to take on a spirit of a character that had his head shaved like that, and you got no knowledge of it. You just think it's some wackadoodle hairstyle, right? Exactly. That's how they infiltrate kids, and it's a teen thing, right? It's when you know right from wrong, so you can make these wise decisions unwisely. It's horrible what they've done. Verse 27 or verse 28. Ye shall not make any cuts in your flesh for the dead, nor imprint any marks upon you. I am Yahuwah. Okay, speaking to the choir, literally, don't cut your flesh for the dead. So every time, and this is going to step on some toes, and it shut down my space last time. I will make it as brief as I can, but anyone who allows you to cut into your body, or they have the ability to cut into your body, be someone certified or not, this was a ritual for them, for the dead. I'll leave it there. Now, tattoos. Anyone who has a tattoo, you've done cursed. You done broke. You done messed up bad. Yahuwah tells you this in his living instructions. You got tattoos? You better hope that Yahuwah's got a way for redeeming that, because that was literally an offering that enticed these other entities, when you take on their names, to allow you to have the spirit of whoredom. It wasn't just baptism that did it. It was cutting your flesh. They smell it, right? Nocturnal animals of the scavengers of the earth. What happens when you put a dead rotting carcass out in the middle of the desert? You got every single beast on it. You got a javelina, you got a coyote, you got every freaking scorpion on it. You got, I mean, come on. Let's be smart here. Every form of mouse is on it. Everything. A pig. All the scavengers would be on it. We have got to be smart here. Don't let anybody cut into your body. Yahuwah said that he gave the green herbs of the earth for a reason. Not to have our bodies cut open. Whew, I think I did that well, because we're still going. Verse 29. Profane not thy daughter, to make her a harlot, lest the land fall into harlotry and the land become full of lewdness. Now, I have to be very careful what I say here, because I'm not trying to draw attention to myself to awaken that spirit my way. At some point, she will, but there are those in power among industries that we listen to and are enticed by their visions, by their voice and their skill and their craft, who have done this to their children, and we idolize them. So I'll kind of leave it there. You can gather your own conclusion, or we can talk privately if you'd like, if you would like to discuss this further on what this means. But I think it's pretty clear the way I've just described it, without calling it out, but calling it out for what it is. Verse 30, you shall keep my Sabbaths and reverence my sanctuary. I am Yahuwah. Meaning, if you do anything other than Yahuwah's pleasure on his day, you better hope that your week goes okay, right? That's kind of where the Father is on that one. It's like you do your own pleasure. Now, I think that there is a little bit of grace and mercy for children. They don't really, they can't sit still long enough to hear a message. My son can, because he's been doing this since he was 5 years old. I've trained him super young to sit next to me while we're doing this study, and then I allow him to engage, which allows him to become more interested when he hears things that are, in opposition from what he knows about his family members that are Christians. So, because they fill his head, and then he comes to me and he's like, Mom, why did, and I'm like, exactly. Okay. That's why we do what we're doing. So it's a little easier on him, as far as that goes. If you do have children, I do encourage you, don't let them profane the Sabbath by doing their own wants and desires. Have them sit with you. Like if they have a book in front of them, at least let them hear the Torah portion, the Tanakh portion being read on the Sabbath day. As long as their ears are tuned in and they're present. I mean, like I do jewelry when I'm listening to the Father teach. I don't clean. We're not supposed to do any, servitude work, anything that a servant would do as far as cleaning, cooking, preparing, those types of things. You're supposed to do that before the Sabbath. You're supposed to do that the day before. This is where we get the, when they're gathering the manna in the wilderness, they're supposed to gather a day's worth extra. That means you're supposed to prepare your meal in advance for the day of preparation, which is the day before the Sabbath that we're given. But since our nation has made it to where we have to work 9 to 5 to even be able to survive in this nation, it makes it very, very difficult. And just know, Yahuwah's told us to turn our hobbies into jobbies. We're supposed to be doing what we love. We're supposed to be doing what nurtures the atmosphere in the nature that he's placed us in. That's what he wants us to do. He wants us to do things with our hands, with our, we are not to allow our hands to become idled. This is super, super important when we are allowed to work outside of the Sabbath. But inside of the Sabbath, you are to keep it holy. You are not to do any kind of servitude work. You are not to do any kind of labor. If you dare to try and lift a basket, I think that this is how serious Yahuwah wants his Sabbaths to be. You are listening to his music. You are literally basking in who he is. He wants you to brag on him. Brag, boast what he's going to do. I mean, he wants all the glory that's been taken from him, rightfully so. He is all about it, and I'm all about that. He's my daddy. I'm like, woo, woo, go daddy, rock it, you know what I mean? That's where I'm at with all of this. His Sabbath means everything. If I don't get it right, I'm screwed. And how do you get it right? Well, you definitely don't follow a Julian calendar. You definitely don't follow a Gregorian. You follow our faithful moon, who is given to us for signs and for seasons. And what is a season when you break it down? It's common sense. It's a cluster of months that are set aside to represent how our weather patterns are going to be affected. Not only that, months break down to weeks. Weeks break down to a day. So how is your day guided? It is guided by the night. How is the day, or not the day, the cycle of a day is guided by the moon, which guides the night. The sun is what guides the day by the light to put you into the cycle of the night. Very, very important that you understand this, because then you understand what consists of a day. that all the witnesses of the luminaries are being used to give you guidance on how to count up to the Sabbath day, how to count up to all of the feast days, because the moon is the witness that we're given. There's two witnesses. There is the moon that guides, and the stars. Those are the two guiding lights at the nighttime that we're given for representing the Sabbath day, as far as, represent the feast, because they're represented by the moon. Okay? And I get a lot of pushback on this of, oh, well, you're not supposed to worship the moon. Exactly. You don't worship the moon. You literally just use it as a guidance. Like it says, the luminaries guide you, not make you worship them. But see, they did. When they did move from their places, we're told. And men did try and worship them. And it was a test to see if they would do it. And they did. They started worshiping them. So this is super important. Did you want to say something?
Oh, I mean, I'm listening to that, and, you know, when I found out about my son, you said you use the moon as a guide. I mean, I'll tell you, I was really drunk at the time, but, like, I was talking to the moon as if it were a guide. Like, it was a point for me to look at, so I can stop being worthless sitting on me. But I wasn't worshiping the moon. I was talking to it, but talking to God.
Yeah, you appreciate the luminary. It's like an appreciation. I know. Yeah. When I see the moon, I'll go out and I'll look at the moon, and I'll say something like, "Wow, you're really beautiful today or tonight." You know, "Wow, you're." It's just, you know, those kinds of, like, complimenting. Like literally, if you talk to a plant, that plant's gonna grow. If you are, like, every morning you go out and you talk to your plants after watering them, and you tell them your leaves are looking beautiful. I mean, it seems silly, but they respond. And so does the moon. So do the luminaries. They do. And I think that that's what happened, is the response was taken as, oh, I should worship you. Like, you know, the test was, it was a naiveness. Again, lack of knowledge, for perishing. You know what I mean? It all ties into all of this stuff, like how we're supposed to be using nature instead of, you know, how they did with worshiping it. So definitely some great. What's that?
Makes sense to me. Makes complete sense to me.
I love that. All right. Next is verse 31. Turn ye not unto the ghosts, nor unto familiar spirits. Seek them not out, to be defiled by them. I am Yahuwah your God. Now, what does this mean? These ghosts have names. These spirits have names. And you're told not to use any other name except for the Father's name. This is how the legions were re-legioned to become religions. Get it? There's such a play on words with this religion word that tie into verse 31 of Leviticus 19. It's not even funny. Yahuwah showed me that and I was like, ugh. I even have a post that I made about it. It was that spectacular. But, welcome. I don't know Hebrew, but welcome. We're going through the Tanakh portion of Kedoshim. And we're in verse 32, just reading. Thou shalt rise up before the hoary head, and honor the face of the old man, and thou shalt fear thy God. I am Yahuwah. And if a stranger sojourn with thee in the land, ye shall not do him wrong. The stranger that sojourneth with you shall be unto you as the homeborn among you. And thou shalt love him as thyself, for ye were strangers in the land of Egypt. I am Yahuwah your God. That means don't be doing this whole goyim crap. I hear this goyim. That just means somebody who is in idolatry. Okay, I hate that. It's so annoying. We're people. We are to love each other. Stranger, homeborn, sojourner. That's what it says right here in verse 34. And our nation is trying to make us see the opposite of this. And that's why it's so important to get these living instructions, because of our nation trying to divide us through these legions that they have placed in power through religions. Again, these strangers are not strangers. They are our brothers and our sisters. These sojourners are here because they are being drawn by the one voice that draws them, not by an image. They're being drawn by the one voice. Verse 35. Ye shall do no unrighteousness in judgment, in midyard, in weight, or in measure. Just balances, just weights, a just ephah, and a just hin shall ye have. I am Yahuwah your God, who brought you out of the land of Egypt. And ye shall observe all my statutes, and all mine ordinances, and do them. I am Yahuwah. So how do you know if you're observing all of these things? Well, you look in the living instructions, the statutes. What are the statutes? Well, you weren't supposed to have another name other than the Father, and that's where we reference verse 31 and verse 31 and verse 34, when you're amongst these strangers and you're not taking on these nations' idols, but you're in these nations where these idols are. Okay? So this is a statute. You're not to take up their names. A statute. Okay? So I'm just telling you right now, if you're using another name other than the Father's name, or you're silencing it, you have gone against Yahuwah's statute to observe it.
Let me caveat here, though.
Go ahead.
There is a saying, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. However, what I mean by that is not to, it's a facade. Once again, you know who you are. Remain in that. And remember that the Lord tests fire.
Deuteronomy 28 through 32. Exactly. Know you're being tested, and you're going into a nation to possess it of those who are not following these instructions. Exactly. Exactly. And then the ordinance. What's that?
It's one of those undercover brother operations.
Absolutely. Most definitely. And then the ordinance. What is the ordinance that you're violating? If you're religioned, you're violating the fact that you're taking on an image. That is such an important ordinance. Do not make an image in the image of anything in the heavens, in the image of anything below, anything on earth. Don't make it in the image of a human, nor in the female. No, I mean, how exact of instructions do you need to have in order to not violate those? Yet Isaiah tells you and Jeremiah tells you that they give you the craftsman, the exact craft, and then his image. And nobody can see that that's Christianity. Nobody can see that this is the 10 avatars of India, of Dagon. Nobody? How? This is a violation, Christianity. This is a violation. Anything that claims a son of a God can save you is robbing you of your own position and robbing Yahuwah of his position, both of which will put you in danger. What's that?
The Lord helps those who help themselves.
Exactly. If you're not seeking the knowledge so you don't perish, you're not helping yourself. You're just not. I mean, it's plain and simple there, but how many people are just, how do they not get this?
It's a long line of brainwashing. They did a very good job in the Sarah
Yeah.
And, you know, we've all fallen into these strongholds at one point, so let's not disparage those who have and aren't necessarily at the level that we are. What we're saying is, please do the homework, do the right thing, and help yourself understand it. Do not rely on the understanding of men on the stage because they have agendas. You know, you have to, eventually a man must go his own way. Eventually a woman must go her own way.
Well, it's not her own and his own. It's Yahuwah's way. And that's where we went in error, is we went our own way.
Well, what I'm saying within that is with the blessings before you, make your choice and be content.
Right. Well, absolutely, your intention. What are you associating your intention along with? If it's not lining up with the Father, obviously, you know, it's a different intention. But yeah, I just wanted to add value with what you said. Okay. We're going to go ahead into Leviticus 20, verse 1. And Yahuwah spoke unto Moses, saying, Moreover, thou shalt say to the children of Israel, whosoever he be of the children of Israel, or of the strangers that sojourn in Israel, that giveth of his seed unto Molech, he shall surely be put to death. The people of the land shall stone him with stones. And this is the thing. How do you know if you have given your seed unto Molech? Do you know?
No, I honestly don't know that. I remember pretending to know something I don't.
Well, this was the intermingling that they did. That because Yahuwah says that they made themselves in our image to make them look exactly like us. So, and I think that those who are the seed of Molech are the uncircumcised, because they wouldn't, if they weren't, they would have been following instructions and have stuck to circumcision, because if you're under covenant to Yahuwah and you're dedicated to him, your parents would have had you circumcised 7 days after being born. So you see where duality comes into play here, is these parents knew that they were either in opposition and defiance of the Torah, or they were clearly just like us. You know, I was indoctrinated into Christianity from birth. I didn't even know my family was a priesthood, obviously, you know, and so this shows a mingling amongst the seeds that we weren't even aware of. You know what I mean? But we would only be aware of this if we were in instructions from birth to know that we shouldn't be mingling those who are uncircumcised, if that makes sense. Because it's a circumcision of the heart as well as the flesh. You know what I mean?
Yes.
So that's how you know them. And yes, my ex-husband was not circumcised, and that's how I can tell you what I know what this means. Because Yahuwah showed me, you know, and I, as a mother of an Amorite child. What's that?
So, for you to say that, what does that mean to you? I understand the idea of Jewish circumcision. I'll be honest with you, I am circumcised.
Okay.
So, what did that mean to you within that situation, just so everybody really understands? Because you had an uncircumcised husband, what fruit did that bear?
It was it was a hybrid. It went again. It was a child of Molech, and it was a descendant of Dagon, Asherah, and Baal. That Molech is a descendant of Dagon, Asherah, and Baal. He is a descendant of the actual serpent that was with Adam and Eve in the garden. this is the descendant. He was like a direct.
And I understand that. I'm just making sure that everybody else here understands that you felt a certain way towards the progeny that you had, and it was because of the unfortunate aspect that your ex-husband's parents apparently didn't get.
Yes. Well, that too, and he was like a high something. I mean, this dude had 10 Freemason rings, and he had stolen Native American arrowheads that were worth 10,000 each. Okay, so this man was high, dude. He's a descendant of Ricky Skaggs, and so that bloodline alone is country singers. And where did music twang get its original frequency from? I mean, there's so much in this that is just scary unpacking. Whoops, go ahead. Welcome, Sim Breezy. Breeze.
Shalom. I just wanted to say, like, I agree with a lot of what you're saying, but what we take that to mean in Judaism with offering your child up to Molech was literally when they would have them pass through the fire. You also see that in Deuteronomy 12:31 when Moses calls that out. So even if you had a child with someone who was an idolater, that doesn't curse that child. We look at it as literally when people sacrifice their children, and if you teach your child to not worship idols like that, they'll be okay.
Well, this is different. His blood was literally Amorite. His blood, Ricky Skaggs, just as a descendant, they are the bloodline of these men of renown. They are. They're Hasatans over us until we realize that we are a priesthood, and then they have no power, and we realize that, you know what I mean, we've exposed them in this way. And so that's why my child was pronounced as the bringer of birth pains, through a man that did a slaughtering in Israel, asked by the Knesset and the Sanhedrin. And there's a video that I posted if you're interested, more information on that, of who this man really is. I know him. He's actually the Antichrist. Yahuwah showed me as the spokeswoman that he gave to reveal this information to the nations, because I know him personally. So this child, it's not just somebody who's in idolatry. It's his bloodline. His bloodline was extremely wicked. They literally were involved in things that experiments that I don't really know too much about, but I can say that they did exist, and he was very much a part of them. He understudied Zachariah Sitchin's work like you wouldn't believe. It was that bad, and there's just a lot of family secrets and dark things in my ex-husband's life. Multimillionaires do have those kinds of things, you know, and that's what they were. And he's amongst the Torah community, so we got to be careful who really is Molech, because the DNA in people is not exactly what you think, and those who are not circumcised, they really do need to get circumcised. Shaul is a big proponent of that. He's a full-grown man who circumcised himself because he realized, that the children of Molech were the ones that were not circumcised. And so when you come to this understanding and this knowledge of that, it, for us, if you are circumcised, not me as, a woman, but for the remnant of men, this is super important to be circumcised in both aspects, so that you know who is among you, because I didn't know that uncircumcised penises were of Molech. I didn't know that. They're rituals that are done unknowingly, and this is why Yahuwah can hold us accountable, because we haven't gone and done the research as to, well, why does this man have a circumcised penis and this one doesn't? You know what I mean? It was just a preference is what they turned it into, rather than a ritual that was secretly being done. If that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. We just have a different view in Judaism. We don't believe that people who aren't of the covenant need to be circumcised, like based off of Genesis 17:10. We believe that the covenant was between Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. And if you're not one of their descendants, you don't really need to be circumcised. That's the mainstream thought in Judaism.
And that's right. And I don't follow Judaism. And as we're seeing right here, it's no different than amongst the sojourner or the stranger, as long as they are not of the children of Molech. And how you would know that is the circumcision. And I only know that from experience because of my ex-husband and what the Father showed me when we both offered our son back to him. So it's more like a confirmation that I had received from the Father that's what he's talking about by my ex-husband and his own roots and the things that I was exposed to, seeing these Freemason rings and knowing that his father was deeply rooted in Zechariah Sitchin's work. You know, that this is proof of that Molech descendant of Dagon, Asherah, and Baal. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, I want to be clear. Like, we're not supposed to get with people who are uncircumcised. You're correct on that.
Yeah.
It's just our belief that if people are not of Israel, they do have a different set of laws. But you're right. If they want to become a part of Israel, like God mentioned, they have to become circumcised. They even had to do that during the Passover. If you read Exodus 12:48, they had to become circumcised, and there was one law for the sojourner, like you mentioned, and for us as well. So you're right on that. And if you do have that Israelite heritage, yeah, you should get with another Israelite.
I do. I didn't even... my grandmother had revealed to me that we're part of a priesthood, and I traced the lineage back, and yeah, sure enough, we're on both sides. My father, under the last name Martinez, is Sephardic, and then of my grandmother's side, it's Jacobite. We're literally Levite, I guess, from my understanding. So my family is the blender in the United States, the original blenders between George Washington. My family was on that boat with him when we started the priesthood of the McCafferty priesthood through the blenders of Esau and Jacob. So there's no longer a Genesis 3:15 of jostling in the womb. That's been reconciled through love by these blendings that have happened, and then as the descendants, my own descendants, which I can't really give too much information on that because there are playing parties at work that my life could be severely at stake with if I was to reveal that here. Okay? So, yeah, this is all...
I wouldn't reveal any of that on Twitter.
No, I don't want to. But, yeah. So I'm going to go ahead and continue reading this. Do you have any other questions or comments, or are you good? Or...
Yeah, I just wanted to say I had a similar experience. Like, you mentioned my name in Hebrew, Shimon, and I learned a lot about my family. My grandfather's name was Shimoni. That sent me down a rabbit hole, and I found out that I had Syrian Jewish ancestry and never knew that. And like you mentioned, I was raised under Christianity. I didn't know the commandments that God had, but I ended up changing my life and actually following Torah and getting away from idolatry when I got older and found out what my heritage was.
I love that. That's beautiful. I need stories like that because, like, my mother took me away from my father because of the law in Deuteronomy when it says that if a woman loses her child and it is there's somebody's at fault to doing it. In my case, it was my father. my mother had another child with him, and they were like in some kind of quarreling with his brother, and my mother was at the top of some steps, and she was pregnant, and they had both pushed her down the flight of steps, and so I inherited the curse because she still stayed with him and had me with him. So I was then placed under a curse that Jacob would receive as well as Esau. And so I never understood why I would suffer so much, because I've been through hell, and explained you're a suffering servant. You're in Isaiah 53, or that's why we can destroy Christianity the way we can, because now real examples of people are coming forth to say, I am that person. And that's why Yahuwah tells us in Isaiah, they will come forth saying, I am Jacob,